Good morning, everyone. We are live and alive. It is March 20th, 2026, 8:20 a.m. I know I said I was going to be live around 7, but ran into some technical issues that I was trying to sort out. Regardless, we are here. We are starting Mahoyo, or Witch on the Holy Night today. Very excited for it. The music, this main theme is fucking phenomenal. I think I heard it in the trailer. They used it as well, right? It's very, I love the motif of it, the do-do-do-do-do. It feels very nostalgic, even though, like, I'm pretty sure I've never heard the theme aside from the trailer before. I assume that was the vision behind it. Like, it feels Disney-esque, and with the main characters being witches, and it having to do with a lot of fantasy in that way. I'm sure that was the intent behind the soundtrack as well. It feels nostalgic, but even though it's not for me at the same time, it's very cool. But yeah, I'm very excited for it. I just started the visual novel up, and it kind of just kicked it into the story right away. I don't know if that's intentional or not. I'm not supposed, there's no it didn't bring me to a main menu or anything. I started up the game and it just started the story, and I was like, oh shit, I don't know if I don't know if that's intentional or not, or if I'm supposed to go to the title screen here. I'm sure it's fine, but like I said, I've talked a little bit about starting Mahoyo, but for anyone who's new to the stream or new watching the VOD on YouTube, my name is Max. I am a really big fan of Type Moon and Nasuverse in general. However, I have I'm basically anime only and Fate Go only. I've experienced basically everything in Fate Go except for the newest OC2 story. We'll be getting to that pretty soon, but I wanted to experience Mahoyo not only because there's an upcoming Mahoyo collab on FGONA, but also because they just announced the movie's coming out later this year. Finally, they announced the movie years ago, and I had been putting it off this whole time, mainly because I knew I was going to try to get to it before the collab, even though we're running out of time here. But I'm going to try to experience this full story before the collab at the end, that should be coming at the end of the month and beginning of April. But also, apparently, the movie's coming out later this year, too, so it's kind of perfect timing for me. It kind of worked out. But yeah, I'm excited to get into it. If there's any Type Moon visual novel fans that have any tips for me, I'm definitely happy to hear them, because other than FGO, FGO is a visual novel, but it's not an official Type Moon visual novel in that way, and so there's going to be a lot of things that I don't understand. Obviously, there's voice acting here. I'm not going to be doing my own voice acting or anything, aside from narration. I think there's narration that I'll read out loud, but there is going to be its own voice acting, so I'm going to let the voice actors do their job, because they will do it far better than I could ever imagine doing it. I'll probably read the narration parts if there's anything like that, and then, yeah. I just wanted to let everyone know, though, that my only experience with visual novels is really Fate Go for the most part, and so I'm going to be kind of lost here, and I hope some of the veteran Type Moon visual novel readers can give me some tips as we go along. But yeah, we're going to hop into this. Hey Max, first time catching a stream, watch your FGO VODs. Hope you have a good time with Mahoyo. Love the music too. Hell yeah. Yeah, the soundtrack so far has definitely left an impression on me, so I'm excited to get into it. All right. Without further ado, let's hop into it. So, it was a winter's day 8 years ago. That solemn morning when she understood the value of life for the very first time. And obviously, let me know if any of the audio is either too quiet or too loud. Her home was nestled on the side of a mountain. Around it was nothing but inhospitable wilderness. She had no neighbors or childhood friends to speak of. Things like traveling to school or playing outside were more trouble than they ought to be. Indeed, with its pure water and bright stars, it was a place rich with memories, both frustrating and halcyon? We're gonna learn English in English words in this too, as I usually do in my FGO streams.
Halcyon.
Denoting a period of time in the past that was idyllically happy or peaceful. Literally never heard that word in my life.
Halcyon.
Okay. Indeed, with its pure water and bright stars, it was a place rich with memories, both frustrating and halcyon. That was only during the summer, though. Winters in those mountains were extremely frigid, each morning more severe than the last. Her father would drive her to the train station after waiting 10 minutes for the engine to warm up. The iced over windows to clear.
キーを回してきてくれるかい?
Her father would savor his morning coffee, leaving her to venture outside and rev the engine. Bakuhatsu, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime. Enjoy that ad-free viewing and access to cool emotes. Chat, did you guys know that you can subscribe for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime? And you get ad-free viewing and access to cool emotes. It's a pretty good deal, I think. This is going to be a weird experience for me just because of the voice acting. Because I'm so, in my limited experience with visual novels, I've usually done all the reading on stream myself. But I hope that's not too weird for some people, because I know for some of my FGO viewers, they said that they enjoy listening to some of my FGO streams when I read the visual novel as sort of like a podcast in a way, where they'll just listen to it. And so obviously, unless you speak Japanese, that's not really going to be a thing with this, but hopefully it works out. It's going to feel weird if I let the Japanese voice actors do their thing and then I read over it. So I'm just going to let the Japanese voice actors read their thing, and we're just going to experience this as I would if I were playing it myself, but I'm going to be reading the narration out loud, of course. But yeah, let me know if that's weird or not, but figured I'd let the audience give their opinions on that. And then is there a log? How do I get like a log if I want to listen back? Surely there's a way to do that, right? Scroll up, maybe? Oh, yep, there it is. It's scroll wheel. Okay, perfect. Oh, I wanted to mention too, I didn't even notice it until I pulled up the log there, but I literally got this out from the dust. I actually have a Mahoyo Deluxe edition that I bought when it first came out. I think we opened this on stream at one point. I think I've got my, hang on. I've got my green screen settings on the webcam. A sec. Turn that off. Turn off the chroma key before I forget to do that. I'm fucking boxy. I have a Mahoyo Deluxe edition that is pretty cool. I broke it out just to show it off, but this thing's pretty cool in the fact that it comes with a art book that is full of spoilers. Not gonna go too much into it. It says Magician's Basic Tune. But they have some really cool like concept art stuff in here that I love, that I just wanted to show off real quick too. They have the background art in there too. Like, oh my god, Type Moon backgrounds go insanely hard. Where was the concept? Oh, this page right here. This looked crazy to me. I was like, God, I love art books for this reason. You get to see like some of the artist commentary there. There's like little doodles and shit. Look at that. That's pretty cool, huh? But yeah, little art book that the deluxe edition came with that I'm a big fan of. Who was so this is the artist for Mahoyo. I'm sorry I'm spacing on their name. I always space on their name. They are the ones that did who is that? I wanted to say Shiki. It's not Shiki. Who's the teacher that taught Kukolin? Skahawk, yes. I'm sorry. I wanted to say, I thought of an S name and thought of Shiki. No, Skahawk, yeah. They're the artists that did Skahawk, right? Oh my goodness. This might be cinema. Bro. Skahawk. Yeah, they're the artists that did Skahawk, right? So Cool. I just wanted to show it off. Came with the. I'm playing this on PC on Steam, but I do have the PS4 edition as well. I also have this same like deluxe edition I have for Tsukihime as well, and I wanted to play Tsukihime on Steam, or I would have preferred it, but we'll probably end up playing that on PS4 or PS5 because I have this same thing for Tsukihime, but I have the same thing for Tsukihime, but it's still not on Steam, so we'll probably end up playing the console version of Tsukihime when we get to it. Penguin Alice, indeed. But yeah, I made this whole new scene right here that you're seeing. I took like the basis for what I use for my FGO streams, but I had to reorganize it all because the aspect ratio for the gameplay is different than it is for my phone. My phone is a lot more skinnier and wider, right? Whereas the gameplay is just going to be 1920 by 1080 because it's just capturing my monitor. And so I had to reorganize everything a little bit. The chat's a bit wider too, but hopefully that looks all right. We don't have any issues there. But yeah, I should have said all this before we got into the story. Sorry for breaking everything up. Koyama, I think, that's the artist. I would absolutely love Tsukihime on Steam. It's an incredible story. Probably my favorite Nasuverse work. Okay. Musashi, Romulus, Skahak, Medea, Lily, Matahari, and Zerkalot artist in FGO. Thank you, Kezuke. Yeah. So definitely an artist that I am familiar with. I'm sorry that I just always forget their name. Koyama is the artist. I need to instill that in my name because I'm a pretty big fan of a lot of their art. All right. So where were we? So they're talking about. I assume this is talking about Aoko. Am I saying her name right? I always used to say her name wrong. Aoko. So her home was nestled in a mountain. Around it was nothing but inhospitable wilderness. She had no neighbors or childhood friends to speak of. Things like traveling to school or playing outside were more trouble than they ought to be. And what happens if I click on this? That quick jumps to the CG, huh? That was only during the summer, though. Winters in those mountains were extremely frigid. Each morning, more severe than the last, her father would drive her to the train station after waiting 10 minutes for the engine to warm up and then the iced over the windows to clear. And then this is the father. Her father would savor his morning coffee, leaving her to venture outside and rev the engine. Out the front door she would go, traversing the garden with icy breath until she reached the old sedan. As always, she inserted the key and started the engine. The engine rumbled to life. Just as she proudly finished that humble task she'd done so many times before, a shrill pierced the air. She knew, even though it wasn't human, that the feeble sound was a cry of agony. A few moments passed. Her father came out and opened the hood of the car. Creaking fan belts. Oh, no. A monstrous-looking engine. And something that didn't belong. There was a cat, a mother by the looks of it, and her 2 kittens. The 3 cats had huddled there for warmth in the engine's compartment. The mother cat was missing its head. One of the kittens had been mangled beyond recognition by the engine's belts, and surely died instantly. The other kittens, its face half covered in blood, panted faintly. It desperately clung to its mother, or rather, the chunk of meat that had been its mother, with the last bit of life that it could muster. Poor things. Her father lamented their plight. The previous night had been especially cold. After he had returned home yesterday, the cats must have snuck under the hood, drawn by the warmth of the engine. They had slept next to the engine and awoken to a storm of spinning belts. Cars in the 80s were not sealed particularly well, so this was not unheard of. Her father's voice seemed distant. She could only make out a small tuft of the kitten's gray fur. The rest of it was caked in blood of its mother and brother. I can see its skull. The fragile life of a speckled kitten. Trembling and possibly blind, it continued to nuzzle against its dead mother's chest.
待ちなさい
She took the kitten into her arms and ran deep into the mountains to her grandfather's house. Was it because she was overcome with regret? Or was it the shock of grief? Years later, she still wasn't sure. Fighting back the welling tears, she burst into her grandfather's workshop. Her grandfather was a magician who could do anything. Uh-oh. She had never seen magic. She knew that magic was a fantasy straight out of fairy tales, but so was her grandfather. She had to find him. He was the only one who could help.
その子猫の運命を変えろという。
Fate! That's like a joke in my HSR streams, for those who don't know. Every time they mention fate, I have to be like, is that a fate reference? It's just like an inside joke with the HSR community, though. Fate! But this is Mahoyo, SMH. The cave-dwelling magician said indifferently. This kitten needs our help, she pleaded. Whether it was a simple task or a Herculean labor, I like that, her grandfather would not say. He simply granted the girl's childish wish, like a machine. Whoa. Holy shit. Oh no, the girl said. Before she knew it, however, she was holding a tiny corpse in her hands. Its fur was cold. The warmth of life had left its body, and the tears she had fought so hard to hold back poured from her eyes. Regret spread through her chest like an endless gray sky.
トロだったな。結局元に戻すとは。
Her mind struggled to come to grips with what had just occurred. The last 10 minutes were a total blank. Who she met, what she had known, it was all as if it never happened. The only thing she was sure of was that life, once extinguished, can never return.
そこに誰かいるの?
That day, it was her mistake that gave birth to me. Indeed. Whatever occurred that day, it was a day of nostalgia and longing. This is the fairy tale of 8 years ago. The day they first met, that no magic can ever bring back. Oh wow, that transition was really cool. Arrogant, greedy, and able only to destroy, I must be a wolf. I don't have regrets. There's no looking back. If my pride has left you behind, my sincere condolences. But at any rate, I suppose it's my fate to die at the hands of Little Red Riding Hood. Wait! Number one, strange one? Strange fake? Little Red Riding Hood? Wait. Wait, because I'm literally watching Fate Strange Fake at the moment. I didn't know what the fuck the Little Red Riding Hood is. Maybe this is all coming together. Interesting. Because I don't know what the fuck the Little Red Riding Hood and Fate Strange Fake is at the moment anyway. Spoiler free on it. God, this art is insane, man. Like, I was expecting, like, better background art than FGO for this, because I had heard that Type Moon's visual storytelling is much better than the mobile game. But, like, the mobile game still has, like, amazing background art. But, like, holy shit, the detail on these are crazy. It was a quiet morning. From her bed, she could see the sky was an ashen watercolor gray. The thermometer displayed 43 degrees Fahrenheit, a rather unforgiving temperature for November. Her stomach woke her up with a growl, pathetically reminding her that she had completely missed breakfast. But lazy mornings like today were, for her, a blessing. It was already well past 8 in the morning. On an ordinary weekday, tardiness would be unavoidable. But today, classes were canceled in commemoration of the school's anniversary. Gratefully, she had every intention of taking it easy for the first time in ages. Outside the window was a gloomy gray, and it reminded her more of the evening than morning. It wasn't a pleasant morning by any stretch of the imagination. But having been up all night, until just 3 hours ago, she couldn't care less about the weather outside. All she cared about was more sleep. As long as she could spend her morning in bed, what was happening outside was of no concern to her. She shut the curtains. It's peak. They probably had to scale down the resolution for it to be so taxing on phones too. Yeah, you're 100% right. She shut the curtains, and then closed her eyes and tried to let sleep reclaim her.
せめてあと2時間ぐらいは凡庸な夢を見ていられますように。
Blissful slumber found her soon enough. Her consciousness faded. However, her simple request would be mercilessly refused. A faint but shrill sound lingered in her ears. It was the unmistakable ring of a telephone. Much to her chagrin, chagrin?
Chagrin.
Chagrin. Distress or embarrassment. Okay. Much to her chagrin, her eyes popped open out of habit.
こんな日に限って。
The telephone was situated in the foyer of the first floor. Answering it meant walking down a 30-foot corridor and going down a flight of stairs. In her sleep-deprived state, that distance seemed somewhere between incredibly far and astronomically far. The phone's incessant ringing continued. She knew the caller would eventually give up if she ignored it, but she chose to fight the urge.
アリス出ないの？
Why doesn't Alice answer it? Alice. The penguin? She thought her housemate would get it, but she soon had to abandon all hope. The realization struck her that the housemate did not have the day off from school and was likely in class at her prestigious little hilltop academy. The caller proved incredibly persistent. That persistence made the volume of the ringing seem even louder.
もうせっかくの安眠を。
She was left with no choice but to get up, throw a top on, and leave the room.
寒。
She rubbed her hands together to warm her numb fingers. The mansion's heating system was inadequate, to say the least, which meant that winter was the very worst of uninviting guests. Never more so than a dreary morning as this, when one didn't need to use the thermometer to know how cold it was. The mansion sat in the mountains and was surrounded by dense forest. Winter always arrived here first, before moving on to nearby towns. The robotic ring of the telephone reverberated throughout the long hallway. The mansion's furnishings had been so perfectly maintained that it had the place feel unlived. It seemed lonelier than it did splendid. Coupled with the dreary morning, it could have passed for a haunted house. Man, that color's
幽霊
persistent.
屋敷そのものだけど、
It is a haunted house, huh?
だいたい二人で住むには広すぎるのよ、この家は。
She counted more than 30 rings since it first began. The caller either had a lot of free time on their hands or had a good understanding of the house's circumstances. She had a strong hunch that it was the latter. The window above looked out into the gloomy sky. She hastened to catch the unrelenting ring in the act as soon as possible, though she had a feeling that her happy morning might come to a close the moment she caught it. It was here that a series of incidents began. Apologies for the lack of romance to this tale, for whether it to be objectively true or merely supposition, it is always from gloomy and unassuming beginnings that extraordinary events are set into motion. Let me read that again. This sounds pretty good. I kind of messed up that sentence. So it was here that a series of incidents began. Apologies for the lack of romance to this tale, for whether it be objectively true or merely supposition, it is always from gloomy and unassuming beginnings that extraordinary events are set into motion. Flashbang. Oh, here we go. Here's the main theme. Oh, why is it not capturing? What? Is this like copyrighted or something? What? Wait, the gameplay's not capturing this. No! What the hell? And then it comes back the second the opening ends? Like, the opening didn't want to be captured on the gameplay window. What the hell? So, place bookmark, is that a save, right? And then return to title. So I haven't even seen the title yet because, like, literally starting up the game, it just started the fucking thing instantly. How do is there a way to see the opening from here extra, maybe? CG mode. Oh, this is cool. You get to see, like, the CGs themselves. That's really cool. Archive, maybe? Cats and Mistakes, Stars and Death. Hoshi! Definitely cut all this out of the VOD too, so VOD watchers don't actually have to skip ahead 5 minutes. It's ridiculous. Alright, surely the opening plays here, right? There we go. Okay, opening's playing. That was a little annoying to deal with. Takeuchi and Nasu! The GOAT duo. Is this the Tosaka mansion, by the way? Because it kind of looks familiar from, like, Zero, but oh, you know what? I'm thinking of the Matao one, because I was like, it looks different than how I remember it. I was getting the Matao one confused. This is totally the Tosaka mansion, huh? And this takes place, like, what, 30 years before the events of Fate Stay Night? Nasu just likes the MCs living in mansions. God, the art is so freaking good. Oh, the one of the composers, I think there were two composers there, right? I didn't catch the other one. One of the composers is Kita Hega, if I'm pronouncing that right. I might be butchering that. They're the composer for FGO's music too. Wow. Don't get me... You didn't get far when I started, but it's so pretty visually. Oh, yeah. That was one of my first... compliments was how freaking good the art is. Holy moly. There's the classic looking back on Fuyuki. How many protagonists have done that? Quite a few. God damn, that's beautiful. Witch on the Holy Night. Alright, there's the opening. Glad we got to see that. Alright. The rain had subsided somewhat by the time she reached the school gate. Sunlight seemed to be playing peekaboo behind the clouds in the distance. It looked like it might be cleared up by early afternoon.
と言っても、私には関係のない話だけど。
The weather reflected her luck. On top of being forced out of the house at such an early hour, she had to suffer through a winter rain. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. The sinking feeling she had only grew as she passed through the entrance and headed inside. She didn't encounter any other students along the way. Nor did she see anyone taking part in club activities either. The reception desk in the faculty room simply read, "Faculty closed." The school had given all of its students the day off, except those explicitly summoned, like her. A fact that irked her more and more as the minutes passed. She opened the door to the faculty room and headed towards the desk she had visited a number of times before. The man at the desk wore a plain shirt and suit that were nonetheless neatly pressed. Slim-framed glasses adorned his face, giving off an amicable yet cunning air. The mild-mannered image in this mid-20s man presented clashed with the cigarette he smoked. Wait, well, let me reread that. The mild-mannered image this mid-20s man presented clashed with the cigarette he smoked. He didn't appear to have noticed her yet.
Yamashiro-sensei.
Yamashiro. She closed the door with a bang. Showing no response to the sudden sound, Mr. Yamashiro lifted his head.
やあ、おはよう、青崎くん。要件は聞いているかな？
はい。1時間前に自宅で、事前に何の相談もなく。
Having graduated from this high school himself, Mr. Yamashiro was not much older than the rest of the students. For that reason, the students preferred him over the other teachers. He always had something interesting to talk about and kept conversations casual. In fact, he seemed more like an older student than a teacher, but she unfortunately didn't share her fellow students' fondness for him. She was of the opinion that teachers should come across as more austere, like an iron fist that could inspire both love and hate in equal measure, not a buddy to joke around and pal with. He was the exact opposite of how she felt a teacher should be. It was only natural that her manner towards him would be forced and unfriendly. Not that she'd ever been wired to make friendly small talk.
はあ、 今日もご機嫌斜めみたいだね、君は。
それは先生の気のせいです。今日だけ特別という話ではありませんから。
The matter-of-fact answer perfectly matched the displeasure displayed on her face. Her bad mood from having to get up early and the tiredness from staying up late must have collectively made her look positively adversarial.
そうならいいんだけどね。彼にはそう辛く当たらないでくれよ。僕らじゃ正直どう扱っていいかわからないところもあるし。
先生、その件ですけど、私まだ詳しい話を聞かされていないのですが。
As Mr. Yamashiro met her piercing eyes, he finally understood the reason behind her tone and slowly put out his cigarette.
電話じゃあなんて聞いたの？
転入生の紹介をするとだけです。理由も脈絡もない説明でした。
One of Mr. Yamashiro's eyebrows stood up, impressed with the brevity of her answer. He could see that she was angry, not because she had been called to school on her day off, but because she hadn't been told why she was here. Mr. Yamashiro chuckled sympathetically.
先生、これが笑い話ならそろそろ帰っていいでしょうか？
いや、ごめん謝るよ。冗談じゃなくて真面目な話なんだ。
本当に転入生の問題で？
訳ありというか難しいというか。彼、宗十郎くんというんだけど、ちょっといろいろとずれていてね。僕らが案内してあげるより同世代の君の方が適任だと思ったんだ。
She threw him an unamused look. It was negligent of them to be pushing teaching duties on her, but she did wonder how exactly this transfer student was peculiar. Maybe he meant that the student had behavioral problems or was difficult somehow. But peculiar? She didn't have the slightest idea of what that meant.
ずれてるなんて、そう使わない表現だけど。
She had her doubts, but swept them aside for now. This wasn't the time to get distracted by more concerns. The fact remained that this conversation was all the peculiar she could handle, and she needed more information. She was already beginning to fantasize about saying no and curling up in her warm bed at home.
一つ質問があります。
何？学年は君と同じ2年生だよ。性格は落ち着きがあって人の話をよく聞くタイプ。裏を返せば覇気がないとも取れるけど、それならそれで付き合いやすいだろ。青崎くんとはクラスは違うけど、きっと仲良くな。
そういったことは本人から直接聞きますし、測ります。そうではなく、なぜ私なんでしょうか。
Though her tone was still stern, it was clear that she was willing to cooperate. She had decided to put her feelings of dissatisfaction aside and focus on the task at hand. Forcing herself to act empathetic in spite of her self-absorbed nature was something she was used to. Paradoxically, this force of will was also the reason teachers put so much faith in her. To a point. At times, that strength shattered expectation, and on those occasions they were left with no choice but to treat it like a natural disaster and weather until it passed. That was how Mr. Yamashiro had come to deal with her as over the past year.
もう一度だけ聞きます、山城先生。それで、なぜ私なんでしょうか。
Pressured by a question without a clear yes or no answer, he answered,
それはね。別に青崎くんが先生方に敬遠されているのと同じぐらい信頼されていて、学校のためなら教師も生徒も一緒くたに切って捨てる鉄の生徒会長だからじゃないよ。
それ以外にこんな呼びつけを受ける理由はないと思いますけど。
Her eyes did nothing to hide her disbelief as she glared at him. Strength far beyond that of an ordinary 17-year-old girl, coupled with the youthful beauty of one. Mr. Yamashiro let slip a genuine smile, admiring the miraculous balance of qualities.
いや、責務だけでいいなら僕がやってるさ。 この人選に関しちゃ教師や生徒会長といった役職も関係ないよ。なんていうか、こんな頼みを損得抜きで聞いてくれるのは君だけだと思ってね。適任ですからと強く推薦したわけ。
In other words, he knew she wouldn't say no.
山城先生。
うわ、怖っ。もう睨まない睨まない。言ったろ、僕にはともかく彼には笑顔でって。とまあ納得してくれたならすぐに移動しよう。もうずいぶん待たせてしまっているからね。それと雨の中ご苦労様。帰りはもちろん車で送るよ。
Mr. Yamashiro stood up gracefully. I'm good, thanks, she replied before turning and walking out of the faculty room. He had been waiting for about an hour. While he did, the rain shower lightened into a drizzle. His mind wandered as he listened to the sound of the raindrops. The room was filled with neatly arranged rectangular tables. He was the only one there. Quite some time had passed since he had been brought to this room and asked to wait. Even the best-behaved student might have grown dissatisfied or anxious with the situation by now, but the boy stuck to his spot like a scarecrow. He was chilled to the bone. It was the end of November, and the low temperature in the morning had marked the start of winter. The room was not much warmer. The heater hadn't been turned on. Either he'd missed the teacher telling him to turn it on, or he'd never seen it in his life. He breathed lightly on his freezing fingers as he aimlessly surveyed his surroundings. This dreary place was apparently a meeting room. The other students might have considered it a wonderful place to meet, but to him, it was drab and overly spacious. It was a lifeless place that reminded him of an arid cave. Stuck in this cold room, with absolutely nothing to do, his mind turned to what they wanted to discuss. Unable to come up with a solid answer, he returned his attention to the sound of the rain. The rain hardly resembled the rain in the mountains, though he could still recognize it, barely. Its smell and sound were harsher, but at the end of the day, rain was still rain. So even this world, alien as it was, could have something in common with the mountains. That trivial detail perked him up a little. He liked how the town looked soaked in rain. Naturally, he preferred sunny weather, but he liked rain in its own way. The fog from the rain had soaked up the scent of the soil, and it reminded him of home. It was at times like these that he was able to numb the anxiety the city gave him. But then he let out a discouraged sigh. How pathetic. He'd already been here 2 weeks, and thoughts of his hometown still made him sad. Perhaps feeling that he was being unfair to his new life, he composed himself and continued to wait patiently. As if having a passion for distractions, his attention returned to the sound of the rain once more. Waiting like this didn't seem to be particularly hard for him. He quietly endured the numbing cold and the hour alone with calm, deep breaths. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. A strong point of his or not, he was astonishingly patient. It was certainly helping him out in this moment. God damn, dude, the art, the transitions, this shit's fucking good. She, on the other hand, was livid. The profile of the transfer student had been explained to her on her way to the meeting room. Okay, I've seen so many memes, like, out of context, obviously, because I haven't experienced this story, but I've seen so many memes of, like, the dynamic between these two characters. It's, like, it's already coming out here of, like, angry, frustrated Ayako, and And what's his name? The other guy? I've seen so many memes of like her trying to explain Magecraft to him, and he's just like, huh? Oh my god. I'm ready. I'm so ready. She, on the other hand, was livid. The profile of the transfer student had been explained to her on the way to the meeting room. She was told he had lived his whole life up in the mountains without any electricity. That meant more than half of civilized society would have been an utter mystery to him.
なんて絶望的な断絶。戦後どころか戦前の話じゃない。ロビンソンにも程がある。
She had every right to be angry. Okay, who is that? Is that like some hermit? Who is Robinson Crusoe? Robinson Crusoe is a story, 1719 novel about a man shipwrecked on a remote island for 28 years. Okay. Gotta go for now. Have fun with Mahoyo. Thank you, Kezuke. He's the perfect embodiment of the huh cat meme. Tarzan. I think we have. Where's the huh? Oh, we don't have the actual cat one, do we? I thought we did. I know exactly which one you're talking about, though. Huh? She had every right to be angry. His village had apparently remained isolated in the mountains for many years. There's that one. That's not the one I was thinking of, though. The one where the cat literally, like, drops his jaw. I think I have it pinned in the Type Moon chat of my Discord. Let me look. Because I knew I was going to want to bring this up one day. Here. When I saw this, I was like, is this just the entirety of the dialogue of Mahoyo, Witch on the Holy Night? Because I'm convinced it's just this.
Huh? Huh?
Oh my god, the cat, huh? Yeah, that's the one. Huh? So I saw that with like no context, and I was like, okay, this shit's gonna be peak, isn't it? Alright, sorry. Detouring. His village had apparently remained isolated in the mountains for many years. Contact with villagers in the foothills of the mountains only occurred once a month or so, which was unfathomable in modern Japan. Although expressways and Japan Rail, the old national railways, now span the country like arteries. Bro, this is in 80. Doesn't this shit take place in the 80s? Why couldn't that be me, bro? I want train. I got the train-tism. I want train. Although the expressways and Japan Rail, the old national railways, now span the country like arteries, it wasn't entirely impossible for mountain villages like his to exist. It's 90s, I think? Okay. Dude, I want train. I want train. Why can't I have train? I want high-speed rail. But she couldn't imagine how someone born to such circumstances would think or live.
電気がないって、村に行き渡っていないだけで公衆電話ぐらいはあったんですよね。
なかったそうだよ。こっちに暮らすようになってまず驚いたのが電話だそうだし。
Bro didn't even know about phones.
電話って便利ですね。なんて真顔で言われてね。そういえばそうだなぁと再確認させられたぐらいだよ。
She shot a sidelong glare his way as he laughed. It seemed that the naivety of the country boy had cheered up Mr. Yamashiro a bit.
駐在もいないってことか。うちも実家は山奥ですから、電気が通っていないのはありえないとは言いませんけど。そいつ、学校も知らないんですか？
Bro doesn't even know what school is?
うん。どんなものかは知っていたそうだけど、 実際来るのは今日が初めてらしい。それで緊張していたのかな。あまり会話も弾まなかった。ああいうのも野生児っていうのかな。狼に育てられた狼少年みたいな。あ、いや、探検隊の話だね。
He's almost, what would you call it? Feral? Like a boy raised by wolves? I suppose that makes this a safari. Huh. Nice little foreshadowing there, Nasu. I've seen the character, the FGO character, like different ascension levels, so there's some things I know. Obviously, I don't know the context, but that mixed with some things I saw in the art book, make this feel like a little bit of foreshadowing, perhaps.
怖いな、青崎くん。冗談だって。そう睨まないでくれ。大丈夫。話してみた感じ、おとなしい子だったから。なんていうか、言葉の通じない小動物みたいな感じ？
山城先生、その例え、気休めになってませんから。
As she gave her blunt reply, she tried to simulate in her mind what life without electricity would be like, but the thought of it took her sour mood from bad to worse. After all, it was a world she had never known. She could understand why the teachers had given up. She too wanted to give up and return to her warm bed, but her good-for-nothing pride was holding her hostage. Relatable. Not only did the teachers believe she was up to the task, but she also believed she could do it. It wasn't that easy to go back on her word, no matter how bad things looked after the fact. She walked along the hallway, the rain pattering in the background. The meeting room was already in sight. With a furrowed brow, she fixed her long hair in anticipation of meeting the unknown stranger within. Her elegant strides were like those of a confident general going into battle.
いや、青崎くん、君を信頼してる僕だけど、念のため確認しておくよ。なんていうか、優しくね。できれば笑顔とか作れないかな。
作り笑いは苦手です。一応努力しているつもりですが。
ああ、そうなんだ。それはよかった。いやー、ほんとよかった。青崎くんにも苦手なものってあったんだね。
Mr. Yamashiro's shoulders slumped the second they reached the meeting room. As he put his hand on the door, his eyes seemed to say to her, "Be nice, please." This only made her more irritated.
わかってるわよ。愛想が悪いってのは。でも笑顔なんて意識して作るものじゃないんだし。だいたいそういうインスタントな人付き合いなら飛び丸の方が向いてるっての。
She sighed about her social shortcomings, but then it occurred to her that being called into school on a day off while sleep-deprived wasn't anything to smile about anyway. She also thought the person responsible for this mess would be better off attending elementary school. It might not be his fault, but neither was it her duty or obligation to do the teacher's work for them. At the very least, they could have used their brains and organized all this on a normal school day, another complaint she wanted to voice later.
いや、というか敵。なんであろうと敵。悪いけど、情状酌量以前に敵。間が悪いのはお互い様っていうか、ほんと、なんでよりにもよってこんな忙しい時に。
Her pounding headache from a lack of sleep had boosted her aggression by 10%. No matter how harmless the guy on the other side of the door may be, anyone who disturbed her sleep was an enemy. And just as she was reaching peak annoyance, Mr. Yamashiro opened the door to the meeting room. The room slowly slid into view. She didn't care for formalities, just looked straight ahead and stormed into the room, and found herself face to face with the most unusual opponent. Before we go on, let's see this from another perspective. Turning back the clock just a little. You don't have to do anything. For some, these words are a priceless luxury. For others, they are unbearable torture. For the proactive girl, it was definitely the former, though she'd been too suspicious of the motives of anyone giving her such a gift to accept it. For the passive boy, it was definitely the latter, a bitter thorn that made him homesick, though at this very moment his mind was still distracted with the wait for his face to reveal any discontent. He maintained perfect posture as he stared at the gray sky. He had already waited a whole hour, but figured they must have had their reasons for making him wait. And as long as he had the sound of the rain to soothe him, he could keep on waiting.
でも、そろそろ9時を過ぎるのか。どうなんだろう。
He had been vaguely keeping track of the time as he listened to the rain. Due to the holiday, the school building was completely silent, except for the patter of the rain on the window. The mood felt as damp as the air. It was then he heard the heavy clatter of footsteps approaching.
よかった。忘れられているかと思った。
He could hear two sets of footsteps, one heavier set belonging to an adult. He breathed a sigh of relief as the door slid open.
すまないね。随分とお待たせしちゃって。
The first person he saw was a man wearing glasses and an awkward smile. That's Mr. Yamashiro, the one who brought me here.
ってあれ？里中先生いないんですか？ひどいな。話し相手になってあげてと言ったのに。
Mr. Yamashiro scratched his head, looking increasingly apologetic. And then, from behind him, with a tight-lipped expression that made it clear she didn't want to be there, a dark-haired girl with a determined look in her eyes appeared. Soujuurou. Oh gosh, I'm gonna butcher this. Chat, how do you pronounce that? Soujuurou? Soujuurou gulped. The sound of the rain on the window faded into nothingness. That's when he knew. This was how it felt when time stood still. She blinked quickly a few times as if taken aback. Why was anyone's guess? The boy was everything she expected a naive country boy to look like. However... Oh, the boy was everything she expected a naive country boy to look like. However, she felt something she couldn't understand. The deer in the headlight looked kind of cute. His eyes widened slightly as if taken aback. The reason was obvious. Putting his feelings into words was a different matter altogether, so we will never know exactly what he experienced in that moment. That's when it hit him. He sensed he'd been touched by the hands of destiny.
紹介するよ。彼が転入生の静木宗十郎くん。
Soujuurou. Koyama style is very recognizable. She looks like Skahawk's daughter, granddaughter. I like it a lot. Yeah, I complimented it earlier too. I had to get the name of the artist, but big fan of Type Moon artists. They're all pretty exceptional, and Koyama's style definitely fits just like a visual novel in general. The backgrounds are fucking gorgeous too.
で、こっちの彼女が静木くんの案内役。うちの生徒会長で休日を押して新しい仲間の案内役を買って出てくれた青崎青子くんだ。
Okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know she was the student council president. Maybe a lot of her personality makes a lot more sense. His voice and the sound of the rain seemed distant. This is how they first met. Such was their start, for better or worse, like the ephemeral beauty of fireworks. It was commonly believed among the students that Aoko was always in a foul mood. But this gossip was 90% prejudice, as Aoko simply didn't have time to be irritated 24/7. The reality was she simply didn't want to explain herself all the time, and therefore seemed angry about something, obvious or not. This is literally me at work, dude. I swear to God, I have the... I've always had it, like, even my mom says, like, when I came out the womb, the nurse, like, took one look at my face and said, "Ooh, that's a mean baby. That baby's angry." Like, I've always had the biggest resting bitch face when I'm, like, focused on something. And so, this is, relatable. The reality was she simply didn't want to explain herself all the time and therefore seemed angry about something, obvious or not. This idle gossip did, however, lead to her earning the title of one of the school's 7 deadly threats. 7 deadly threats. The remaining 10% of the gossip was right on the mark. Aoko herself often had the feeling that her tendency to feel animosity towards harmless things was akin to what a chronic headache sufferer might experience. Today fell under that 10%. For today, her anger was pure, and her childish and selfish display of befitting of her actual age. The meeting room was dimly lit, awash in the colors of the rain. To reduce electricity costs, the school regulations forbid the use of lights during the day. This was the setting the three of them found themselves in. Her first impression was that his calm demeanor reminded her of a field of wildflowers. In spite of his perfect posture, an overall air felt placid, tame even. And though describing him as meek would be going too far, at the very least he was passive. Even through his uniform, she could see that he was thinner than average. His dark hair was unkempt, and he came across as a wholly forgettable boy. If she had to look him in a more positive light, she would describe him more as a young man than a boy. It was his calm demeanor that made him seem more mature. Was that the cause of Aoko's reasonless reaction? He seemed almost too at home in the meeting room, and she was left with the impression that it was her and the teacher, not this outsider, who were the guests here. She felt an unidentifiable aggravation building within her, almost as if her right to be here was in question. Aoko felt herself raising her natural defenses.
信じられない。私、今わけもなく怒ってない。
Aoko simply didn't have time to be irritated 24/7 is such a quick way to establish her character. Yeah, Nasu's style of writing, man, he like knows how to write characters in general and like give you like just a couple quick sentences that just establish like this is kind of who they are and the persona that they have and maybe something that's underneath that defines them in their personality. It's really good. She hated not understanding things, her own emotions in particular. It pained her less than you would imagine for a perfectionist like her, but it still nagged her like a thorn in her side.
いやーほら青崎くん挨拶してあげなくちゃ。
Mr. Yamashiro's attempt to relieve the tension was equally irritating.
挨拶？
After casting a nasty glance in the teacher's direction, Aoko turned to face the boy. From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like a stare down. His fucking furrowed brow. And in that instant, the culmination of her emotional state hurtled toward the innocent boy and skewered him.
Yeah, 待たせたね、Shizukiくん。
Hearing his name, Soujuurou came to his senses. His stunned gaze shook loose. He took a deep breath to clear his head. Chalking it up to nerves, Mr. Yamashiro broke out a smile and turned to the girl standing beside him.
紹介するよ。彼が転入生のしずき宗十郎くん。で、こっちの彼女がしずきくんの案内役。うちの生徒会長で休日を押して新しい仲間の案内役を買って出てくれた青崎青子くんだ。
Having been introduced by Mr. Yamashiro, the girl took a step forward. Her eyes were merciless. Her stare, an unspoken threat to violently trample her opponent. Sojiro, on the other hand, managed to keep his own composure despite the shock at how confrontational she appeared. He had never been greeted quite like this before, but supposed, mistakenly, that this was how people treated each other in the city. The exchange must have looked quite dramatic to an onlooker. A girl ready to brawl. An earnest country boy desperate to understand. It was a murderous limbo, especially for anyone in the room with them. Like Mr. Yamashiro, for example. While he had thought he had made the right decision in choosing an honor student to help him out, she was inexplicably in a bad mood, and the tension in the air was undeniable. Oh my god, the colors. It was this moment that he realized his failure. His realization had come far too late. One false move and this girl, for whom no problem was too large, would become a storm that would rock the very foundations of the school. Just as the almighty Joker card could bring either fortune or disaster, the sole teacher who had been present at the time would come to bear the blame for this scandal that ensued.
いけてる。二人とも気は合うようだね。それじゃあ、僕はこの辺でいいかな。
Mr. Yamashiro laughed nervously as he crept towards the door.
僕は職員室にいるから、終わったら来るように。いいかい、青崎くん。くれ。なんていうか、生徒会長としての度量の広さを、この際僕に信じさせてほしいかな。
Mr. Yamashiro left, leaving the two in a locked-eyed state. One in which one set of eyes was doing all the glaring. All that remained in the room was an artless boy and a cross-armed, guarded girl. The two lingered in silence. They resembled shogi players agonizing over their first moves, though it was only Aoko who was reading so much into the situation. She decided to put her irritation aside for the time being. With no reason to feel revulsion for him in the first place, she sighed deeply and faced Shojiro.
まあいいわ。山城先生がヒルアンドンなのは今に始まったことじゃないし。それで、あなた名前は？
Her tone was nothing if not reproachable, reproachful, though he had done nothing to offend her. But the boy failed to pick up on it. Incapable of such venom himself.
ああ、しずき宗十郎かな。君は青崎さんだったね。
For whatever reason, he came across as happy in his response.
さんはいいわ。柄じゃないから。
This just pisses her off more.
こっちはしずきくんでいい？
いいって何が？
だから呼び方。くんづけでいいかって聞いてるの。何よ。おかしなこと言った？私。
いや、すごく。
The boy replied immediately as if it was a natural response, but quickly second-guessed himself.
いや、いいんだ。ごく一般的なんだろう。しずきくんで頼む。君は青崎でいいんだよな。
よろしく。
She followed her blunt reply with a swift turn away from him. While she was hardly thrilled at the prospect of the task at hand, it had been entrusted to her, and it was her personal policy to see it through to the end.
悪いけど、優しくしてあげる気はないから。時間も惜しいし、手早く行くわよ。
それは助かる。やっぱり時間は大切だ。
Aoko's blunt rancor was lost on him once again. Oh, the sprites are so good. Humans tend to be overly conscious about being ignored, whatever form that takes. But despite being peeved at landing none of her attacks, Aoko did the best to act professional and directed her guest into the hallway. There was no sunlight in the hallway, nor any sign of life. This was more like a prison than the cave that was the meeting room. As it dawned on Aoko that the hallway matched her mood, she sighed once again.
まず聞いておくけど、山城先生から聞いたことは理解してる？
ああ、学校の仕組みについては分かった。この建物全部に同い年の人間がいるなんて、ちょっと想像できないけど。
そう、よかったわね。
Aoko rubbed her forehead. This Soujuurou kid had no idea what he was in for. Apparently, all he'd heard about school was that it was a place where a lot of people were meant to study. High school teachers imparted to students their knowledge in various fields of study while fostering discipline and creativity. But never did Aoko imagine that she would have to explain the concept of school itself to someone. Yes, fundamentals were important, but this was absurd. She had serious doubts whether he could even handle classes, but Mr. Yamashiro insisted that things would work out somehow. Soujuurou had managed to pass the transfer exam after all. Barely.
ま、私には関係ないけど。
Aoko grumbled mentally as she walked down the hallway. She consoled herself with the fact that today would be the only day she'd spend with the boy out of time, or at least she'd try to keep it that way.
Aozaki.
He asked, calmly trying to get her attention.
何？
こっちも一つ聞いていいかな？
だから何？
Her face. Yes, you can ask something. What is it?
俺の気のせいだと思うんだが、君はまるで何かを睨んでいるように見える。
Uh-oh.
やはり今朝は悪いものでも。
His gaze revealed the earnest concern, and as if asking her if she'd remembered to eat breakfast. Oh, this is so good. It was like another hammer to her head. It was true that Aoko had been glaring at Soujuurou the entire time, glaring red-hot daggers, in fact. Not just at him, but at the universe. Even on her best days, her roommate used to remark,
青子の視線は普通の人には厳しいわ。もう少し多くのことに寛大になるべきね。
She'd been warned that her emotions were so naked on her face that people treated her like a powder keg. How naive could the boy be that he could not pick up on this?
私をバカにしてるってわけじゃなさそうよね、この場合。
I relate to her so much in this like social like barrier that she puts up because it's exactly what I do like in situations where I'm like strangers with everyone and I don't really want to get to know anyone. It's just like me with my coworkers at work. Oh, holy shit, it's so relatable. Even she found her own attempt to reassure herself unconvincing. It began to dawn on Aoko far too late that compared to her, this laid-back transfer student might as well have been from another planet.
いいわ。言葉にしないとわからないようだから言うけど、まるでじゃなくて、あなたの気のせいじゃなくて、私は視線で遠回しに感情を表現してたの。いちいち声に出すのも、会話にするのも面倒だから。
See, it's not your imagination. I am angry, and anyone could see that in my eyes. It's easier for her to put on this front than trying to make conversation. In response to her words, the Martian clapped his hands together.
なるほど。どうしてそうしたいのかはわからないが、確かにそっちの方が手っ取り早い意思表現だ。
Bro gets it. Okay, if you want to see the background, I didn't know that. If you want to see the background art, you just move your mouse down here at the bottom of the screen and it shows you the background. It's cool. Soujuurou accepted her reasoning without argument, though he still had no idea what kinds of emotions she was trying to express. It was as if he could hear the words but didn't grasp the meaning. Ideas that should have connected were instead separated into blocks.
確かにずれてるわ、こいつ。
Mr. Yamashuo's words made sense to her now. What was odd about the boy? What was odd about this boy went way beyond naivety. A stranger in a strange land he may be, but it was only civilized to forgive him. It was only civilized to forgive him some jet lag-induced confusion.
じゃ、とりあえずあなたの教室に行くから。
She had regained her composure. Soujuurou raised his hand and stopped in his tracks.
あと一つ。
Aoko waited for Soujuurou to continue. The boy was patient to a fault. She rubbed her forehead with her hand again, nursing a vague feeling of uneasiness.
これもちょっとした疑問なんだが、なんで君は怒ってるんだ？怒るのが商売とか、そういう家柄の人なのか？
Oh no, bro. Does it run in your family is the last thing you want to ask someone like that. A long silence. Though she knew it wouldn't change the situation, she remembered her regret at answering the phone that morning. He meant no harm. She repeated this thought like a mantra in an attempt to keep her impulses in check.
別にあなたのせいじゃないから気にする必要はないわ。ただ、この一瞬とお昼まで眠っていた場合を計りにかけたら。
With a vague answer, she started to walk again, and turned her gaze away from the rude stranger named Soujuurou Shizuki. While what constitutes normal is certainly up for debate, most would undoubtedly refer to him as so. He was a simple and nice boy with nondescript features. If he were an ice cream flavor, he would be vanilla. And Soujuurou found Aoko to be very businesslike and full of life. There was certain purpose to her movements, as they began and ended in an orderly fashion. The way her finger raised when she was pointing at things. The way she made her way across the hallway in classrooms. The way she would occasionally glance back at him and make sure he was keeping pace. Each and every movement was so impressive that he couldn't take his eyes off of her. Aoko showed him his homeroom Class C of the 11th grade. The room certainly displayed more of a human touch than the previous meeting room, but Soujuurou was none the wiser as to its function. Aoko gave a brief explanation before they visited the individual subject classrooms, as well as the gym, cafeteria, locker room, and school infirmary. Soujuurou asked so many questions that much time passed before they reached the AV room on the second floor.
まずいな。
Soujuurou stopped, looking genuinely concerned.
あと20分経つと1時だ。
It's 20 to 1 already.
え？嘘でしょ？うちの校舎そんな広くないわよ。
The tour had begun around 10, which meant that 3 hours had passed already. A tour of the school shouldn't take anywhere near this long.
そうだったわね。行く先々で根掘り葉掘り聞かれちゃ、そりゃ何時間でも経つわ。
Aoko glared at Soujuurou. She was being sarcastic, of course, knowing full well he would never pick up on it. To her surprise, he looked down apologetically, unable to hide his dejection.
なんだこいつ。ちゃんとしてるっちゃ。
The guy before her now was nothing like earlier. In contrast to seeing his once impenetrable veneer when they first met, she found herself feeling sympathetic. Momentarily, at least, until her irritation returned full force.
で、何がまずいの？覚えることが多すぎてパンクしたなんて言わないでね。
いや、それもあるけど、学校のことは別にして1時になるとまずいんだ。
Soujurou's gaze wandered as if worried about something. If he was worried about the weather, he would have a hard time seeing it as there were no windows in this hallway.
へえ、時間を気にするってことは用事があるのね。ふーん。 そう。人の予定を引っかき回しておいて、自分だけ好きなようにやろうって言うんだ。なんだ、顔に似合わずいい人ね、君。
いや、褒めても何も出ないぞ。
He does not. Oh my god, it's so good. I love their dynamic already. Oh, what's this? I only just now noticed this thing on his neck. You all see that? He's got like bandages around his neck.
誰も褒めちゃいないわよ。
Oh my god, the sprite. It's so good. She yelled at him, unable to hold back her fury.
で
それで一体何の用なの？
Soujurou's face lit up as he finally understood what she was asking him about.
そこは秘密にしておきたい。
He said it's a secret with a perfectly straight face.
慣れ始めたつもりだったけど、こいつのこういったテンポには失神しそうになるわ。
The man does not know sarcasm. This is the angry lion and the monkey meme. Oh my god, you're so right. I love this. I've seen this used in like meme formats too, this Aoko image. With the black and white background and then her like it's so good. It's like the Dr. Phil meme when Dr. Phil's like laughing and then it's or it's not Dr. Phil. Who's the game show host with the mustache? It's not Dr. Phil, it's the other guy. The bald game show host with the mustache. It's like that meme though. Her frustration was natural. Steve Harvey, that's it, yeah. Bald and mustache. Her frustration was natural. Still, she did everything she could to stifle her feelings and fake a smile.
しずきくん？
Oh. She took a step forward.
秘密だってば。
Feeling the mood change drastically, Soujuurou took a step back. And another. And another. No matter how many steps he took back, she just kept edging towards him. She was smiling, but he thought he could see the blood boiling up underneath her skin.
これ、最後の質問にしとくわね。あなた、私をからかって楽しい？
He had no intention of mocking her, though at this point he doubted presenting any evidence would prove this would be so much to her. Though at this point he doubted presenting any evidence to prove this would do much to erase that forced smile on her face.
わかった。説明する。
His arms raised in surrender. She halted her advance and freed her face from that unseemly smile.
実は1時からアルバイトがあるんだ。でもここはそういうの禁止なんだろ？
そうだけど、あ、禁止されてるから秘密にしようと思ったの？バカね。それなら許可さえ下りていれば問題ないわよ。
知ってる。試験の時に許可はもらってる。
へえ。
Aoko's face lit up as she realized he might not be the piece of work she thought him to be. Yet,
しかし許可は一つしかもらえなかった。
一つって、あなた掛け持ちでバイトしてるの？
bros working multiple jobs.
これでも2件減らしたんだ。
え？
生活費だけで大変なのに学費まで稼がなくちゃいけない。なのに働き先は一つだけというのはあんまりだと思わないか？
いや、あんまりなのはあなたの方だと思うけど。
Though still irritated, her opinion of him changed a little. She was impressed that he was able to take care of his tuition and living expenses all on his own. She could also empathize with having no time for oneself. Her anger began to subside. The words part-time job were about the last thing she expected to hear out of this country boy's mouth.
そういうことなら仕方ないわね。いいわ、行きなさいよ。事情は分かったから。
青崎はいいのか？
She had no idea what his question meant, but she at least understood he was trying to be considerate, which also took her by surprise. She figured he'd just be as dense about people's feelings as he was about everything else.
別に。私もこのまま帰るから。
First, though, she thought it best that they both stop by the faculty room. Mr. Yamashiro had mentioned that the transfer procedures had already been completed, so all that remained for him was to sign off her duties.
先生、案内終わりました。
それはお疲れ様。しずきくんもお疲れ様。それで校舎を回った感想はどうかな。
ありがとうございます。なんというか、とても学校ですね。
It's like a real school.
そうかそうか。うん、明日から頑張りなさい。
She had no interest whatsoever in this pointless wrap-up meeting.
山城先生のことは気にしないでいいわ。教え子に厄介なことを押し付けてふんぞり返っているぐらい職員室が好きなんだから、何時間でも待ってるでしょ。いえ、待ってるべきじゃない？
そうか。青崎がいいんならいいんだな。
ん？
There it was again. Whatever Soujuurou was getting at, Aoko had no idea.
それじゃ行くよ。今日はありがとう。
今日だけよ、今日だけ。
She shooed him away with her hand. His face bent into a broad smile, as if he found the gesture endearing. It was a softer expression than she had grown accustomed to seeing out of him. It was the kind of smile that would make anyone smile back. Well, most people at least. Aoko Aozaki, am I saying that right? Aoko Aozaki? Didn't betray the slightest hint of a smile.
それじゃあまた。
は？
And with that friendly farewell, Soujuurou walked towards the end of the hallway. Or so she thought before he turned into the next class over. Soujuurou headed straight for one of the classroom windows, whereupon he opened it with ease. The chilly November air filled the room with a soft sound of rain doubled in volume. In that instant, she realized his intention with opening the window. She really wished she hadn't.
いや、待て待て待て！
He already had one leg out the window before she dashed to stop him.
何するつもりよ、あんたは！
何って、アルバイトに行くんだけど。
その窓は人が出入りするところじゃないの。だいたいここ何階だと思ってるの？
She saw the light of understanding dawn in his eyes.
死ぬところだった。2階から降りたら危なすぎる。
Who would put an exit here? That's dangerous. Oh my god, bro is actually clueless. Thought I'd stop by for a bit just to lurk since I don't really know this visual novel myself, but I sure had to do a double take hearing what sounded like JP Finon's voice. Is it? That'd be crazy if so. Man has to pay for school? I know, he's working fucking... That's insane. Bro's what, 17 years old, working multiple jobs? Ugh.
危ないのはあんたの頭。
Her insult went right over his head.
あのね、こっちじゃ窓から人は出入りしないの。さっき言っとくべきだったわ。
知ってるよ。時間がないんで慌ててたんだ。ありがとう。これからは気をつける。
Look at that motherfucker's face. Actually, nothing inside that skull. Oh my god, I love it already. It's the guy who popped in for just a few lines. Oh, maybe the teacher. I think that's the only 3 voices that have been in the VN so far are the teacher and these 2. I was curious about Aoko's Mahoyo Aoko VA because she kind of sounds familiar. See if there's any roles I recognize her in. Oh, she played Ryder in Samurai Remnant. That had like a filter on it, though. I doubt that's what I recognize her from. What's up, Kiko? Oh, Asuna, maybe? She plays Asuna from Sword Art Online. Oh, and Minamoto no Raiko, I guess, just in FGO in general. Zero 2 from Darling in the Franxx. Bronx. Minor character in Tokyo Ghoul. Lots of roles. I'm just trying to see ones that I recognize. Asuna might be the big one, I think, that I'd recognize. Ushi Gozen. And then what about the, do we think the teacher might have been, JP Finon? Oh, he plays, Subaru. I wonder if Moe knows that. This guy does. Subaru. And then, where's the teacher? Yamashiro. Kyojiro Rengoku! Schmidt? Oh, this guy's got a ton of fucking roles I recognize. Overlord, Ainzao Ghoul. The teacher does. And he's fine on. Good fucking ears. Good fucking ears. Monokoromi, if I'm saying your name right. Apologies if I butchered that. It is JP Finon. Good ears. And he's FGO Napoleon as well. I fucking love Napoleon. All right. So he pulled his leg back inside the closed the window. His school uniform was soaking wet from the rain.
いいけど、私は別に。あなたがどこから外に出ようが関係ないもの。ただ、できれば私の前ではやらないでほしいだけよ。それより、あなた、本当に明日から学校に来るの？
Dude, her sprite, God, these sprites are so fucking good, man.
来るよ。不安だけど、案内してもらったし。
How many chapters or hours do you plan on doing? We're definitely gonna go like a couple hours. I figured to the end of chapter 2 would be a couple hours because I like to yap, but it looked like to the end of chapter 2 was at least gonna be 3 or 4 hours. And so in max time that might be like 6 hours. But I figured we'd go to the end of chapter 2. He bid her farewell before running away down the hallway. She hoped he would walk down the stairs and leave through the school entrance like a normal person.
大丈夫なのか？あんなんで。
The image of him disappearing into the distance popped into her head, in spite of her ire. She had no intention of spending any more time with him, and yet she felt strangely anxious. She couldn't tell if the feeling was fueled by concern or irritation. Why had she gotten angry with this insignificant transfer student in the first place? A strange day with a strange transfer student resulting in a strange emotion. Her head tilted as she reflected on what should have been a more enjoyable day than the irritating experience she just had.
いっか。どうせこれっきりなんだし。
The sound of the rain echoed quietly all around her. The gray sky seemed frozen in time. It was impossible to discern whether it was morning or evening. Mr. Yamashiro and Aoko were likely the only ones left at the school. The unlit classroom looked overly gloomy and ominous as Aoko stood in it alone. She pulled up her left sleeve. Her dainty, unremarkable watch showed that it was almost 1 o'clock.
時間合ってる。
Damn. She looked out the window at the grounds below. She saw a boy in a uniform running through the rain without an umbrella, a sight she must have seen before, but for whatever reason, affected her far more than she had wished. Aoko did not stop by the faculty room before heading home. While Mr. Yamashiro offered to drive her home and was tempted, she decided it would ultimately be far more satisfying to ruin his day as he had hers. This is not Mahoyo, you are playing the wrong game? You mean like the company? Okay, I got confused. I was like, wait, did I put like Tsukihime or something for the game on Twitch? You scared me. What's up, Skydam? How you doing? If I was called in on my day off, I'd be pissed too. Yeah, no, she's an under... I like her character writing so far. I mean, Nasu in general is fucking phenomenal writer. There's a few critiques. Nasu's definitely not perfect. There's definitely been issues I've had with, I don't know, specifically LB7 and a specific moment that happens in LB7 that felt like something I'd never expect Nasu to do in terms of how much I've praised him in the past, but even the best of writers have their flaws, I suppose. While Mr. Yamashiro's offer to drive her home was tempting, she decided it would ultimately be far more satisfying to ruin his day, just as he had hers. She walked as quietly as she could towards the entrance and opened her bright red umbrella. As she predicted that morning, the rain was waning in the afternoon. At this rate, it would probably cease completely in an hour or so. The distant sunshine would likely have reached her by the time she arrived home.
ま、それも悪くないか。
She shrugged her shoulders in resignation. She neither liked nor disliked rain, but she found herself enjoying her walk home with her red umbrella in hand. The teachers at Misaki High School weren't fond of bright colors, so Aoko's red umbrella was an unusual sight. A ghost story about the umbrella was once pure white and had been making the rounds. Yo, Madokarume! I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Thank you so much for the 7 gifted subs. Is that 7? That's an interesting number. Thank you so much for the 7 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. You just gave 7 people the ability to no longer see ads, and they get access to cool emotes. Chat, did you guys know that you can subscribe for $6 a month or for free with the Twitch Prime, and you get access to ad-free viewing on my streams and cool emotes? It's pretty cool. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. The LB7 fake out always throws me off because it's so different from what Nasu would normally do. He usually is so good about knowing when to do deaths, and when not to do the deaths. Yeah, exactly. Like, it was like it almost threw me in shock too. I had to think about it for a while because I was like, I didn't think Nasu was capable of doing something like that. Wanted to make the number over 107 is the best number. Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, look above me. We got total subscribers is 101. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Catch you later, though. Going back to watching your Resident Evil. Hey, let's go. All right. Thanks so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate you. Enjoy the VODs. Holy moly! And Jason with the 45-month sub streak.
What in the Mahoyo, yes, peak.
What in the Mahoyo, yes, peak. Yes, I am enjoying it a lot so far. The character writing is so good. Thank you so much for the 45 months. Holy moly. Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate you for the continued support. All right. She neither liked nor disliked rain, but she found herself enjoying her walk home with her red umbrella in hand. The teachers at Misaki High School weren't fond of bright colors, so Aoko's red umbrella was an unusual sight. A ghost story about how the umbrella was once pure white had been making the rounds, but it featured Aoko instead of a ghost. Interesting. I know there's like two different sprites I've seen with the FGO Aoko where she has like completely white hair and then completely red hair. So I wonder if that's a reference to that. Who knows? It was with that umbrella that she made her way towards Misaki Station. Misaki Private High School took its namesake from the town it was in. The area was once a sprawl of farmland and woodland, but rapid growth over the last 10 years had led to unprecedented modernization. There was some who fought to preserve Misaki's natural treasures.
残すことには賛成ですが、それでは残すだけになってしまうでしょう。
With those words, the mayor snuffed out the voices of the minority and ushered in a long-term plan of the new urban development. More than enough funds for the urban development were collected, and the unassuming town of Misaki became the largest municipality of Misaki City in merely 10 years.
Municipality.
Municipality. City or town that has corporate status and local government. Ah, my favorite. Oh yeah, Max, I did give up on the gacha games for Lent, but when Easter hits, I'll be returning to FGO for the Mahoyo collab. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, surely we can finish this before the Mahoyo collab. It comes out in like a week or two, man. I'm screwed. All right. Even though it lacked the modernity. Oh my god. Modernity. Even though it lacked the modernity of the neighboring Yashirogi, or the elegance of Misaki Hills.
それも当然よね。どういじくっても、もともとが山中の宿場町だし。
So I wonder if Fuyuki got like built around this, or how close this is into Fuyuki, or if this town became Fuyuki, or if Fuyuki's just in the area. Urbanization had been contained to the lowlands around the station, with most of the hills and mountains still standing as they did 10 years prior. The exhaustion of funds succeeded in protecting the old Misaki where the citizens could not. It became a truly old suburban town, welcoming an increasingly urban population with its vestiges of old country charm. Misaki High School was a private school established long before the town's current state. The original campus, built 50 years ago, was located high up in the mountains, making its current location its second incarnation. I was gonna say they mentioned how the guy graduated, the teacher had graduated, and he was like the first person who had graduated from the high school that became a teacher, making me feel like the school was pretty young, and maybe that explains it. It's the second incarnation of it. The path to the old grounds was not only steep and remote, it had become an overgrown game trail with the passage of time. For these reasons, among others, Misaki High School had been shuttered until almost 20 years ago, when it received a donation from a department store chain that allowed for the construction of a new campus in the city. So is this the old one then? It reminds me of y'all see Assassination Classroom. That also took place in like an old Japanese high school that was like pretty run down. Reminds me of that. And thus, Misaki High School reopened its doors. The old woodland campus was forgotten. In fact, most of the students attending Misaki High School were not from Misaki at all. The hardy, rustic people of this country town preferred prefectural schools to private ones. Truth be told, Aoko herself was one of them. All she had wanted after junior high was to move to Tokyo, where she hoped to spend her days touring her favorite bands on her way to entering a public university. but her hopes were dashed with her sister's departure. So here she was, walking alone into the town with only a red umbrella to keep her company on what should have been a day off.
思い返してみると、私の人生ってなんか災難続きっぽい。
Her frustration evaporated into a cold December air.
でも
Wow.
ま、いっか。退屈だけはしないわけだし。
With those words, her mood brightened a bit as she left the school in her wake. The busier part of town met her at the bottom of the gently sloping road. Holy atmosphere. Misaki's train station was brand new. Once looking no prettier than an abandoned factory, it had been renovated into a multi-purpose structure with huge department stores on its east and west sides. When the department stores first opened, Aoko and her friends had been impressed with their modern feel, but in time, the stores too became dated. She had no shopping to do today, so she passed them by. What she really wanted to do was rest at a cafe, but she fought her urge, knowing her roommate would never let her hear the end of it if she frittered away her money. Oh. She looked back and blinked. For just a moment, she could have sworn she had seen someone suspicious in a red dress out of the corner of her eye. Oh, it's like the girl in Strange Fake, yeah? What the fuck? The Little Red Riding Hood was mentioned earlier, too. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I'm invested, man. It must have been her imagination. The sixth sense chill she was experiencing down her spine was a familiar one at this point. She continued her walk home, brushing off the event as if it had never happened. In time, the chill faded, and all that was left was the sounds of the town. She sighed heavily. Had she imagined it? Even if it had been in her head, she was far more comfortable with the feeling that still lingered.
夏場の方ってもう少しこう。
She grumbled under her breath.
波乱万丈、商売繁盛、諸行無常と。そうそう、忙しさに愚痴を言っても始まらないわ。
Unfortunately, summer and bugs go hand in hand. She could see how bugs could be drawn to all the sweet fruit. Cozy. Rank with grease and heat, the kitchen was closed for the time being. The lunch rush had come and gone, but one last battle remained. Dinner time. Only after the evening chaos could the kitchen crew remove their white armor and call it a day. In the midst of the war zone was a lone newcomer.
これ着るんですか?
God damn it. Me and my buddy Mist, we've been watching, on the weekends, we watch JJK and Fate Strange Fake every Sunday. Or that's like been our week tradition for the past couple weeks. And this motherfucker, every time someone goes "eto" in an anime, he's gotta fucking repeat it. It's just become like an inside joke at this point. "Eto." God damn it.
これ着るんですか?
His voice was uneasy, betraying how new he was.
気持ちはわかる。俺もどうかと思うけど、店長の言うことだから、もう笑顔で乗り越えてくれ。これも商店街の明日のためなんだとよ。
Well, I didn't finish that whole thing. I really hate to ask, but the rain has stopped, so would you mind going out for me? Get back in one piece and I'll buy you dinner. His bright orange coworker clasped his hands together as if to beg for forgiveness as he saddled him with this unreasonable task. Wow, look at that shot. 10 years ago, Misaki City was a town of farm and woodland. But everything had changed. The front of the station was now lined with tall, multi-story buildings, and the residential areas were similarly full of apartment complexes. The once rustic scenery around the station had long become a thing of the past. Shiroin... Oh my god, how do you say this? Shiroin Nuzuka was the only place in the city that still contained vestiges of the old town, a pocket of the past inside an urban jungle. The road extended up a conspicuously high hill. Holy shit, it keeps going. Look at that. Wow, this is gorgeous. To an old residential district far from the hustle and bustle of the train station. Long ago, it had been considered unwise to build on high ground, so nobody lived above a certain elevation. Oh my gosh, this fucking name. Shiroin Nuzuka, sitting as it did atop a hill in the middle of a town, was no exception to that convention and had no residences to speak of. The asphalt continued for some time, eventually giving way to a mountain road that was swallowed into the cover of trees. Shiroi Nozuka firmly believes starting with Mahoyo for visual novel reading is crazy because very few VNs are as pretty as it. Yeah, well, it's very modern, right? It's probably one of the more recently released Type Moon visual novels. The other one being the Tsukihime remake, I guess. Yeah, Koyama outdid himself for sure. These are beautiful. A lone vending machine stood to mark the boundary between town and beyond. Even the children knew that there was nothing beyond the new playground and the development that so enthralled them. Well, that was not entirely true. There was nothing besides the haunted house. Ooh. Aoko Aozaki traversed the long slope. Below her, she could see the whole of Misaki. The symmetrical town looked like a miniature set from this height. It would look like a painting if there had been a sea next to it, but unfortunately Misaki City was very much landlocked. Okay, so it's definitely not Fuyuki, because Fuyuki was a port town, wasn't it? While it was overcast at the moment, the scene was quite breathtaking on clear evenings. The view was the one thing that made the arduous climb worthwhile, and today she had been denied even that.
ああ、雨の日は自転車も使えないし、1日に2回ぐらいバスでも通ってくれないもんかな、ほんと。
Aoko had been using this road to get to the school for almost 2 years now, but the journey had never gotten easier.
あれ、鍵閉まったまま？アリス、まだ帰ってきてないんだ。
With a wary shrug, she put her hand on the rusty iron fence. Quietly, the heavy gate swung open as if to welcome her home. There sits atop that hill a haunted house. That is how the story, much shared around the town, used to begin. But fresh rumors about the house had sprung to life almost as fast as the town's modernization. Despite being dilapidated and abandoned for many years, lights can be seen inside the house at night. An angry murder of crows often gathers atop the hill before a mysterious vanishing. Children get lost in the fog, never to be seen again. Late at night, a shrieking sound can be heard all the way to town. Late at night, a shrieking sound can be heard all the way to town. This particular piece of slander was the one Aoko wished to be discreet the most. The final rumor was of an eye-catching luxury car that sometimes made its way up and down the hill. The rumors spread and grew by the day. And while they grew, the house that everyone thought had rotted away was restored over recent years. Deep in a wood on top a hill, no one dared to approach. Like a ruin, shrouded from view, even on the brightest of days, stood a relic out of time, a building from a fairy tale. The house. Was the Kuonji Mansion? Kuonji Mansion. Everyone in town knew about the witch's house on the hill. It was an unabashedly haunted house where Aoko Aozaki resided for reasons known only to her. Needless to say, it was not really haunted. The Kuonji family home was a grand Western-style mansion with a long and storied history stretching all the way back to England. It was too small to be a dormitory, yet too big to be called a house. The main building contained as many as 3 normal houses worth of rooms and was surrounded by a large and all-encompassing courtyard. The perimeter of the grounds was surrounded by a high iron fence covered in thorny vines. There was also an annex to the main building. Given such extravagance, it was no wonder that it inspired rumors. To the town residents, the mere existence of such a lavish and out-of-place mansion on top of a hill was cause for suspicion. Rumors, lies, and slander were the prices to be paid for fame. With only 2 lodgers, it was hard to disagree with the perception that vampires must be living there.
ま、私はともかく、アリスはそういうのやりかねないし。
She put her hand on the front door. It was a grand double door that would be paired well with a brass lock, and yet it was secured with little more than a simple keyhole. Pushing it open with one hand, she entered the supposedly haunted house. And by the way, if vampires were not enough to scare you, ghosts were known to appear on certain nights. Shit looks like a Resident Evil mansion. Much like the weather outside, the foyer was overcast with shades of gray. If I remember correctly, Fuyuki is located in southern Japan, while Misaki is in the mainland somewhere. Nasu never specifies, though. Much like the weather outside, the foyer was overcast with shades of gray. Perhaps by deliberate design, the architect had chosen not to include any lights in the entrance area. The ceiling was 2 floors high. The only light in the room came from the skylight. It was particularly gloomy on rainy days. On moonless nights, it was like the world itself ceased to be. Aoko decided the drawing room, to the east, would be a good place to rest, but knowing that she would not be able to relax until she changed clothes, she started up the stairs. The stairs curled up the wall to the 2nd floor hall. There was a 3rd floor attic as well, accessible from the far end of the hall. She had never set foot in there in the 2 years she had lived here, though. The Kuonji mansion was more or less divided into 2 wings, east and west. Holy shit, it is a fucking Resident Evil mansion. Aoko had been given the entire east wing, but 2 rooms were more than enough as far as she was concerned. She had no desire to open a door that would trap you in a storybook world or lead to an attic that had been used for storage these last 5 years. Aoko's room was at the end of the East Wing's long corridor. She had elected for a smaller room for no other reason other than she thought it would be easier to clean. It was furnished with a large bed, her beloved mahogany desk, a wardrobe and chest for her clothes, and 2 9-shelf bookcases. That was the extent of what she had brought home from home. Her entire life of 16 years reduced to this. She'd also borrowed the next room down for her own purposes.
そうだ。アリスにもらった見張りと壊れてないかチェックしないと。
She needed to see if the project she had been working on all night had borne fruit. The study next door served as proof of the life she had been living for the last year and how different that life was from the one she had lived before. It was not a room for the person she had been. It was a room for the person she would eventually become. A place of solitude that only she could enter, or so she thought.
うわ、壊れてるどころか跡形もなく消え去ってる。 やっぱ自己流アレンジはまだ早かったか。いいわよ。笑いなさいよ、コマ撮り。
The nosy neighbor that had intruded upon her sanctuary flew away. While not exceptionally talented, Aoko did not lack the effort and was not afraid to fail. One could have almost mistaken her approach for optimism. She changed out of her uniform and returned to the first floor. Down the stairs, she opened the door to the east wing into the corridor, as dark as a cellar. The absence of windows meant it was pitch black without the lights on, so she flickered the switch and entered the nearby doorway. The Sanny instead of Sony on the TV.
電気のない生活か。想像したくないな。
It had been her idea to update the drawing room. The walls were decorated with extravagant patterns, and around the room were large, majestic sofas and a luxurious Persian rug. Amidst it all was a 30-inch television that seemed completely out of place. It stood, looking over the furniture, like the emperor with no clothes. The mansion's owner had rather done without it. The mansion's owner would have rather done without it, but to a commoner like Aoko, it was an essential commodity. They had fought over its presence at first, but eventually came to an agreement, and now mutually enjoyed this modern comfort.
なんだ、人のことは言えないか。うちも案外時代錯誤な家だった。
Now in a somewhat pleasant mood, she decided to brew some tea. She boiled some water in the kitchen, prepared a teapot, and made herself some black tea. With a flop, she sank into the sofa. She took a sip of her tea, and then another. Pretty. Lulled by the ticking of the clock, she took a third sip as she pondered how to spend her afternoon. The sofa almost seemed to be inviting her, and she sunk even further into its comforting embrace. Aoko blearily opened her eyes as she lifted her body up from the cushions. This was no dream or delusion. At some point, a girl had sat down from across her. Not the least bit surprised, she reached for her teacup, but the tea within had gone completely cold.
寝てた。
She asked the question to the girl on the other side of the table.
ええ。
The girl answered without lifting her gaze. When silent, she could have been mistaken for a beautiful doll. The girl sitting on the opposite side of the sofa was reading an old book. She had delicate limbs and pale white skin. Not a hint of humanity emanated from her melancholic aura. She had darker hair than Aoko, and her icy eyes were focused on the pages in front of her. Her clothes resembled that of a nun, but were actually her school uniform. In Aoko's humble opinion, the gloominess suited her. She evoked something like that of a painting. There was something unreal about her, as if she was frozen in time. The white of her gently arched neck was so lovely that even Aoko found herself enchanted by it. The girl was one of the haunted house's 2 residents. Her name was Alice Kuonji. and she was the same age as Aoko.
私、どれくらい寝てた？
1時間と少し。ここで眠ると風邪ひくわよ。
Alice answered indifferently, not that it bothered Aoko, but was now used to it. She looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was already 7. She had been asleep for 2 hours. The day had been a rough one for her, but she had slept little the night before, so it was no surprise that she had dozed off for as long as she had.
起こしてくれてもよかったのに。せっかくの紅茶が冷めちゃったじゃない。
私が来た時はもう冷めてたわ。
でしょうね。言ってみただけよ。
Aoko drank down the rest of the cold tea in one gulp. In the poorly heated Kuonji mansion, that was more than enough to clear her head and wake
こ
up.
うなると、フォートナム&メイソンも何もないわね。おかえり、アリス。玉の贅沢もあんた抜きじゃ閉まらないってことかしら。今日は薬日か天中殺か。ちょっと早いけど、お参りってのも十分ありかもね。
Aoko shrugged her shoulders as if resigning herself to her fate.
それで何があったの？
After 2 years together, they knew each other quite well. Aoko had one way of asking questions, and Alice had another. Alice asked without raising her head, and Aoko gave her the details.
まず謝らなくちゃいけない。昨日徹夜で完成させた例のあれ、意味がなくなっちゃったのよ。ちょっと目を離した隙に沸騰しすぎて壊れちゃったみたい。そうならないよう循環のコードを 2,3 本外したり縫合したりしたんだけど。
Aoko tried to laugh it off, as if it was someone else's problem.
どういうこと？
今朝休養が入って学校に呼び出し受けたの。そこで転入生の世話を押し付けられて一日が無残にも消費されちゃって、帰ってきたら跡形もなく消えてました。怒る？アリス。
別に。青子の器物破損にいちいち怒っていたら一生分の口論をすることになるでしょ。代用品はあるからまた一から始めればいいわ。それより怒ってるのはあなたの方じゃないの？
Reads her like a book, bruh. Alice was very much on point today. It was true that despite the outward appearance, Aoko was seething with frustration. That aside.
この転入生っていうのがひどくずれててね。すごい山奥で暮らしてたらしくて、こっちの常識が通じないんだから。三問以下って言葉があるけど、あれって本当のことなのね、アリス。
Alice raised her head in response to hearing her name. But Aoko kept going on before she could get a word of edgewise. Aoko, after all, expected no sympathy in the first place.
初対面から尺に触るやつだったけど、教室を案内した時なんか失神しそうになったわ。そいつ、教室で教師と1対1で授業を受けるもんだと思ってたらしいの。それはそれでまだ流せる。許容範囲よ。で、私が簡潔かつ丁寧に教室の何たるかを教えた後で、そいつなんて言ったと思う？それで青崎、他の教室は何に使うんだ？ですって。教室に他も何もないでしょ？なんていうか、そいつは少しでも説明を怠るとそのままで納得しちゃうのよ。何も疑問に思わないというか、想像力が欠如してるっていうか、想像することに慣れてないっていうか。まあ、一度言ったことはちゃんと分かってるっぽいからバカってわけじゃないんだけど。
あなたが人を批評するのは珍しいわね。そういうダメな人気にするたちだったの？
みじんたりとも気にしないわよ。けど明日からどんな間違いをしでかすのかちょっと心配なだけ。
What she was really worried about was having to clean up the mess when it would happen. That had to be it. If not, it would mean she had no real idea of why she could not get him out of... If not, it would mean she had no real idea of why she could not get him out of his head? This would be her head, I think.
とにかく変なやつなの。案外アリスと気が合うかも。
三問異界はいい言葉ね。
But from her eyes, it was clear that the question of whether they could get along was irrelevant, given that they would never meet in the first place. Classic Type Moon typos. They do a pretty good job overall. There are... in FGO, there are definitely quite a few typos you come across, but regardless of what typos or not, I'll always take the typos over like an AI generated fucking script, you know what I mean? But from her eyes, it was clear that the question of whether they would get along was irrelevant, given that they would never meet in the first place. Aoko gave a non-committal response.
ところでアリス、さっきから何読んでるの？
霊的進化論の二次創作。スピリチュアルダイアリのまがいもの。
ああ、スウェーデンボリー。そんなの今更読んでも仕方ないんじゃない？
新書なら退屈だけど、これは偽書だから。彼の欠点と長所を劇的に褒め上げている。よくできた冒険小説のようよ。立ちはだかる秘密組織の名前がカントとか気が利いているわ。筆跡はあなたのおじいさんのものだけど。
へえ、あの人そういう趣味まであったんだ。割とユーモアがあったのね。惜しい人を亡くしたわ。
Her grandfather was the one at the beginning of the story, supposedly. I guess we don't know exactly who those characters were, but I kind of assumed it was Aoko. Soul typo versus soulless AI. Typo Moon. Aoko seemed nostalgic over her now deceased grandfather.
あなたのおじいさん、夏に便りをくれたけど。
よしてよ、死んだものと考えたいのに。
Why can't the dead stay dead? Because that was like one of her first memories, it said at the story, right? Or when she learned the value of life. Aoko sighed and laid back on the sofa. The soft cushions caved in under her weight.
話は戻るけど。
Alice shot a glance at Aoko. Her body, buried in the sofa, remained as still as a corpse. It was clear Aoko had tuned out of the conversation. Alice silently chastised her with a look. The more she thought about it, the less important the events of the day seemed to become. If she just ignored Alice, the conversation would end there. They would eventually get up and leave today's mistake unresolved for another day. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I had to help someone out with something and then went to the bathroom. I feel a lot better after that bathroom break too. Let's see, where were we? Sorry. Completely forgot where we were. We were talking about the book she was reading. Her body buried in the sofa remained as still as a corpse. It was clear Aoko had tuned out of the conversation. Alice silently chastised her with a look. The more she thought about it, the less important the events of the day seemed to become. If she just ignored Alice, the conversation would have ended there. They would eventually get up and leave today's mistake. Leave today's mistake unresolved for another day. The little clock tower like experiment she was doing in the extra room she has. We still don't know what that what that was all about, but some kind of witchcraft probably. However, that's not the kind of person Aoko Aozaki was.
いいわよ。何？
She asked, still lying down.
今日できなかったのは少し痛いわね。
だから反省してるって。学校優先は一人前になってからでしょ。
ならいいけど。
The coldness in her voice made Aoko gnash her teeth. She knew what Alice wanted to say. She knew better than anyone. The veneer she wore for school was different than the way she lived at home. While it could be called hiding in plain sight, Alice thought it was silly. And what the silence told her was,
覚悟を決めろって言いたいのよね、あんたは。
I'm assuming she's at the point in her life where she has to choose, make up your mind already. She has to choose between being a normal person, a normal girl, or becoming a mage, right? Because the life of, as I've come to know through the type moon works that I have experienced, the life of a mage and the life of an ordinary civilian are very different. And I'm assuming, so she has an older sister. This girl, Alice, her last name matches the name of the mansion. So just from context clues, I'm assuming that Alice and her family kind of own the estate and the mansion. And that Aoko's older sister, who is a mage, kind of left her here with Alice for Alice to tutor her under magecraft. But simultaneously, as Aoko is coming into adulthood, she's 17 years old. As Aoko's coming into adulthood, she's going to have to make the choice of whether or not she actually wants to go down the path of a mage. And I'm assuming that's what the story is so far. Today's failure was not a colossal one. She just happened to upset the delicate balance between her home and school lives, chasing one at the expense of the other. And yet, that careless mistake was a clear sign of Aoko's lack of commitment.
アリスは関係ない。これは、私が私で決めなくちゃいけないこと。
She had only known for sure for the last year and a half, but she'd had a hunch for as long as she could remember. Make the choice, and the day will come. It was a little wonder that her morals and conscience had been stripped away. Aoko pushed herself back up. She was met by Alice's cold beauty and wordless gaze. Look at the fucking light illuminating from the room they're in. Holy shit. This art is insane.
オッケー、アリス。来週中に決着をつけよう。それでいいんでしょ？
ええ、青子がいいなら。
Aoko could not help but shake her head, feeling like she was hearing something similar for the second time that day. Even in the comfort of her own, she couldn't banish thoughts of that country boy from her mind.
じゃあ、下準備はよろしくね。私まだできないし。
場所は例の公園でいい？
妥当な線ね。あ、でももう一軒の方は？そっちの方が急務じゃない？
時と場合、森に変化があれば教えるわ。
After that brief exchange, Alice returned her attention to the book on her lap. Shop talk was over. Now they could return to their normal relationship as roommates. Aoko grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. Since Alice was busy reading, Aoko decided to tune into a variety show that had already started. Alice started to speak but suddenly cut herself off. One of her delicate hands raised to her mouth. She would always cut herself off the second she realized she was about to say something trivial. Sometimes her self-restraint would hit too late and she would make a gesture like the one she was making now. It occurred to Aoko that the "ah" sound her cute little roommate made just now was different than the "wa" she blurted in times past.
何？
Aoko turned down the volume on the TV. Her intense eyes lit up like those of a mischievous cat.
どうということはないんだけど。
ないんだけど？
Face. Alice looked away bashfully, not knowing if she could bring it up or not. It was times like these that her expression carried a real warmth and surprising charm. If he could see her in this moment, Alice's father would have to admit that her name suited her perfectly.
今日、帰ってくるときおかしなものを見て、誰かに話そうと思っていたんだけど。
Aoko nodded, beckoning her to continue.
つまらない、本当に意味のないことよ。けどどう考えてもそんなことをする理由がわからない。青子、人間ぐらいの大きな猫がひょこひょこ出前をする理由ってわかる？
The sprites are so good, man. For a second, Aoko thought Alice was trying and failing miserably to make a joke again. One would think that about anyone, really. But she seemed completely serious. Even if Alice's sense of humor fell flat for Aoko, this story already sounded more fanciful than Alice's usual attempt at jokes. Aoko concluded that her roommate was talking about something she had actually seen.
その話には2つぐらい信じがたい部分があるけど、1つずつ論破していい？
いいの。私もからくりぐらいは思いつくから。ただ理由がわからないから聞いてるの。わざわざ精巧な猫のぬいぐるみを着て出前のてんやものを届けに行くことってそんなに簡単かしらね。
難易度以前にそれをやる人間の常識性を疑うけどね、私は。
And it's fucking... What's his name, too? I keep forgetting his name, sorry. I'm not as familiar with his character. But it's the dude from the school. It's his part-time job. Alice nodded tentatively at her words.
世の中いろいろあるから。私たちみたいなのもいれば、下界から遮断された山奥で暮らしていたやつまで10人十色よ。
Soujuurou.
私だったら、見かけたら声かけて理由を尋ねただろうけど。
Alice's gaze drifted at that.
暮れゆく住宅街にさまよう出前猫か。背景が夕焼けだったらファンタジーだったでしょうに。で、今日の夕飯どうする？せっかく話が出たし、私らもてんやものにしようか。
Oh my god, please tell me he shows up in the cat suit. Aoko loved getting a takeout, and her face glowed as she spoke. They had no hard rules for dinner, but if one of them was in the mood to cook, they made it a point to make enough for two. At the very worst, this meant entire weeks without dinner, but the two of them agreed that this was the system that worked best for them. Whether they found cooking to be too much effort or simply liked ordering out, nights like this were a common occurrence, much to the chagrin of the restaurants of Misaki Town. Delivering to the mansion meant coming all the way up to the top of this hill, the source of their disgruntlement.
時間は8時前。ギリギリセーフね。私今月がいいな。あそこの月見そば最近ご無沙汰だったし。
The hungry student council president laid out a stack of takeout menus, like she might fan a deck of cards, and excitedly scanned for anything that stood out. Alice casually responded without sparing so much as a glance.
悪いけど、私夕飯済んでるの。
Oh! With those words, Aoko froze. All deliveries required a minimum of 2 items, so she was out of luck without an accomplice. Cruel society had decided it couldn't be bothered to deliver to a princess who only ordered a single serving of food. Incidentally, to counteract orders from the Hilltop Mansion, the restaurants had declared, the minimum number of orders will be 3, starting next year. Aoko and Alice were still in the dark to this fiendish change in direction.
この裏切り者だから帰ってくるのが遅かったのね。帰宅部、学校までバス徒歩込みで片道20分のあんたがなんで5時以降に帰ってくんのか考えるべきだったわ。
Unfortunately for Aoko, she had been too out of it to even remember that she was the one who had fallen asleep.
ああ、ひどい女。そういう時は残された一人のためにお土産買ってくるのが暗黙の了解だったのに。
Hey, this the OST here is a remix of it's got the motif in there. do 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 do. Talk about Ice Queen. I thought it was clear that if either of us got food, we would bring enough home for the other person.
私だってこの前の外食の時はアリスの分も買ってきたじゃない。
It was unknown how serious Aoko was being, but she was visibly angry. She had already woken up hungry that morning, and from the time she was called into school until now, she had consumed nothing but tea. It was a small miracle that her stomach wasn't growling. She knew it was her own fault, but she persisted, wanting to get revenge on Alice for scolding her earlier.
この前ってあれのこと？あなたが都心に出向いた時、夕食にお寿司を食べてきたのに、お土産はなぜかコンビニエンスストアのビニール袋だったって話？
Aoko had kicked a hornet's nest.
何よ、買ってこないよりはマシでしょ。
真実は時に隠蔽すべきね。
Alice's icy gaze pierced right through her. Aoko had certainly crossed a line by going on and on about how the Suki circled around the restaurant while Alice ate her convenience store meal. But new things fascinated her, and she couldn't contain her curiosity towards the conveyor belt sushi shops and started popping up all the time. They were nothing short of miraculous. Even honesty can be a sin given the right circumstances.
わかった。わかりました。じゃあ今回のは前のと帳消しってことでいいわね。
Alice went back to her book without so much as recognizing the question. The fact that she did not confirm it made Aoko anxious.
仕方ない。今日は薬日だし、おとなしく台所に立って料理の腕を磨くとしましょう。
She stood up, announcing her intent to no one in particular.
あ、聞き忘れてた。アリス、どこで夕食済ませたの？
Alice's hand froze on her current page. She suddenly shut the book and she was reading and stood up as if at wit's end. She walked across the drawing room with her book in hand. When she reached the door, she stopped and turned towards Aoko.
聞きたい。
まあ、なんとなく。
Aoko nodded timidly, cowed by Alice's sudden vigor. Alice continued in her matter-of-fact way.
その猫が余ったメニューをくれたのよ。
And with that brief response, she left the room. Chapter 1 complete! It doesn't have to be normal. Alright, little happening of last night. Let's save. And continue. Next episode. We'll probably go until the end of chapter 2 today. Oh, check archives. Oh, is there more now? Shit. Okay, hang on. Extra. Archive. Wait, what am I looking for? Oh, chapter 1.5? Okay, now we read 1.5. 7 Days of Spinning, Volume 1. Morning in the city moved incredibly fast. It made one wonder if it was even a morning at all, with people so bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. The unfamiliar roar that awoke him reminded him of a rock slide. The identity of the monstrous sound was an engine of a motorcycle. Mr. Yoshida, his neighbor, was leaving for work. It was hard to determine when the night ended and morning began here. The town's urbanization was synonymous with insomnia.
信じられない。まだ日も昇ってないのに。吉田さんはどこに行くのか。
He sluggishly lifted himself off the floor. He caught himself starting to survey his surroundings out of habit before deciding better of it, and made his way to the washroom. There, he poured himself a cup of water and slowly gulped it down. Having been relegated to only well water until recently, he found the convenience pleasing. Pleased was definitely the word that best described how he felt. Civilization is about erasing inconveniences through optimization. The reduction of labor in our daily lives. Mr. Koga had taught him that while the essentials were easier than ever to get our hands on, life itself was growing more and more complex. So too was it his duty to adjust this to his new reality. As a distant relative of Soujurou's father, Mr. Koga had taken Soujuurou in. even though the boy had little more than a stranger in his life till that point. Mr. Koga had helped him get registered at school and find an apartment to lease, though he had insisted that Soujuurou handle his residence card and register his change of address himself. This series of procedures proved exceedingly difficult for Soujuurou, but knowing that this was a part of his new life in the city, he did his best to complete them diligently. While they may have a reputation for being a stickler for the rules, city offices aren't all that bad. It was the first thing Soujuurou learned after beginning his life in the city. 2 weeks had elapsed since he left the countryside. As uneasy as living alone made him feel, he felt he could make it work. It was not as if the people here spoke another language. Mr. Koga was absolutely right about how practical the rules of the city were. Soujuurou continued down the hard but surprisingly walkable path. Before work, he jogged in the park to pass time. Even exercise like this offered lessons for Soujuurou to learn. Each passing person was a new face to look at. The old man who greeted him, the young worker with his eyes on the ground, and the girl on the bench surrounded by birds. They were all unfamiliar sights to Soujuurou. Unaccustomed to the city, he labored to understand its rules. Whether they were complex, simple, or completely meaningless, compared to mountain life, which only dealt with nature, city life left one with way too many options. One could argue that such an environment was toxic for Soujuurou. His life was a string of unsettling moments, but amongst it all, there were rules that he sincerely admired. For one, that the city revolved around the various forms of profit and loss. The fact that one needed money to get the bare essentials to survive in the city was a comforting thought to Soujuurou. Uh-oh.
Oh,
this is the one that was maybe pleading with him earlier. Or it's the same uniform at the very least.
金なんてものはあくまで記号で、本当に大事なのは別にあんだからさ。所詮は流動する肩たたき券と変わんねっつが、別に1万円札食ってもうまくねっつが。ともかく金で真心は買えねえじゃん。じゃねえよ、ざけんなよ。俺は悲しいよ。ついこの間まで4000ポッチの日当に鹿みたいに首かしげていた正直者がくだらねえ皿洗いをしながら、まあ世の中金だよねなんてボソッと言わないでくれっつの。
いや、貨幣制度は素晴らしいと思う。正直物々交換の限界を感じた。それより木の実、ふざけてるとそれ落とすぞ。
っておお、やべやべ、次割ったら今度こそ俺の頭が割られちまうからな。忠告サンキュー。それで相談事？何？もしかして金？
そうなんだ。とりあえずお金は大事で、たくさんあるに越したことはないって痛感した。なんで、できればもうちょっと働きたい。
OMG, it's Mahoyo indeed. Oh no, Soujuurou. Can Soujuurou read yet? Surely he can. I assume he can at least read, right? Get this man Das Capital immediately.
マジ？マシンみたいに皿洗いをこなしながら夢のないこと言わないでほしいな。世の中金じゃねえって言ったばかりじゃんか。やっぱラブじゃんか。ところで水冷たくないですかね。冬場の皿洗いって割り合わねえことこの上ねえよな。
そりゃ冷たいけど、これぐらいは我慢しないと。山の水は冷たいっていうより痛かったし。
氷水と同じにすんな野生じめ。しかしあれだね、呆れた順能力、いや忍耐力っつうの。レジ打ちすらできなかった新人がよ、たった4日でしみったれた飯屋の社畜になっちまうなんて、やっぱ世の中金ってことかね。資本主義ってすげえ。
Dude, Nasu's a fucking goat, man. He knows how to write characters. Fuck. For someone who couldn't even work a cash register 4 days ago, you sure got comfortable working for the man. I guess money really is everything. The power of capitalism ain't nothing to mess with.
うるせえぞバカバイト。文句あんならやめちまえ。うちにはごくつぶしにくれてやる小遣いはねえ。
The complaints and chopsticks flew at them like a storm. This mess of Chinese restaurant manager was a stubborn man who was willing to let minors work for him and didn't shy from violence, even if it was directed at the son of a lifelong friend. Soujuurou felt that this is what Sparta must have been like. How's he know about that? He like just recently read it in a book or some shit?
ほら怒られた。任されたことはきちんとやらないと。
け、優等生め。こっちは何かと反抗したい年頃だっつも。まあいいや、話は変わるんだけどよ。しずき夜に出歩くタイプ？それかチャリンコで出張る趣味？いやまあどっちかでいいんだけど。
バイトの帰りはほとんど夜になるけど、そういう話じゃないんだよな。夜の散歩も遠出も趣味じゃないけど。
いや何さ、しずき引っ越してきたばかりだって言うからよ。俺らが言うのもなんだけど、うちちょい治安が悪いっての？柄が悪いわけじゃねえんだけどな。年間10人ぐらい通り魔事件っての？そういうの起きてっから。
通り魔って、
そっからかよ。なんだ、ほら、カバン強盗でもないか。辻斬りってのが近いのか。住宅街とかまだ森が残ってる方によく出やがるんだよ。そういうおかしいのが。なんで、あんまり夜遅くは出歩くなよな。岬岡の公園とか有名な怪奇スポットだから。
Ooh, that's where they're doing that's where Alice and Aoko are doing they said let's go to the park, right? That's where they're doing their experiment.
通り魔の犯人は口裂け女だったって話知らねえか？
Haven't you heard about how they think the freak doing it is some chick with a sliced mouth?
ごめん。まずその口裂け女ってのがわからない。
階段だよ。口が耳まで裂けてるってやつ。今じゃさすがに時代遅れだけどよ。なんだっけ？深夜の道にな、コート姿の女が待ち伏せていて、私、綺麗？とか聞いてくるんだよ。
Scary.
で、綺麗って言っても、いまいちって言っても家まで追っかけられて殺されるの。女の少年はおっかねえっつうか、アメコミの怪人っぽいっつうか。
いや、それ本気で怖くないか？家まで上がってくるのか？その女の人。
窓から入ってくるらしいぜ。ガサガサとこうゴキブリみたい。ギャッ
のクソガキが厨房でその4文字は禁止だってんだろ。殺すぞ。
He almost said cockroach. Fucking the manager got pissed that he almost said cockroach. Oh my god, it's so good. The back of Kinomi's head exploded in pain with the impact of his boss's frying pan. Soujuurou was reminded of just how dangerous this town could be.
殺すってバカじゃねえの？普通そっちの方が禁止用語じゃねえの？ここレストランなんだしさ。いや、あんまうまくねえけど。
木の実、頭大丈夫か？
え？ああ、心配無用。俺なんだか頑丈さには定評があるから。特に頭部について。ともかく、そういうわけなんで夜の暗がりは気をつけるぞなもし。しずき、見るからにカモそうな顔してるし。
ありがとう。ところで、年間10人というのは多い方なのか？
知んねえよ。少なくはないだろうけど、多い方でもないんじゃねえか。ま、うちの通り魔事件が他に比べて厄介なのは、まだ犯人が見つかってないってことだからね。
He laughed cheerfully. Hinomi was probably trying to take the edge off of his story, but the noble intention of his laugh was completely lost on Soujuurou. His friendly warning was equally futile. Soujuurou was simply impressed that Kinomi was able to laugh it off. On the way home, nobody ahead or behind, Soujuurou proceeded through the dimly lit street when suddenly he turned to face an improbable sound. Something stabbed him in the head and fell to the floor. He frowned. A small bird had apparently flown into the telephone pole before landing on his head. The starling cleaned itself off and flew away. The falling of the bird, and its desperate escape thereafter, was unlike anything he had experienced in his life up until now. Most of the townsfolk would have seen this incident as unlucky, ominous, or even sinister, but Soujuurou just nodded and went about his business. You must understand, what might have been a first for him was surely an everyday occurrence for these city folk. Alright, that was 7 Days of Spinning Volume 1. There's 4 of these that are Chapter 1.5. So let's go through all of them. 7 Days of Spinning Volume 2. Ooh, wow, pretty.
たったいまー。ねえ、アリス帰ってる？教会から帰るとき、商店街でお土産もらっちゃった。伊勢屋のせんべい、一緒に食べない？
Her voice reverberated through the foyer, dyed in the colors of the setting sun. It was after 5 in the afternoon when Aoko, still in her school uniform, cheerfully returned home. She had finished her student council duties and attended her monthly meeting with the church.
お帰りなさい。その様子なら何事もなく終わったみたいね、青子。
The voice was coming from the second floor. In contrast with Aoko, her boundless energy and considerable calmer girl descended from above.
難癖はつけられたけど滞りなく。うちの問題はうちの問題だから、今回も手は出さないって方向でまとまったわ。それでいいのよね、アリス。
ええ。猫の手なら借りたいけど、あの人たちの手は信用ならないし。いつも通り、後処理だけお願いしましょう。
They talking about the church? She attended her monthly meeting with the church. Yeah, it must be the church. Okay. Makes sense.
賛成。後ろからバッサリやられかねないしね。だいたい、私もあんたも背中を気にして没頭できるからじゃないし。
私はできるけど。青子は単に、まだそれほどの余裕がないだけでしょ。
Tap, tap. With the graceful sounds of her steps, Alice entered the foyer. As she did, Aoko's eyes were directed towards the skylight above.
ガラス、曇ってるわね。
そのことで話があるわ。今日の課題が終わったらだけど。青子、体の調子は？疲れているなら休みを入れてもいいけど。
え？何よ、気味悪いな。気遣いされることなんてないってば。いつも通りの一日だったし。そんな疲れた顔してる？私。
As school activities went, today was a breeze. At a glance, her school life might have seemed almost idyllic. Though the more she thought about it, some headache-inducing incidents may have stood out here and there. And with some sincere introspection, Aoko might have recognized the signs of her own mental fatigue, but doing so would have further added to her stress.
ストップ。なんで帰ってきてまであんなのことで疲れなくちゃいけないんだ、私。今日の課題って初歩のウィッシュでしょ？
A wish?
問題ないわ。すぐ始めましょう。今日はなんか勢いでうまくいきそうな気もするし。
Aoko focused on shedding her anger and stress. and headed upstairs with
ど
gusto.
うしたのよ。アリスの部屋でやるんじゃないの？
The formally dressed Alice nodded in slight dissatisfaction.
それで、伊勢屋のせんべいって今日の？
She looked at the freshly baked treats Aoko was holding. Alice has some of the best expressions. They've all been so good. And what's up, Waka and Gure? We finished chapter 1. We're reading chapter 1.5 right now, so this is like an intermission thing that we're doing. In the end, their lesson took place after Alice had her cup of tea. For an apprentice like Aoko, Alice Kuonji was the kind of roommate and teacher that was hard to come by. If she insisted that Aoko rest to preserve her health, Aoko had no choice but to comply. The lesson was over after 2 hours, so the two finished the dinner they had prepared and decided on a change of venue for where they would spend the last hours of the day. The sunroom was next to the drawing room in the east wing of the residence and offered a view of the beautiful grounds. What is the, I'm actually too poor to know what these terms are. So sunroom, I can imagine, like, has sun coming into it, but what's a drawing room? A drawing room is a formal reception room in a home used for entertaining guests, chatting, or relaxing. So it's like a living room? Often derived from the 16th century term, the withdrawing room, where people withdrew for privacy after dinner. Okay. Typically located near an entrance, it functions as a parlor, showcasing the home's elegance, social status, and comfortable seating. Okay. Drawing room is where you draw, silly. You were listening the whole time, but now you're not, you work, but you can engage now? Hell yeah. Now with this playthrough, I have context from just reading Tsukihime, so I have the context, the whole context for things? Hell yeah. Alright, the sunroom was next to the drawing room in the east wing of the residence and offered a view of the beautiful grounds. The proud Kuonji Estate's luxurious sunroom featured furnishings on par with those in the splendid drawing room. Meanwhile,
来年の夏はジャングルね。この分だと。
the grounds outside had fallen into disrepair, neglected by the owner.
ねえアリス、庭掃除専用のプロイとかいないの？
Aoko took a step into the sunroom and poured some tea.
探せばいるかもしれないけど、少し手間ね。
Playing along with her roommate's joke, Alice made to sit in her chair. Yo, the Dragon Balls? Just as she caught sight of the box of chocolates on the table, her lovely eyes narrowed in a frown.
何よ、言っとくけど、今日の失敗は半分アリスのせいよ。おせんべいで気が緩んだのが敗因っていうか、そりゃウィッシュのつもりがガンドになっちゃったのは我ながら攻撃的すぎると思うけど。
Maybe the rice crackers threw us off our game, or maybe it was me being too aggressive that turned that wish into a Gandar. That's Rin's spell that she like shoots from her fingers, right? It's also a spell that stuns enemies in FGO. Gandar mentioned, but still.
6個減ってるわ。
なんだ、そっちのことか。
Aoko's eyes stared intently at the box of chocolates. You could search the world and never find a finer selection of chocolates. The brand was Sixpence Songs, apparently.
で、鏡の話をするんだっけ？あれ、今洋館モードから岬モードになってるんでしょ？
The mirror.
ええ。ここの管理はおざなりになるけど、岬市だけに切り替えたわ。それが昨日から曇り出している。少しずつだけど、確実に包囲されてるわね。
What?
包囲って数が増えたってこと？
捕捉していた1名はもちろん、他にもう2名ほど不審者を目撃済み。都市部に1、郊外の森に2ね。
はあ、あんたの目撃談は当てになるからな。で、うるさいのはどっち？
森の方。捕捉中だけど、こっちの目に気づいているみたい。なかなか誘いに乗ってこないわ。
そっか。じゃあ今夜仕掛ける？
To go after it tonight. One simple suggestion that would change the course of her life forever. It was no overstatement to say that this was a roll of the dice that would decide whether she had the moxie to survive the experience of jumping out of a plane with a torn parachute. Aoko swallowed her hesitation and fear with a little tea. On the school's anniversary night, she declared that she had made up her mind, and from that time on, she would not waver. Alice welcomed her roommate's strength with the barest hint of regret. As someone who shared the same motivations as her, Alice was ultimately reassured by Aoko's resolve. Well, perhaps more pleased than reassured. All in all, it had taken the better part of a year, but finally Aoko had stepped out of Alice's shadow. The two partners now shared the same fate. Aoko was not the partner Alice had hoped for, but a partner nonetheless. Strangers, worlds apart. And even if eventually they would battle each other to the death using all they had inherited, it was only right they did it on equal terms. It was, at least for now, a cause for celebration over how Aoko had come.
せっかくだけど、今夜は私一人で十分よ。
It was, at least for now, a cause for celebration over how far Aoko had come. Oh, she's turning her down still. Generous, but I'll be fine on my own tonight.
そんな余裕があるのなら、あなたはもう少し暗示の練習をするべきね。公演はあなたの担当だから、その時は働いてもらうけど。
Alice did not so much as look at Aoko as she explained her reasons. The scale of the enemy she would face that night, her plans for Aoko, for if only 2 days from now, Aoko Aozaki would be... For only 2 days from now, Aoko Aozaki would be reborn.
はいはい、わかりました。
Aoko finished her tea and stood up from her seat.
お言葉通り、暗示の練習でもやってるわ。一節目は確か、軽く弱くうまく早く、チクタクチクタク急げや急げよね。
Tick tock!
そこは、軽く弱く、うまく早く、急げや急げ、チクタクチクタクよ。気をつけなさい。それだと逆に落ち着かなくなるわ。
そうだったそうだった。じゃ、一つ失礼。
Aoko grabbed a piece of chocolate and popped it into her mouth. She waved before leaving Alice alone in silence. Alice stiffened for a moment before slamming the box of chocolate shut, as if it could serve to scold Aoko for snacking. The spells, or whatever she had there, is a funny tongue twister, but it only works in Japanese. It's like the Matahari series, right? Or Monogatari series? Matahari. The Monogatari series. Alright, volume 3. The moon. Type moon.
Ohayo gozaimasu.
What the hell?
午前0時を確認しました。前回更新より24時間経過。
Cozy vibes.
バックアップ開始。レコード送信。周囲の地形をスキャンします。大気成分 窒素異常なし、酸素異常なし、アルゴン異常なし、二酸化炭素異常なし。第5仮説要素。異常、異常、異常、あり。周囲の時空連続体に齟齬を確認。
Local space-time discrepancy detected?
第一種危険物との遭遇と断定。
Huh?
視覚領域を主観から客観に変更。
Shifting perception range from subjective to objective.
自律回路を予備電源に、計測回路を主電源に変更。カメラを赤外線計測から虚数線計測に変更。では、これより戦闘行為の記述を開始します。主よ、どうか我が身を守りたまえ。
What the hell? Ooh. Chad, it might be Pocky time. Brought out the Pocky for this stream, since there's voice acting. Peek! Oh, am I supposed to click? Oh, there it goes. Misaki City was a thickly wooded area. Urban development continued unabated, but Mother Nature still drew breath in its outskirts. Wise old trees had been turned to lumber. The leaves had begun to turn to mulch. Even though the birds who curiously tilted their heads had moved on, the Vendir lived on as a testament to its enduring strength. Until the time came that the devouring light of civilization became powerful enough to encroach upon nature's mysterious domain. There's a lot of talk so far, especially like with Soujurou's commentary on how different the city life was to the life in the woods. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of Nasuverse, because like a lot of the Nasuverse is a lot about like mystics and how human civilization and progress and science kind of erase myth and are able to, like, once you can point and understand the world around you, myth loses like its meaning in a lot of ways that it once had. And I'm sure they're gonna dive into that a lot here, because like that's what like this is all about as well. Until the time came that the devouring light of civilization became powerful enough to encroach upon nature's mysterious domain. These woods were no exception. The outlying border between Misaki City and Misaki Hills had been left untouched. Though driven from their nests and dens here, wildlife continued to subsist even today, no longer able to return to the days before man. This was just like any other forest situated next to a town. What does mythology mean to Sojiro when he can't read? Whoa. Winter had now arrived in the woods. The chill cut like a razor. I was like, are the words moving? The previous ones were. I swear those words were moving like the other ones. The icy air was so thick it could reach one's bones. Exposed cheeks stiffened, and wisps of breath formed swirls in the air before disappearing. It was 1 degree above freezing. The cold snap penetrated every nook and cranny in the woods, from the ground to the trees to the wildlife. The forest allowed nobody entry during the day. During the winter, it willed the animals to slumber. The still evening air felt like a stagnant breath of lingering dead. The forest consumed the moonlight, obscuring the sight of even the closest of precipices, and hastening the untimely doom of any soul unfortunate enough to become lost within. The only noises to be heard were the whisperings of the wind and the murmurings of the stream. The immortal darkness stifled any sense of life. Not the breath of an animal, much less that of a person, was drawn to this place. However, a figure in black not of this place skulked within. It cast the tiniest, frailest of silhouettes, like a small boat lost in a sea of fog. See her at the bottom there? Alice. Its trepidatious footsteps echoed throughout the woods. There, exiting the veil of trees, was the unmistakable likeness of a young girl.
To see such cleft untarnished away with the spoon.
来たぞ来たぞ。
いるぞいるぞ。
誰が誰が？
誰と誰が？
お腹は減ったの？
お腹は鳴ったさ。
I've really come to love Nasu's complex expedition, giving so much information about the things happening. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot, there's definitely not a lot of hand-holding, but he gives you enough to, like, try to figure out what's going on. Like, I've always been a fan of Nasu's foreshadowing, especially. There's a really good amount of foreshadowing he gives, but it's not, like, in your face at all. Can you click on the messages to hear the voices again and logs? Which ones?
どっちが食べる？
どっちも食べる。
お腹は減ったの？
お腹は鳴ったさ。
To see such cleft untarnished away with the spoon.
来たぞ来たぞ。
いるぞいるぞ。
誰が誰が？
You were making me think, the way you worded that, Kiko, made me think you wanted me to see something in here. I thought they were gonna, like, be all distorted or something. It's a cool detail if you want to hear the voice lines again. Oh, the, like, HSR does that too. That was one of the first things I checked when I started this stream up was, do we have a backlog where you can hear the voices again? Because I overanalyze the fuck out of HSR's script as well, and usually go back and listen to stuff if I don't fully comprehend what they're saying. It is a cool detail, though. I feel like every like most stories that have a deep narrative should always have that detail in there for sure.
君は左手。
お前は右手。
歓迎しないと。
感激しないと。何しろようやく楽しいお客。
ついでにお腹と脛骨も。
せっかくだからよく噛まないと。
What the hell? What is going on in with the lights there? While we're at it, the stomach and the tibia, it's not often we get to chew the fat. Are they planning on eating her? Are these like spirits in the forest? The shadows in the trees laughed ominously. A hallucination? An illusion? Or perhaps something real? The shadows frolicked in time to the girl's pace.
さあさあさあさあ。
もっと奥へ、もっと奥へ。
ところでダイスは細工済み？
お腹の重いローデット。
端っこかじったエッジワーク。
どうでもいいけど肝心要の6の目だけは出さないように。
The girl knitted her eyebrows. She heard voices and felt the presence of things that should not be. Scary enough to frighten this particular girl, though? As if. Her tightly pursed lips betrayed not even a hint of fear. The girl walked of her own volition. If she had truly felt fear, her legs would be frozen. Deep within the trees, she was perfectly aware of the two humanoid figures stalking her through the still night air.
見たぞ見たぞ。
来るぞ来るぞ。
もう諦めろ。
もう帰れない。
あんなに教えてあげたのに。
よそに消えないお前が悪い。
The girl halted her steps. The racket from the accompanying voices died in turn. The babbling brook suddenly sounded like a crackling fire. And then... all the smiles, yeah? Across the shadow's stream, something appeared that would not exist in the city, much less in these woods.
こんばんは。話のわかる人はいる？
The girl addressed them, calmly. These men with their Glasgow grins creeped towards her like two slugs.
そう。ただの墓守。監視だけが仕事なのね。失敗したわ。これなら青子に任せればよかった。ああ。
The one grinning man stood still. The other, shaking violently, as if unable to control himself any longer, turned toward the girl.
青子にはまだ荷が重いわね。そんな姿だけど、あなたたちは一人前の魔術師のようだし。
Her black outfit stirred. In her right hand she held a virtuous cat, darker than the deepest of night. Or vitreous cat, darker than the deepest of night. The two Glasgow men let out a yelp of caution in incoherent fear. It was at this moment that they finally bared the intent and emotion.
さようなら、お客様。きっと一瞬だろうから。お別れだけ言っておくわ。
The two shuddered at her words. They had no mouths, nor ears, or brains to begin with. For creatures like these, words were redundant. All that existed was the present. For these soulless creatures, fears and hopes were nothing more than an unimaginable future. Then, what could be this feeling for boding they felt? The spine-chilling miracle that would rip them to pieces not moments from now.
さあ、ごっこ遊びをしましょう。お人形さん。
Her song sounded like a bell echoing through the white woods. The girl's voice vanquished the frost that had gripped the trees. Then...
いやいや、ずいぶん待たされた。
さあ、赤ずきんの登場だ。
The curtains opened on Diddle Diddle, the banquet of the night. In confusion, one slit-mouthed man swooped towards the girl. In fear, the other one fled into the woods behind him. The deformed humanoid darted forth, kicking up water as it rushed towards the girl. She already knew what this fiend was. The grinning figure had scissors for hands and a demon's heart. It was a wretch who kidnapped children, mercilessly rendering them into pieces.
トゥイードル。
お任せお任せ。
ようやく出番だ。あらよっ
The piglets bounded and rebounded like paddle balls. The stuffed animals over 3 feet in length jumped and weaved their way between the trees. Even with these strange creatures before him, the grinning man did not so much as blink. He raised his arms, but what emerged from his coat sleeves were not the human appendages you would expect. In their place, fiendish cleavers, more than 1.5 feet in length. These appendages, which had torn so much of their prey to pieces, sliced cleanly through the flying pig's skulls. His limbs froze in place. The pigs' bodies were sliced perfectly in half. And then, bisected from head to tail, the pig's innards became alligator jaws and clamped down upon the grinning man's arms. From fingertips to shoulders, they were swallowed whole. It was all it took to rob the man control over his entire body. Oh, there's the eye we saw earlier, okay. Another shiver of fear. These were no mere pig familiars. Immediately he realized that these were stapler monsters disguised as mere pigs.
捕まえたのはダムでした。
捕まえたのは D だってば。
ああ、でも残念。ご主人様は無口で無情で無関心。
結局、どっちの手柄も同じこと。
London Bridge is broken down, broken down, broken down.
Why does the moon look weird too? What the fuck? Impossible, its present murmured 3 times. Not possible, not possible, not possible? Talking pigs were one thing. Even having one's arms chopped off was in the realm of occupational hazard. In an instant, the woods were enveloped in a dense wave of magical energy. Though vexing, it was still impressive. None of these facts were particularly extraordinary. These rare familiars, their bizarre attack, the sheer innate magical energy to overwhelm others. He had experience with all of these things. His employer was skilled enough to achieve all of this as well. However...
どうするどうする？いつまで放置？
手足一本、瞬きだって贅沢だ。
お支払いは面倒でも、できればポンドでお願いします。
What were they? Not vessels, not living creatures, not beings powered by magical circuits. Even though only his arms had been bitten, none of his body would move. It was nothing like being bound or weakened. This felt more like he had become words written in a book, fated to keep to their page. As the grinning figure's deformities indicated, he had overcome numerous curiosities and monstrosities. Illusions, enthrallment, compulsions, freezings, putrefactions, and even petrifications, a power granted only to the pinnacle of mystic eyes. Medusa reference. From poisons to magecraft, he had weathered a great deal, but this was something different altogether. The penalty that bound him now was based on a different principle from blood, flesh, oxygen, or heat. It was an unknown restraint that followed no rules he knew. Indeed, though it was terrifying to admit, it was as if he encountered something alien to everything in this world.
London Bridge is broken down, broken down, broken down. London Bridge is broken down, my fair lady.
Fangs sank into his left and right shoulders. For the first time in this form, he felt rage seethe up inside of him. The basis of all things had to be absolute. All mystics, all things bizarre, obeyed some set of laws. But these pigs ignored this, along with his dignity.
さあ、3日で衰弱。
6日で溺死。
半年経てば惨めな骸骨。
でもご無礼。
面倒だから今殺そうか。
A howl. Though he had no voice, he let out an exasperated scream.
なんて便利。自分の腕を外せる機構。
おお、お前こそ三国一のものの不要。
The talkative pigs fell into the stream. That exasperated scream was the sound of the figure tearing his own arms from their sockets. Armless, he rushed the girl.
役立たず。後でも仕置きが必要ね。
He may have lost his mangled arms, but not the object of his malice. A mystic eye to pierce the heart of his victim. A magical circuit designated to stop a beating heart. It was beautiful in its simplicity. At point-blank range, it was the equivalent of an unavoidable shotgun blast. But, tragically, that eye was all he had.
Build up with wood and clay, wood and clay, wood and clay. Build up with wood and clay, my fair lady.
He failed to realize that her song had changed. For the giant, the earth-shattering strike was akin to the act of shooing away an insect. Its green, verdant veins pulsed. Oaken bark covered its body, hardened sufficiently over centuries to repel even a chainsaw. On its forehead, inscribed in all manner of colors, was the word Emeth. Though judging from its misspelling, the inscription was purely decorative. The Thames troll. Thames troll? Dude, look at the lighting there. God damn. It also went by the Monarchier falling down. Or alternatively, the Great Bridge. Admired in different forms, it was the first of 4 miracles.
テムズ、もう一体をお願い。
The giant responded to the girl's words. With roots rent deep into the earth, it raised its left arm to the heavens without moving a step. Elsewhere, in the forest, the grinning figure who had chosen to flee the battle was running through the night forest at full speed. Record and provide a detailed description of the enemy. Those were the orders assigned to him. He poured all of his energy into escaping the forest which he had become so familiar with. In case of emergency, the plan was for one to challenge the enemy, while the other made a tactical retreat in order to report it to their master. He dashed through the forest. Though gripped by fear, he was confident in his ability to perform the mission he was designed for. Nothing could catch him in these woods. Even the wolves could not track him. His bird-like legs thumped as they kicked to the ground. Perhaps it was his creator's eccentric tastes that dictated their form when optimizing them for running. The grinning man could reach a maximum speed of 45 miles per hour. Well past the limit of any bipedal creature. After securing a distance of several miles, he turned away to confirm his safety. There was no sign of any pursuit. His crescent-shaped mouth, nay, eye, slackened in relief. And then, after facing forward once more, he looked up to lock eyes with his doom.
London Bridge is broken down, broken down, broken down.
In the distance, he could hear the dark rhymes of Mother Goose. Countless vines extended from the ground. They formed into a monstrosity that conjured up images of an arched bridge, something resembling a giant arm.
London Bridge is broken down, my fair lady.
最終報告 生還は困難。解析は困難。転送は困難。状況を終了します。はあ。主よ、どうか、この身を守り。
済んだよね。お疲れ様。戻ってテムズ。次はもっと高価な場所ならいいのだけど。
The girl turned on her heel. The invaders who had set up shop in the woods were eliminated. She had no interest in whether they had been good or evil, nor how many victims they had claimed. The shackles of civic society held no sway over her. This was the way of a pure-blooded witch, the way of a mindster.
僕たちは？ねえ、僕たちは？この
腕抜けないんだけど。
噛んだままだと僕らも動けないっていうかさ。ひどい、
飛べない豚に用はないと。
次はお役に立ちます、きっと。生まれてこの方、失敗続きの僕らだけど。
うん、壊れるまでに一度くらいは褒められたいね。
The girl let out a sigh and stepped into the stream. She removed her gloves and dipped her slender fingers into the ice water.
6の目は出すなって言うけど、6の目しか出ないようになってるわよね、あなたたち。
There was no response to her melancholy tone. In place of the once boisterous pigs were 2 black dice, now sitting in the palm of her hand. As the girl was about to say something to the scattered remains around her, she realized something that made her put a hand to her mouth.
お別れは済ませていたわね。目ぐらいは聞いておくべきだったかしら。
Her slender, pale fingers traced her lips, as if reluctant to part from them. Sighing again, she calmly left the dark woods the same way she had entered. Well, that was a very confusing volume. What the fuck? So obviously that was the thing that she went off to go do in the park that Aoko wanted to tag along with. I guess it's like a routine protection or something. But, what does she mean by rolling 6s? She turns the pigs into... Or the pigs are dice? I don't know. And then Thames is the river troll that is under the bridge, so it's kind of like a ironic twist there. London's bridge is falling down. Alright, last one, and then we'll go on to chapter 2. 7 Days of Spinning, volume 4. The pigs were both 6-sided dice. What does she mean by always roll 6s? It'll make sense with context. Okay, that's what I figured, but just airing my thoughts for now. I kind of figured the pigs were dice, but I didn't understand like what she meant by you shouldn't have rolled a 6, but that's the only number you can roll. Let us rewind to a moment in the recent past. The scene took place on Saturday morning in early December. With third period over just before lunch, the only activity that remained before the scholastic day ended was homeroom. 2 of Class C's students, Soujuurou Shizuki and Hosuke Kunomi, were standing outside the balcony overlooking the schoolyard. They were stuck waiting for their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kazuki Yamashiro, they could not leave until he arrived. The rest of their classmates were chatting idly in the classroom. Class A's Tobimaru Tsukiji was killing time alongside them. The listless trio discussed their weekend plans as they leaned on the veranda's railing.
木の実はベアでアルバイトか？
バッカ、誰が日曜まで働くかったよな。明日はほら B 組の子たちと遊びに行く予定だったんだけどな。なんかうちから出られねえ。
それはつまりまた振られたのか？
うわ、直撃。言いづらいことをまっすぐ言うよね、しずきくんってば。
そりゃ毎日てめえのバカ面見てればひよこだって振られるって言葉を覚えるだろうよ。
Damn!
自滅するのは勝手だけどな。くれぐれもその字に変な遊びを教えんなよ。
はあ、そりゃ殿下の方じゃねえの。気ぃつけろよ、しずき。築地はマジで腹黒いからよ。こいつの頭の中はほらあれ、ゴミ捨て場の張り紙あんな感じだから、くっきり使えるもんと使えないもん分けてんだよ。
ああ、それは知ってる。ところで唐突に思ったんだが、飛び丸の中じゃ木の実はどういう扱いなんだ？
そうだな、粗大ゴミ回収は金でももらわねえと割り合わなくなるんじゃねえか。国が無料で回収するのはそろそろおしまいってとこ。
はあ、何言ってんのお前。使い古しのタンスとか高く売れるじゃん。俺みたいな開封即使用みたいな男がこれからのトレンドなわけでしょ。ほらコンビニで売ってる使い捨てカメラとか大人気だし、ようやく流行が俺の消費文明に追いついたと。
じゃあ木の実はバイトと。飛び丸は
来るからね、ちゃんと俺の時代。
俺はちょい仕様だ。親父の客が来てるんで接待しなきゃならん。街の案内をしてくれとさ。
聞けよ、人の話聞けよ。あのよ、俺は妹の相手してやるだけなんだよ。隣のクソ中華飯店の手伝いなんかしねえよ。
その字は明日もバイトか？
いや、それが一日空いてる。今日はこれから遊園地でアルバイトだけど。
Why is he calling him Sono G? That's obviously his nickname, but... What's his full name? Soujuurou? Sono G? What? Where? How the fuck does he get Sono G from that? What does he mean? No plans, but I am going to work at the amusement park after school today. Bro's got another part-time job.
それって魔のきついランド？タフだね、しずき。あそこのバイトは柔道部の連中でも値を上げるって話じゃんか。
なんと、まさか猫黒の荷物運びより辛い。
X-Fed? Come on! X-Fed? No, so we can come up with some better names for delivery companies than that. Come on, man. X-Fed?
いや、そこまではよく。しかし山城の野郎おっせえな。見ろ、隣の B 組すらお帰りになられてるぞ。
だな、仕方ねえ。面倒だが呼んでくるか。その字を遅刻させるわけにはいかねえし。
And as if by design, the moment Tobimaru Tsukiji stood up warily from the balcony railing, the school's PA system chime rang.
2年 C 組の静木宗十郎くん、山城先生がお呼びです。至急職員室まで来てください。繰り返します。2年 C 組の
An awkward silence fell upon the three. After a long 5 seconds, Soujuurou said goodbye and headed back inside.
面白いことねえな。 誰か校庭にミステリーサークルとか作ってくんねえかな。
Hinomi grumbled, slouching his shoulders and succumbing to his lethargy.
他人の妄想力に期待すんなよ。刺激が欲しいならてめえでイベントを起こせ。ほら、クラス分け発表の時よろしく。青崎に突っかかればすぐだぜ。
よみがえるトラウマ、やだよ。会長の大立ち回りは面白いのを通り越して恐ろしいよ。善良な一男子生徒としちゃ美少女が転校してくるだけでいいんだよ。まあ普通の子じゃつまんないからハリウッドのプロデューサーとかイギリスの歌姫とか。
どんなくくりだそりゃ。そこは火星のお姫様あたりにしとけよ。
それと2年 C 組の皆さんへ山城先生から伝言です。山城先生は訳あってホームルームを欠席しますので、各自勝手に下校しちゃってくださいね。それではでは。以上、放送室からお知らせしました。
どうよこれ。山城新車買ってからフリーダムすぎね。このままではあの真新しいセルビアに俺のギザ銃がうなりかねん。
I was thinking earlier when they said sometimes they'd see a fancy sports car go up to Aoko's estate, or the mansion she lives at. I was thinking it was her sister's, maybe. Her sister visited her or something like that, but it's the teacher, because the teacher drives her home from time to time, right? Context clues! That's cool.
鍵穴にガム程度にしとけ。教師の発給はマジ同情に値するからな。
What is that expression? I've never heard that before. Just put gum in the keyhole. Teachers get paid peanuts, man. Put the gum in the keyhole? Ignore it, I think. Well, putting gum in a keyhole is like a way to like lockpick. I get that. Or it's a form of vandalism, I guess, because like if you put lock in a keyhole, never mind, it's not lockpicking. If you put lock in a keyhole, it like fucks the lock completely. Oh, so he's like joking to fuck with him? Because he's talking about the car. Ever since Yamashiro bought that new car, he's been a real punk. Maybe I'll see what sound this dime makes against the door of a new Serbia. Hold it, hotshot. Just put gum in the keyhole. Teachers get paid peanuts, man. Okay, I get it. I thought it was like an expression. The two frenemies return to the classroom, complaining all the while. Their concern for their mutual friend summoned to the faculty office completely out of mind.
納得いきません。生徒のアルバイトは認められています。
Alright, Kika said the reason his nickname is Sono-ji is because in Japanese it's pronounced So-no-ji, and localized basically just went mixed with a So-no, and together G is the G. Ah, okay, gotcha. I don't agree. The school allows for students to hold part-time jobs. Oh, Aoko is gonna defend Soujuurou.
学校公認の職場であるなら社会経験の一環として推奨すると校則にもありますが。
そうなんだけどね。彼の場合やりすぎなのが問題なわけで仮にもし認可していない労働基準法に反してそうなところで働いてたら困るでしょ。うちも彼も。
The volatile tension between the ruthless student council president and the easygoing modern language teacher permeated the room. Praying to be spared from the impending confrontation, the other teachers hurriedly relocated to the meeting room. By the time Mr. Yamashiro noticed this, the only other person in the room was the student council president Aoko Aozaki.
逃げたか。ひどいなみんな。怖いのは僕に押し付けてばっかりだもんな。
話の続きです、先生。仮に彼が指定以外のアルバイトをしているとしたら、それは彼の要求に学校側が応えていないからではありませんか？ 下宿先の家賃を奨学金で賄えとは言いませんが、時間の許す限り働きたいという要望は考慮すべきです。指定外のアルバイトを疑うのなら、まず働き先は1生徒につき1件だけという規則を改めてください。
After hearing her out and realizing there was no way she would back down, Mr. Yamashiro hung his head. This was supposed to be easy. The plan was to call in the student rumored to be working multiple jobs, confirm whether the rumor was true, and if so, give him a warning and some guidance, then head to lunch with the knowledge that all was right in the world. The student council president, who was coincidentally in the faculty room at the time, had heard the entire issue and decided to call out this injustice. As far as Mr. Yamashiro was concerned, she was in the right, and he was well aware of the aforementioned student's situation. Personally, he would have liked to help, but among the faculty, he was just the new kid on the block. He wanted to stay on the vice principal's good side, and at the very least not lose his job, as badly paid as it was.
こればかりはね、副教頭先生直々の注意なんで、僕も助けてあげられないんだよ。
それでしたら、落としどころがあればいいんですね。
ん？
The student council president removed a document from her bag. It was a document that had been brought up in the morning's faculty meeting, bringing a host of headaches with it.
青崎くん、それは。
はい。間協会のボランティア参加の申告書です。今月も希望者ゼロですね。敬虔なクリスチャンである副教頭先生は、さぞお気を悪くしているかと。我が校の生徒には新人が足りんと、今朝も嘆かれていたとか？
そうだけど、どうして君が今朝の職員会議の内容を知っているか聞きたいよ、本当。
Mr. Yamashiro scratched his head, but his eyes were smiling gleefully. He had figured out that the student council president's objective was
魚心あれば水心ありですか。教会への奉仕活動はボランティアだけど、きちんと謝礼が出る。あれも形の上では学校側が推奨する社会見学だからね。副教頭先生は参加者が出たことに喜び、加えて
その参加希望者がすでに他のアルバイトについていた場合、学校側の認可が2つになっちゃいますね。前例にしてはいい落としどころだと思いますが。
Mr. Yamashiro raised his hands in surrender. There were few students able to both raise a complaint and propose a proper solution. Perhaps it was her big sisterly disposition that made this girl so simultaneously feared yet trusted.
よし、その方向で攻めてみよう。うまくいくよう祈ってくれよ。
他力本願は嫌いです。悪巧みに乗ってくれるのならきちんと活躍してください、山城先生。
With a bow, the student council president turned to leave the faculty room.
ああ、待った待った。君も残るんだ。今からしずきくんを呼ぶから、ちゃんと面倒見てもらわないと。
は？
The girl's cool eyes narrowed. Unable to process what she had just heard, her expression turned into a scowl.
いや、参加希望者は一人より二人の方がいいだろ。青崎くんがフォローしてくれるなら僕も安心だしね。
ちょっと先生。
ああ、放送室。2年 C 組のしずき宗十郎くん、至急職員室に来てください。で、放送お願いします。
だから先生。
いやー、これで万全だ。まさか頭痛の種が同時に消え去るなんて、今日はついてる。ああ、けど青崎くん、ずいぶん親身になってくれるんだね。何？もしかしてああいうのがタイプ？あ、放送室さん、ついでに生徒会長が心からお待ちしていますと付け足してー。
って山城
あThe next day, a pleasant Sunday. Soujuurou was awake 2 hours before the time he was supposed to meet her. After getting up, he decided to go for a leisurely jog to clear his mind. But lost among his own thoughts, his 30-minute jog turned into almost an hour. Upon realizing, he rushed home. After thoroughly racking his brain over and over on what to wear for the occasion, he decided upon wearing his school uniform.
午前10時、三崎中央公園の東入り口で待ち合わせ。
Yesterday, in the faculty room, when Aoko Aozaki had shared the time and place with him that day, she said it with such pain on her face. Maybe she was fighting a headache at the time.
しかし、青崎の風邪は治っているのだろうか。
Soujuurou muttered, his words of concern misguided as they were. In any case, he waited for 5 minutes. At precisely 10 o'clock, the student council president appeared.
おはよう。いつものことだけど、時間だけはぴったりよね。ひどい顔ね。もしかして気分悪いの？
いや、体調はいいと思う。
He waved off her concern.
だがしかし、青崎は制服だった。
ええ、学校の行事だもの。当然でしょ？
A heavy weight of despondency fell upon Soujuurou's shoulders. The angsting over his outfit for the previous 2 hours had been rendered meaningless just like that. The duo, clad in their school uniforms on a day off, walked by the train station. In the beginning, Aoko had made efforts to give Soujuurou a thorough lay of the land, but today she only shared the bare minimum of explanations. This was partly because, surprisingly, Soujuurou had become well accustomed to the town. Which restaurants were good, which shortcuts to use in a rush, and why the nearby bicycle shop was better than the department store by the station if you wanted to buy a bicycle. Things a local would know. But the other reason was that it had dawned on Aoko how the two of them conversing might look to passerbys.
話は変わるけど、具体的にどんな労働内容なのか、そろそろ聞いていいかな。
From here on, volunteering at the church meant that the school would tolerate his multiple jobs. Soujuurou had quickly agreed to the tempting offer, nodding like a bobblehead, but, as was typical for him, he failed to consider the content of the proposal.
まあ、そんなことだろうと覚悟はしてたけど。あなた、間教会は初めて？
教会なら2回目だ。珍しい建物なんで近寄ったら、中の人がタダでお菓子をくれたんだけど。
He pondered with all sincerity how exactly a church worked. His contemplative posture made him appear the part of a philosopher, but after all his thinking, he concluded, I guess they start taking your money on your second visit? Such was the extent of Soujuurou's concerns. I love them both, they're so funny together, their dynamic is amazing.
普通そういうことは子供にしかしないんだけどね、あの教会は。
Normally the church only gives candy out to children, you know. Aoko sighed at the lost little lamb.
で、どんな人に会ったの？神父？それともシスター？
それは綺麗な女の人だった。
じゃあユイカさんの方ね。今日会ったらお礼をって必要ないか。あんたのことだからそのあたりはきちっとしてるだろうし。仕事の話なら簡単よ。学校でやってることと変わらないから。あの教会、規模の割に人数が少ないのよ。
Aoko picked up her pace as they headed for the church. Somehow, she seemed like a general invading enemy territory. It made Soujuurou furrow his brows in discomfort. Wow, pretty. It reminds me of the church in it's very triangular. Whoa, what's this? What? It's very triangular architecture there, front facing. Reminds me of the one in OC1, doesn't it? Ida Church had a long history. Far from the station, it was a white-painted sanctuary nestled between the business and residential districts. As far as Aoko could remember, the church she knew was the result of a remodeling done 8 years prior. It was practically a cathedral for a town of this size. Incidentally, located next to it was the Misaki City General Hospital. From Aoko's perspective, it seemed awfully suspicious for the church to take up residence next to the location in the city where the most lives were lost, though the only two who were aware of this opinion were her roommate, Alice, and the priest. That's like, it's funny, that's so normal in America, too. Because it's supposed to, they bid them farewell or whatever when they die in the hospital. That's a very normal thing here.
青崎はこの教会に縁があるのか？
私はこれっぽっちも。もう過去に戻って改ざんしたいぐらい微塵もないけど。うちの父と祖父は長い付き合い。
It means a different thing in Fate, true, with the, they like hunt down mages, or they, I can't remember exactly what the church does. Obviously, I know their role in the Holy Grail War is to like oversee it and make sure like it remains hidden for the most part, and make sure like mystics don't get revealed to the public. But like, what's their deal with the clock tower and how they're rivals? Is it just it's like a military base next to a hospital? to her, I guess, from her perspective. That's funny.
ここの手伝いなんて、忌々しいことに小学生の頃は毎日してたもんだけど。
The more Aoko spoke, the more twisted her expression became. Recalling this made her want to grab it by the proverbial collar and give it a proverbial one-armed judo back throw, smash its proverbial head into the proverbial ground, and kick the proverbial living daylights out of its defenseless proverbial torso. Such was her so-called trauma, that if it were anthropomorphized, it would take more than a 5-round beating to satisfy her thirst for vengeance.
Oh.
It was in this moment, as he became aware of Aoko's mood, that Soujuurou began to fear for his safety. Perhaps attracted to the noisy murder of crows outside the church, a woman in the nun's habit emerged from the front entrance.
失礼ですが、どちらのお客様でしょう？当教会は暴力団関係の方はご遠慮いただいておりますので、日を改める、あるいは生き方を悔い改めた後、社会的な罪を償ってから門をくぐっていただきたいのですが。
青崎青子です。シスターユイカ。
まあ、青子さんでしたか。驚きました。昼間のうちにあなたが来るのは久しぶりです。
Wait, chat, it's Skahawk!
そうですね。いつもは夜に呼ばれて、神父様とだけお話をしていますから、ユイカさんとは。まあ、意外ですね。1年近くまともにお話をしていません。ま、この先だって一度もないでしょうけど。
ええ。あなたも随分と立派になられたようで、がっかりです。何より、今の気配は清らかな少女とは思えないほど悪辣でした。
Ooh, I like the sort of European medieval music to go with the church OST in the background there. Look at this motherfucker's face, dude. Soujuurou. There is not a fucking thought in that head, man. On the surface, the two exchange congenial greetings. Unable to read between the lines, all Soujuurou could do were see them as good friends.
今月のボランティアは私とそこの彼です。親愛なる間教会のためですから、10時から3時まで1分の狂いもなくきっかり働かせていただきますわ。
まあ、世も末ですが歓迎しますね。
We are reaching the end times, but your spirit of service is welcome.
神の家は万人に等しく開くもの。この際、あなたの内面は見なかったことにしておきましょう。
The nun flashed a smile that was equal parts elegant and crude. Keeping up appearances aside, she seemed overjoyed to have hands to put to work. The sister introduced herself as Yuka Sus and thanked Soujuurou, who had volunteered on his own volition. Soujuurou noticed that her eyes were always shut, but not wanting to be rude, especially in front of Aoko, he decided not to pry.
しずきさんとおっしゃるのですね。声のイメージ通り落ち着いたお名前です。
はあ、それはどうも。
The sister let a slip of frown at Soujurou's ambivalent response to her compliment.
失礼。名字で呼ばれるのはお嫌いのようですね。宗十郎さんでよろしいですか？
Soujuurouさん。
え？いや、どっちでもいいですけど。
ではそのように。ほんと難儀なことですね。
Though the sister's tone was gentle, her words seemed somewhat indifferent. She lacked sight, but she guided the two with certainty in her step.
それで奉仕の内容ですが。
分かってます。クリスマス前だし、面倒な掃除を済ませておきたいんでしょ？問題ありません。そういうの得意ですから。
It wasn't their strong suit as much as it was Soujurou's.
では、青子さんはかまどの方で聖兵の作り置きを。しずきさんは外に。私どもでは手の届かない箇所の清掃をお願いします。
ちょっと待って。台所にリツカのやついないでしょうね。こんなところであんなのに会うなんてごめんだから。
Ritsuka? Wait a second. Ritsuka isn't in the kitchen, is she? You can't make me go in there if she is.
リツカは留守です。ですので、どうぞ気兼ねなく。
With a dismissive wave, Aoko headed towards the door in the back of the worship hall. As she indicated, she was quite accustomed to this church.
しずきさんはこちらに。まずは物置から清掃道具を運んでいただきます。
God, look at the fucking detail, man. Holy moly. The work entrusted to Soujuurou did not require any particular skill. It was window cleaning at its most standard.
窓を全部拭けばいいんですね。
水拭きと空拭き、その後にコートスプレーもお願いします。はしごの高さは足りますか？
あれ、ちょっと足りないっぽいですね。
では届く範囲で結構ですので、よろしくお願いします。
After the brief exchange, the sister returned to the church. Soujuurou began to wonder if it was out of distrust in him that she was being so curt. He understood that it was too soon to glean for an answer after their first meeting, but then again, such answers always eluded Soujuurou. Left alone, but no less encouraged, Soujuurou began cleaning the windows. Ooh, music? The day's weather was a disappointment once again. It had not gone so far as to rain, but was too overcast to enjoy the sun. He leaned against the tall ladder, and beginning with a window about 5 yards from the ground, quietly cleaned. Soujuurou was never the kind of person to mind physical labor. In fact, if there had been a blue sky, this might have been a perfect day off to him. By the time he finished his third or fourth window, he felt very relaxed and began to whistle. Though 15 feet was an intimidating height, it provided a wonderful view at the same time. Turning towards the town gave Soujuurou a clear view of the tree-topped hill that had previously caught his eye.
やっぱり林の中に家があるような。
Aw, shit. He sees the mansion. That's cool. The hill and the woods just outside of town. From here, the forest overlooking the sleepless city looked like a foreign castle.
あれ？何泥棒さん？
Just then, lost in his thoughts while wiping the windows, Soujuurou was pulled out of his trance by someone pacing below him. He looked down and saw a girl, her unkempt clothes otherwise contrasting with her kind visage.
でもちょっと怪盗には似合わないのんびり屋さん風味。どっちかっていうとあれかしら。暖炉から現れては微妙にいらないおもちゃを押し付けるセイントみたいな。
Fucking Santa Claus servant when? Not the fucking Santa Claus we get, like actual fucking Saint Nick. Is this the nun? It looks like her.
うわぁ、私あのヒゲ苦手なのよね。
だってどう見ても不法侵入者じゃないあの人。
She looked to be in her late 20s. Despite the cold, she was not wearing a coat. She had no purse either, which was rather strange as a woman and her purse were never far apart, but not that Soujuurou knew that quite yet. Based on the fact none of this seemed to apply to her, one could have easily surmised that she was herself a little loosey-goosey. Few cards short of a full deck, one might say.
あ、私ピンときたわ。君、ミサコのバイトの子？偉いわ。今時の高校生は業者さん顔負けなのね。
The girl looked up in admiration to Soujuurou as he stood atop his ladder.
よーし、私も手伝っちゃおうかな。はしごはまだある？他の雑巾は？どうせだからホースで水をかけるのはどうかしら。こうバーッとケルヒョーとか叫びながら。バチ当たりだけど、それなら少しぐらいは楽しくなりそうじゃない？
It should have been me! The girl let out a hearty laugh. Her smile glowed like a cactus that sprouted legs and began to run about. Inasmuch, what is that? As a running cactus could only cause trouble. As Soujuurou anticipated, the girl began to clean without waiting for his approval.
いえ、教会の前を通ったら人影っぽいのが窓にへばりついてるのが見えちゃったの。昼間っから泥棒とか豪快だなーってちょっと興味惹かれちゃって。そしたら可愛い子が真面目に労働してたわけ。窓拭きの達人みたいにビッとかっこよく。
Wiping the window next to Soujuurou, the girl continued to chatter cheerfully. Although this was all kinds of suspicious, Soujuurou politely followed her lead, nodding and agreeing as she spoke. Perhaps it was an instinctive camaraderie. He sensed this girl was just like him, always getting the short end of the stick when it came to menial work.
あなたは教会の人なんですか？
私？いえ、ただの通りすがりよ。それより、あなたってのは他人行儀ね。君とは商店街で何度も会ってるのに。
いや、会ってませんよ。
会ってます。君、魚達さんでバイトしてる子でしょ？今週だけでも何度か行ってるもん、私。
Caught!
私は、そうね。花沢って言うんだけど、君の名前は
Hanazawa took a quick glance at the flower bed below in the middle of her introduction, then gave him a friendly laugh. Soujuurou's self-introduction, however, was his usual brand of awkward. This woman is creepy? Listen, Yoru, you cannot be disrespectful, alright? The age of 30 is in high demand. Is the name she said a flower? Is that where she got the name? What is Hanazawa? Japanese actress and voice actor. No, that's not what I need. He's 17. I'm talking about me! Not him! It should have been me! Oh, you mean how she's... Yeah. I agree, but on the contrary. It kind of made it sound like she glanced at the flower bed. Makes me think that, like she got... Is that a flower? Oh, it means flower. Okay, Hanazawa is a Japanese surname that translates to just flower, representing a combination of flower Hana and swamp Zawa. It is prominently associated with the voice actress Kana Hanazawa. Okay, and the term Hana Wasabi refers to edible wasabi flower buds? What the fuck? Okay, but it does mean flower, because the context there in the dialogue made it seem like it had something to do with the flower bed. Okay. So Hanazawa took a quick glance at the flower bed below in the middle of her introduction, then gave him a friendly laugh. Sojuro's self-introduction, however, was his usual brand of awkward.
宗十郎さん。いい名前ね。古風な感じで。名前に数字が入ってるとなんか日本人って感じがしない？ここの神父さんとかシスターの名前知ってる？エイリとかユイカとかなんか外国風なんだけど。
She coming up for nowhere just to talk to a high schooler and memorizing him from his jobs feels like she's following him. Oh yeah.
エイリさんはともかく、ユイカさんは綺麗な黒髪の女の人でしたよ。
I want to know if wait, is it not the nun? She kind of looks like the nun, no? Can I go back? Can I compare the sprites? And maybe it's just the purple hair. She kind of reminded me of the nun though, because she doesn't have her eyes closed. Eri and Yuka, their names sound so foreign. I don't know Eri, but Yuka was the woman with the pretty dark hair, right?
あら、神父さんにはまだ会っていないのね。間教会の美形神父と美人姉妹って言ったら有名なんだけど。あ、そうか。さては君、最近引っ越してきたんでしょう。しかも一人暮らしと見たわ。
そうですけど、花沢さんすごいですね。さっきからあまりにも的確な当てずっぽうです。
Bro, come on.
いえいえ、推理と言ってくれたまえ。君ぐらいの子がアルバイトに精を出すほどこの町の娯楽は魅力的じゃないもの。遊ぶお金ならバイト一件で賄えちゃうわ。君は物欲のあるタイプじゃなさそうだし。となるとこれはもう生活費のためと考えるのが健全でしょ。まあ学生さんが生活費も学費も自分だけで賄うなんてのは健全じゃないんだけど。
いや、そうでもないですよ。働かざる者食うべからずです。
そっか。宗十郎さんは若いのに立派ね。私も学生の頃はバイト三昧だったから少しは君の大変さもわかるわよ。
なんと花沢さんも一人暮らしだったんですか？
ええ、親の反対を押し切ってよその国に留学しちゃったの。あっちには友達もいたから下宿先には困らなかったけどさすがに食費ぐらいは稼がないとね。けどまあこう見えて肉体労働は苦にならないタイプだし、学院もバイトも楽しい思い出になってるわ。
Sojuurou nodded agreeably. Dignified or not, he could barely hold back the sense of solidarity that was welling up within him.
これも何かの縁だし、魚達さんではこれからお世話になりそうだし、頼りないだろうけど相談事があったらぜひ言ってね。精神面で力になるわ。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ早速ですけど、ここは何をするところなんでしょう
？As Sojuurou said here, he pointed at the church. ？Even Hanazawa was taken aback by the question. Unaware of Sojurou's provincial background combined with her quick-witted nature, Hanazawa seemingly mistook his question for some kind of sophisticated wit.
そうね。心の安全を扱っているというのはどうかしら。いえ、安全というよりは鎧？継ぎはぎのバリケード？とにかく本人はちっとも鍛えられないってことは同じよね。
Church is basically a way for people to avoid getting better. That's hilarious.
あとはパンとワインも分けてくれるわね。
無料でですか？
もちろん。止めるものは勝手に置いていくって話。あとはそっか、これが一番大きいんだけど、収入に税金がかからない。心の安全は扱いが難しいけど、きちんと売り物にできればノーリスクハイリターンよ。
はあ、よくわからないですけど、ピンチの時はここに転がり込めばいいんですね。
それはおすすめしないな。ご利用は月に1回、気休め程度にした方がいいと思う。
Based opinion from her, she gets one pass. The rags squeaked as the two carefree souls continued to wipe down the windows. Whistling as they went, they shined up one window, then another, then another.
そうだ、もう一つあります。ここから見えるあの森、何ですか？
森？あの山の上にある森のこと？
ですけど、あれは山じゃなくて丘と言うべきです。
As someone raised in the countryside, Soujurou's pride would not allow him to not allow for a mound of dirt to be called a mountain. That's so funny.
そう？あれはあれで結構登るのに体力使うんだけど。
It was as if a shadow fell over her till now sunny disposition. She was undoubtedly a beautiful woman with very lovely features. But as Soujuurou looked at her in that moment, her smile melted away, and he saw how disturbed she was at that comment. And when it came down to it...
あれは丘です。それとほら、ここから煙突みたいなの見えますけど、あれは何ですか？
Soujuurou was not one to closely watch people's reactions and fuss over his speech.
あれは本物の煙突よ。あの森は全部私有地なんだけど、その中にでっかい洋館が建っているの。でも私有地だから地元の人間も入ったことはないんじゃないかしら。通称クオンジのお化け屋敷ってね。近所の皆さんは気味悪がってるし、あんまり近寄らない方がいいんじゃない？あんな小さな森なのに遭難したとか野犬が出るとか物騒な話には事欠かないから。
野犬って都会にも野犬
たくさんいるわよ。この教会の裏手の空き地にだっているし、ここの神父さんは物好きだからパンとかあげちゃって、それでワンちゃんの巡回ルートになっちゃってるんでしょうけど。とにかく君子危うきに近寄らずよ。あの森には入らないのが町のルールなの。そもそも私有地だし、入ったらおまわりさんを呼ばれちゃって、そのまま交番でお説教タイムなんてあんまり楽しくないでしょ。
Soujuurou nodded along to her story as he stared at the far-off chimney from his vantage point on the ladder. A teeny tiny part of him was curious about the hill because it reminded him of the woods where he grew up, but after reminding himself that it was none of his business, he returned to the window washing. What did he say? It reminded him of the woods where he grew up. Okay. Mystics, perhaps? Thanks to Hanazawa lending a hand, they were able to finish the job without a hitch. Between the two of them, they had accomplished a simple but very time-consuming task.
はい、ご苦労様でした。あれだけ砂まみれだった窓が見違えたわね。どう？これから適当なサテンでお茶にしない？宗十郎さんの仕事っぷりに敬意を表して、私がおご。
はい？何か言いました？花沢さん。
いや、ごめんなさい。急用を思い出しちゃった。花沢さんはここで失礼するのでした。チャオ！
Ciao! By the time Soujuurou, who had started putting away the ladder, turned around, he was able to catch a glimpse of the girl's figure dashing towards the street at lightning speed. It was just before 3 o'clock. More than 3 hours had passed since Hanazawa offered to help. Soujuurou watched the girl with many strange faces disappear. For someone who seemed to have been on an aimless walk, Hanazawa had spent a good deal of time with him. Maybe helping Soujuurou out reminded her of something she needed to do.
Shizuki-kun, そっちにいるの?
The student council president popped out from around the corner of the church.
あ、声かけてごめん。いいから作業に専念。
The sight of Soujuurou putting away the ladder taller than himself seems to have provoked an emotional response in Aoko. Then, in an instant, she rolled up her sleeves and began to approach him. This surprised him more than Aoko's sudden appearance. Ignoring Soujurou's bewilderment, Aoko promptly began issuing orders.
はしご、横に倒していいわよ。下の方は私が持つから、あなたは上の方をお願い。
She did all of this so matter-of-factly that Soujuurou began lowering the ladder before he even had a chance to insist that he could do it by himself. With work finished and the sisters' thank you gifts in hand, the two put the church behind them. Since Aoko apparently had something to do around the station, they decided they would walk together until they got there.
でも、本当にアルバイト慣れしてるのね。
Beneath the orange-tinged sky, Aoko spoke, more as though she was expressing her thoughts out loud than striking up a conversation.
そうか。青崎から見てそうなら少しは嬉しいな。
Soujuurou gave her an earnest smile. But then again, he had been beaming ever since he received his pay, so the source of his joy was not so clear.
あのね、あなたは普段が問題ばっかりなんだから、あんまり調子に乗らないように。差し引きゼロっていうか、まだまだマイナスなんだから。
うん。学校のことは言われると悲しくなる。
Soujuurou hung his head dejectedly. Even if his job was going really well, school was still a bust. Exams were one thing, but even classwork was something he found himself falling behind in.
青崎は成績悪いやつは嫌いか？
まあ、頭というか巡りの悪い人との話は疲れるでしょうね。でも、あなたはそれ以前だし、そもそも私にはこれっぽっちも関係ないし。でっかいハンデを何とかするのは先生たちの仕事で、それに応えるのはあなたの役目。アルバイトもいいけど、帰ったらきちんと予習やっときなさいよ。
それはもちろん、学校の人たちはみんないい人だ。
そう、ならいいけど、みんないい人？
Aoko cocked her head to the side, unsure how this exchange had resulted in that response. She decided to interpret it as Soujuurou simply expressing his gratitude in his own peculiar way.
ところで、参考までに聞くんだけど、あなた、他にどんなバイトしてるの？
どこって、商店街が多い。魚のお店とか、花の店とか。あ、でも昨日は隣町まで遠出したな。遊園地のアルバイト。
Since the only school-authorized locations were the Misaki shopping district, his response was much as she expected. That is, except for the decidedly unexpected last part.
遊園地って、ヤシロギの？
そう。使わなくなった看板とかオブジェとか、解体して運び出したんだ。
へえ、うん、それは体力勝負でしょうね。
This left Aoko rather impressed. Transporting unused amusement park machinery was not a job that students did willingly in their free time.
でもいいな。私、キッチーランドって一度も行ったことないの。三崎町に住んでるのに。
Wow, look at that. Aoko looked up in the direction of the neighboring town. From here, you could just barely make out the Ferris wheel. The round steel frame of the wheel, illuminated by the sunset as it was reminiscent of an old gravestone.
そうか。それは金銭的な理由で。
Aoko had to stifle her laughter. She knew it would be rude to Soujuurou to burst out laughing, but the remark tickled her funny bone.
そういうんじゃなくて、単純にあれが開園してから立て込んでて遊びに行く暇がなかっただけよ。お金で解決する問題だったらそれこそ今すぐに言ってるわ。
Aoko showed Soujuurou the envelope that contained the pay from the church. There was nothing sinister about the remark and gesture, but the fact that she did jump at the chance to go made Soujuurou sad.
それなら今度行けばいいじゃないか。
お！
ありがとう。けどそれは無理な話。あんたのことだから気づいていないと思うけど、あれ潰れてるのよ。廃園になってからもう2年以上は経つんじゃない？
なんと。
It was no wonder There were no customers at the time he was there. Exasperated as she was at Soujuurou, the student council president seemed to be enjoying herself. At this point, she would be yelling things at Soujuurou like, I can't believe you didn't even know that. But this evening, this one and only evening, she found it charming. They parted ways, and Soujuurou returned home to his apartment, immersed himself in his studies, and before he knew it, it was time to go to work. The major cultural difference, though certainly not the only point of the difference between the city and country, was the use of time. It did not matter what part of the city he was in. Time flowed far too quickly here. Failing to squeeze even a drop of knowledge from his textbooks, he put them away for the day before heading into town. God, the fucking lighting's crazy. The night grew deeper as today turned into tomorrow. Soujuurou reversed his collar to protect his neck from the bitter cold and began to make his way home. Does bro not sleep, or he's going home now? Not a soul to be seen, no dogs scrounging for food, no late-night shoppers. Why would there be? The solitary convenience store in the area closed at 11 o'clock. He mustered what little energy he had to take an especially deep breath. Man-made landmarks lined the deserted street. Garnished blue fluorescent light, brighter than the stars above, illuminated the darkness. An unconscious sense of anxiety stirred within him.
情けない。夜が怖いのは当たり前じゃないか。
A chill crept up his spine as he attempted to mask his weakness with words. Stay out of the dark. Stay away from the deserted places. Whether it was for some deeper reason or perhaps the fact that he looked so helpless, everybody he had met in his life seemed to warn him about those words.
そうは言ってもしょうがないし、大体。
What did that even mean? Stay out of the dark. Nowhere in the city was without light. Everywhere, from the bustling train station to the remote residential areas, was illuminated by artificial light, not least the main roads. Scary was scary, but this kind of fear was a different sort than what he'd felt in the mountains. The most likely source of his fear was the fact that this place was governed by starkly different rules. The way in which the city meted out justice was terribly imbalanced, and to the provincial Soujuurou, his lack of familiarity with the laws of the land terrified him more than the dark did. In the mountains, retribution came swiftly to those who broke rules. Take a game trail, for example. Those who unwittingly trespassed on the animal kingdom's domain would, as a matter of course, be savaged by the native wildlife. Accordingly, in Soujurou's mind, an offender paid the price for one's mistakes immediately. It was not a matter of who punished whom. It was simply that the one who broke the rules would meet instant, tangible retribution. He felt that, in this regard, the laws of the city were far too ambiguous. One could meet their demise without ever knowing whether one was in the right or the wrong.
けど、基本的には変わらないんだよな、多分。
To put it simply, retribution was delayed. To take the analogy a step further back home in his village, no one individual had been given the responsibility of maintaining order. In the city, however, someone was put in charge of punishing lawbreakers on behalf of the kind-hearted citizens who lived there. While crime and punishment in the mountains were synonymous, in the city, the two were separated, and an unrelated person brought judgment upon the crime that had been committed. Entering places that must not be entered, seeing things that must not be seen, breaking a law had consequences. Someone would come to exact justice for the law that was broken. The result of all this was that the safest way to survive the city was not to stick your nose in the affairs of others. When people who cared about Soujuurou told him to stay away, they probably meant, if you don't, nobody will be able to help you.
といけない。また近道しそうになった。
No matter how much of a nuisance these obstacles were, one could not just climb over a neighbor's fence, even when one's apartment was just on the other side. If the people inside happened to be awake and call the police, nobody would lift a hand to help him. With his misguided view of the city, Soujuurou once again ended his day in peace. Unable to fall asleep right away, he gazed out his window upon the night sky from the floor of his apartment. The cityscape had caused him to tremble in fear when he first moved here. The convenience of solving almost any problem with the flip of a switch. The novelty of living a wall away from a complete stranger. It all disappeared into the night sky when he looked up. Unconsciously, he recalled his own words. What dim stars. What a cramped sky. Here, there were no starry nights. Could he even survive here? The same misgivings since his first night continued to haunt him. His eyelids fell shut. Although he was fraught with worry, Soujuurou's body felt the fatigue from his work and studies, and thus, he fell fast asleep. Achievement unlocked, the town story extra, 7 days of spinning. Read it all. All right, that was chapter 1.5. We're definitely gonna hop into chapter 2 now. But I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be right back, and then we're gonna start chapter 2. And we're back. I got some more caffeine. Y'all talk about Tsukihime? Yeah, I like Soujuurou's character development a lot. It's an interesting dynamic for sure. Like conceptually, when coming up with the script, like to have like a boy that was like assumingly raised by wolves or some shit. I don't know. I've seen some of his CG art though, so he's obviously like he has like a lot of art motifs that make me think of like werewolf or something like that. I don't even know if that's a thing in Fate. Do we have any like servants that are werewolves? I can't think of any. But like if he is like something synonymous with that, to have like a boy raised by wolves enter society and then like the first person he meets is like a mage and have to go back and forth with like learning how to live in the society while like a bustling city no less, and go back and forth between continuing running up with a mage who's dealing with her own shit. Primal human, basically a caveman. And in the Fate universe, that is significant because of mystics and shit like that, right? Pretty sure he lived in a village. Yeah, it sounded like it. But even before that, because like the person that raised him sounds like he wasn't like a blood family member. So I don't know what his like childhood story is, but we'll find out. They were like governed by the laws of nature instead of making their own laws. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to word it. And he doesn't understand retribution. Mm-hmm. Yeah, his character arc's gonna be interesting. I really like their dynamic. They're the way that Nasu set up their dynamic in the school with her showing him around and her being is so relatable for me to her. She just had a resting bitch face, just because she didn't want to be asked anything and she wanted to come off as like she had the resting bitch face because she wanted to come off as like angry so she wouldn't be pressed for personal questions, but like he didn't understand that whatsoever. So good, so good. She's just a hater. It's so good. I love it. Huh? All right. Let's get into it. Continue from where we left off. So search for bookmark right here. Load this data. All right. So the end of chapter 1 going into chapter 2 now. Little happening as of last night. Next. Chapter 2, here we go. We're going to finish chapter 2, and that'll probably be it for this stream. Little happening of last night. So did all the stuff in chapter 1.5 happen... Did all the stuff in chapter 1.5 happen in between chapter 1 and 2 then? I wasn't sure exactly when the timeline happened. Yes? Okay. Gotcha.
けど慣れれば割と住みやすいとは思う。
Soujuurou sighed listlessly. He looked down at the winter schoolyard below, lost in thought. December was written on the corner of the chalkboard. He could not believe 10 days had already passed since he transferred to the school. The last vestiges of autumn had faded with the change of the month. The trees were all but barren, and the ground below them a mat of fallen leaves. Fourth period was classics. An elderly teacher stood at the lectern and rambled on. While he had finally gotten used to the classroom, he still had a long way to go to get up to speed with the classes. Lacking even the basic understanding most students learn in their early scholastic life, it was a battle for Soujuurou to keep up. Even he was unable to grasp all of the content right away. He at least tried to memorize everything and hope that he could make use of it down the road. Which is why losing himself in his thoughts was about the last thing he should have been doing. He would normally chastise himself for daydreaming, but... Troublingly, he was unable to concentrate in class today. Soujuurou could not place the source of his lack of concentration. It could not have been the winter in the city. It was much milder than the mountains. Neither was his part-time job particularly tiring. He was not any more physically fatigued than the average student, so that couldn't be it either. Others might conclude that it was because the courses were boring, but that seemed off the mark as well. Soujuurou did not share his classmates' opinion about their classes. On the contrary, he rather enjoyed his class time. No, his frame of mind was not to blame either. Trying to figure out what was wrong only made him more depressed.
いけない。こんなんじゃ気が散る一方だ。
He scolded himself and turned his attention to the chalkboard. The rhythmic ticks of chalk were sending him into a slumber, but he somehow managed to resist their lullaby. And yet, he was still unable to focus on the class. Soujuurou reflected silently, as was his custom, and sighed inwardly. Deep down, he knew the real source of his agitation. The events of the previous night were the only thing it could be. With the chime to signal the end of class, the teacher bowed and exited the hallway. To see him off, the 30 or so students all stood up from their desks. The clock, which had seemed to slow dramatically around 11:30, now struck noon. The tension seemed to fade from the room all at once. The release from a difficult lesson was the start of lunchtime, the highlight of school life. Misaki High's cafeteria was not particularly known for its quality of food. Complaints that the quality was below that of a private school went unheeded. I had a random thought that just popped into my head, chat. Why do Japanese schools have 2 doors on the classrooms? Because I've noticed that in anime and other Japanese media, and I've always wondered that. I've never taken the time to look it up, though. Does anyone know off the top of their head? Because there's always, like, one in the back and one on the front. Is, like, one for... Is there one in entrance and one for exit? Why do they do that? Just because there's a lot of people coming in? That's, like, weird to me. Because, like, all the schools, at least that I've been to and that I've seen in America, are just one door. It's normal for your school? Huh. Is it like a rule to go in one and exit another? Like, is it like seen as like not socially acceptable to go out the entryway? Or do people do that too? I kind of assumed after they mentioned that the teacher left and the students, like, it's also kind of weird that like, the teacher left before the students. Like, I understand it's like a respect thing to the senpai, I guess, but that's also kind of weird. It is a rule, yeah? Okay, interesting. Complaints that the quality was below that of a private school went unheeded. And the same unique flavors appeared on the menu each and every day. Private school prices coupled with the subpar quality led the majority of students to opt for boxed lunches instead. Soujurou's class 2C was no exception. The boy muscled as many as 10 desks into what resembled a long dining table. Conversely, the girls divided themselves into smaller tables of 2. Oh, they eat in. Wait, do they eat in the class? That is a thing in anime too. I don't watch that much high school anime. Or there is a cafeteria and they can kind of just eat wherever. Is that how that works? Some eat in the cafeteria, some eat in the... Okay. That's, like, kind of odd to me, too, because, like, in... at least in my school, like, you were told you had to eat in the cafeteria. They can eat anywhere. Okay, that's, like, a privilege. Gotcha. Conversely, the girls divided themselves into smaller tables of 2 or 3 desks with practiced ease and started chatting within their cliques. Not a single student wasted even a second of their precious lunchtime. Where both sides differed in method, they shared a common goal. Soujuurou was struck dumb by the efficiency of the transformation. Even after 10 days, he was unable to keep pace with the rest of the class and remained seated where he had sat during the previous period.
Oi! Kochikoyo, Shizuki!
Getting culture shocked in a visual novel. I might as well be fucking, fuck, how do you pronounce his name? Soujuurou. Might as well be him here. The voice came from the large makeshift dining table near the window. Hozuki Kinomi was beckoning him over while leaning back in his chair in a way that looked like he could fall backwards at any second. He was regularly shot down by others in class for being lazy and crass, but his earnest nature kept him from getting on anyone's bad side. Though something could be said for not wanting to be forthcoming all the time too.
飯にしようぜ、飯。俺さ、昨日店の残り物もらいすぎたんだよ。春巻きだよ、春巻き。それを見た親父がさ、もらったもんは残すなってうるさくてさ。
It seemed his endgame was to find someone who might take pity on him and trade for something better. The two of them worked at the same restaurant, so he was one of the few people Soujuurou knew before starting school. He was also the reason Soujuurou was able to learn the true meaning of the phrase, can't live with them but can't live without them.
お、いいな。しずきも来いよ。今日は待ちに待った缶詰祭りをすっからさ。ついに結婚するのかよ。誰か冷静になった方がいいんじゃないのか、実際。バカ、すげえ楽しいってきっと。そりゃパチモン臭いけどカニ缶とか食い放題なんだぜ。サバ缶じゃなくて。
マジやったー、俺も参加する。コンビーフは一人1個、それとも早い者勝ち。
お前な、一人で何個も食えるもんじゃねえぞあれ。うまいのは最初の1個だけだって。しずきたちが来るならノルマは一人7個に下がるのか。助かるな。
ところで木の実の弁当の中身、なんか缶詰より硬そうじゃね？
The boys usually passed time by making fun of each other's lunches, but today they were united against a common foe. A pyramid of countless cans stood in the middle of the table. They had all been taken from... Where did I get keen? What the bin? They had all been taken from the pantry of a certain student's house, and the expiration dates on them had all been scribbled out with a marker.
よし、やろうども。各自毎缶切りの用意はいいな。食べるも地獄、残すも地獄。
我ら5次元目の授業はないものと恐れぬ修羅となり、鉄の悪魔どもを平らげん。食材は下町の何でも紹介マーケット中山からの提供です。
ヒュー、バカも休み休み、イエーイ
Yay! The boys united as one as they hoisted their cans open in the air.
ほら、しずきも食べようぜ。缶切りならまだあるからさ。
いや、君らの弁当の毒味はごめんだって昨日言ったはずだ。それにその缶詰半分以上賞味期限切れてるだろう。
なんだよ、釣れねえな。
Quite an inexplicably excited group of guys. Their real motivation seemed to be to spread the pain. But moved by their energy and conceding defeat, Soujuurou got up from his seat and joined them. And before he could...
じゃあ、私たちが釣り上げようかな。しずきくん、あんなの放っておいて一緒にどう？
Another interested party joined the fray. A girl with short but stylish hair had called out to him. She had also tried to get Soujuurou to join the track and field club several days earlier.
いや、そっちも遠慮したいな、できれば。
He answered with a troubled look on his face. On their table was nothing but a pile of fruit Soujuurou had never seen before.
なんで？パパイヤとか嫌い？マンゴーもあるし、ヤシの実だってあるし、内緒だけど、夕張メロンもあるんだから。
Melon? The members of the fruit group pumped their fist in unison at the last delicacy.
待て、なんだヤシの実って、あれ食えるもんなの？
あ、マンゴー余ったら回してほしいな。
バカ、肉食え肉。そんなんだから貧弱な体してんだぞ、お前ら。
Soujuurou couldn't keep track of all the voices flying across the room.
わかるのはどっちも破滅的だってことだけだ。
Oh. That being said, he found it difficult to refuse them outright. His tendency to accept others' goodwill at face value occasionally left him frozen with indecision. Not accustomed to regular human interaction, he was unable to judge when it was or was not appropriate to turn someone down. Someone tapped the lost little lamb on the shoulder.
ほっとけほっとけ。いちいちここのバカどもに付き合ってちゃ人生台無しだ。適当に流しとけばいいんだよ。ほら、お前らもな、善良な羊を悪の園に引きずり込んでんじゃねえよ。
An inappropriately loud voice echoed throughout the classroom from behind him.
副会長。
Soujuurou turned around to see a boy about a head taller than him. His long hair, while unkempt, had been brushed back, giving it an appealingly windswept look. His attractive features belied the contempt for the classroom his eyes carried. Unlike the perpetually dopey-looking Soujuurou, he was an extremely attractive boy, capable of captivating anyone who so much as glanced at him. Tomibaru? Or Tobimaru? This guy, from the little I saw of him in Chapter 1, he reminded me of Gilgamesh a bit. Expecting this guy to start calling people mongrels. In most cases, such boys' presence would be met with awe and respect. However...
なんだよ、副会長様のお出ましかよ。
てめえらのバカ顔にはコリゴリだって学食に陣取ってたんじゃなかったのかよ。
へへへ、ここは見ての通りボンクラどもが集う貧民街でございますよ。王子はほら A 組の綺麗どころとカフェでお茶でもしてればいいじゃない。
またしずき呼びに来たのかよ。青子女子といい飛び丸殿下といい、しずきなんかヤバいことしちゃったのか。
しずきくんは校則違反しないじゃん。ちょっとそれ以外のルール破るだけで。ってことはやっぱり築地くん青崎に振られてからそっちに走ったって本当だったのね。
They continued to give him a hard time. Soujuurou could not help but feel sorry for him. The class vice president, on the other hand, showed absolutely no reaction whatsoever. He glared at them with a bored look and simply raised his voice.
相変わらず無駄に元気があって結構じゃねえかてめえら。そんなに活力たぎってんなら冬季特別清掃班にだって参加できるよな。おい、 今んところ自主的に申し出てるのは全校で1人しかいねえんだ。西井全員が参加すりゃ俺も青崎も肩の荷が下りるってもんなんだがよ。
The menacing growl in his voice contrasted greatly with the boy's well-constructed looks. Both Team Canned and Team Fruit's words were doused like a fire, being smothered. This was partly due to their fear of the boy, but mostly due to their fear of the Special Winter Cleaning Team. Yes, the Special Winter Cleaning Team. Joining meant spending part of your winter break cleaning up the old school building and mountainous rear courtyard that had been neglected by the previous 2 student councils. Ah, Soujurou's definitely signing up for that shit. And I was gonna say, when they kind of showed the old school building earlier, the abandoned old school building that reminded me of Assassination Classroom, there's no way they showed that CG and it wasn't like foreshadowing to something, so I imagine there's gonna be some creepy shit that happens there maybe. Old abandoned schools are typically good spots to have some spooky shit happen. It was a form of legalized torture that could potentially ruin 3 whole days of your winter break. And forget about any compensation in the form of extra credits. No, it was pointless volunteer work for a student council project. It was practically a miracle that they had even found a single volunteer.
いや、僕らちょっと体弱いんで、スミッチョで缶詰食べてますね。
私たちも貧血気味で、こうやって果物食べてないと死んじゃうっていうか、冬休みはもう予定いっぱいっていうか。
All of the students but one scuffled away.
よし、昼食はやっぱり静かにやらねえとな。1年坊主の教室より2年の教室の方がやかましいなんて苦情、いい加減にしやがれよ、アホども。
The mob meekly scurried away. Soujuurou turned to join them, but as he did...
お前はこっちだ、Soujuurou。ちょい顔貸せ。
The hand on his shoulder held him in place.
だよ、生徒会応募。人んちのテーブルマナーまで指図してほしくねえよな。
Kinomi cursed him under his breath. To his friends, the second the vice president turned to go.
はあ？上等じゃねえか、Kinomi。いいぜ。お前が記念すべき2人目だ。
The vice president must have heard everything Kinomi said because he gave a thumbs up before figuratively jabbing him in the eye.
はあ？何言ってんですか、あいつ。あれ自主的なイベントじゃん。いくら副会長ったって強制はできないですよね。
The problem child of Class C laughed merrily.
そりゃ昨日までの話だ。会長の提案が学校側に受理されてな。本日付で生徒会役員は強制力のある推薦権をもらえたんだよ。特に会長と副会長の推薦は絶対だ。拒否した場合、学校側はともかく青崎が何するか俺には止められねえから、そのつもりでな。
それ事実上の死刑宣告じゃ。生徒会マジ応募。
Kinomi's terrified shrieking continued behind them as the vice president and Soujuurou left the classroom.
お前も大変だな、Soujuurou。
あんたも割と暇なんだな、副会長。
Oh my gosh, it's the student class, fucking meeting room. The two entered the empty student council room. Misaki High's students' council had the use of 2 rooms. One was a large office specifically made out of the student council. This is how I know, because spoiler alert, or little Max backstory here. I was actually part of the student council when I was in high school. I was a vice president. This is like more like what ours looked like. We didn't have so many bookshelves, but it was like basically a closet space. And I always thought it was so funny when watching Love is War, how they have like a straight up fucking like office. They have a straight up office with like a big ass like presidential desk and everything in Love is War. Like this is how I imagine most of them look. Like the one in Love is War is ridiculous. They're like clubhouses. Yeah, they're like small little rooms, shit like that. Did you also have to deal with Oblivious Mountain Boy transfer student? No, thankfully. We had transfer students, but they were like from they were like 1 year, they were like studying abroad students, I think. We had some from like Germany and other places in Europe. Definitely no Mountain Boy. Love Lives looks like this, all because of the bookshelves are full of Nico's idol material to teach everyone what to do. Or what are the anime, the stereotypical anime clubs that have like 4 people, such as JJK, where we referenced that on a Honkai Star Rail stream the other day, where they're like hunting the ghosts. What is that called? Like the club? It has like some obscure weird name, but that's on JJK, and then also Mob Psycho 100, like the occult, the the occult hunting or the occult studying clubs that have like 2 or 3 people and have a protagonist is always like the 4th person to join. The occult club, yeah. Anyways, the 2 entered the empty student council room. Misaki High's student council had the use of 2 rooms. One was a large office specifically made for the student council. The second was an archive room, once used as a preparatory office for math courses. As the latter of the 2, the walls were lined with densely packed shelves, making an already cramped room seem even more confined. For this reason, it served as a more private refuge for the student council. The 2 students sat across from one another. Tobimaru Tsukiji. He was the son of the chairman of Misaki High School and the vice president of its school council. Like Soujuurou, he was in his 2nd year and first met the transfer student a week earlier when the task of looking after him was dumped onto the student council. Wait, aren't they in their like junior year though? Are Japanese high schools only 3 years? Is that how that works? You playing for the upcoming collab? Yeah, we're gonna try to finish it before I experience it. I've gotta get going, so we'll probably be streaming Mahoyo quite often over the next 2 weeks until we finish it. They're basically in their 8th grade, I think. Well, they said 11th earlier. That's why I was confused. He said 2nd year, but 11th grade, so I was kind of confused. He is, well, at least in the USA, we have K through 12, which is kindergarten, and then 1st through 12th grade. 12th grade is your last year in high school. And so when they said 11th, I figured junior in high school, but that would be your 3rd year. And so they say 2nd year, and so I assume, because I know different countries have different, like sometimes they have like middle school is 4 years instead of 3, and then high school is 3 years. And they're 17, which would put them on course for junior. So when they say 2nd year, I figure high school's 3 years for them. Like Soujuurou, he was in his 2nd year and first met the transfer student a week earlier when the task of looking after him was dumped onto the student council. I think Japan's high school is the same as Asia, 3 years from 10 to 12. Gotcha, okay. So they're in the senior high school. Okay, there's a junior high school? What the fuck? I am actually getting culture shock from this fucking shit, dude.
副会長はやめろって。クソったれな話だが、俺は所詮会長の犬だからな。
As self-deprecating as his words were, he hardly seemed dissatisfied with the arrangement. He took a snack from his pocket and grimaced at it before he took a bite. The 100-calorie energy bar sacrificed flavor for efficiency, but somehow not enough to prevent him from gnawing on it like a piece of jerky.
そうか。でも犬は良くないな、飛び丸。
I see what you're saying, Tobimaru, but being a dog isn't exactly a good thing. Wait a second. Mr. Wolf. Soujuurou sat in the chair with a concerned look on his face.
あ？犬がどうしたって？
犬は良くないって言った。例えが違う気がするし、何より怖いぞ、あれ。
Ooh, little bit of foreshadowing there, perhaps? Max has to watch more High School Slice of Life. It will not happen. I've said like time and time again, I hate high school anime, man. It's not just Slice of Life, it's like high school in general. Every time I say that, people are like, well, Fate's a high school. Yeah, but they're like hardly, like that's not the that's not like the premise of the show though. I think it's just like the drama and like so much, it's so cliche. It's so fucking cliche. I just can't stand it. The dialogue and like the dumb little like interactions with like the human and the social interactions are just like not how adults act, obviously because they're in high school, but like that's why I can't get into them. Like it's just not my thing. I cannot get into them just because of the dialogue. Here at least the dynamic's pretty interesting. I really enjoyed the dynamic of Soujuurou and Aoko, at least.
なんだよ。山奥育ちのくせに犬が怖いのか？
そりゃ大抵の生き物は怖いけど、犬は別格だ。徒党を組んだ野犬ほど始末に追えないものはない。
Wolves?
足の速さも脅威だけど、何より執念深すぎる。坂だろうと追いかけてくるし、最後の一匹になるまで引かないんだぞ。
Damn, bro's maybe dealing with what are the hounds called that are in the Elmoloy case files and the ones that Vargas has? Are they the black hounds, something like that? I feel like you could get that same type of content from like a Persona game when it tries to simulate school life. Yeah, that's like the biggest thing that has kept me away from the Persona games. I've heard that they have amazing good writing. Like so many of my friends like hail the Persona games, but it is mainly the setting that has kept me away from them and the length, I guess. You said it, Vargas is the Black Hound. Gotcha. And they're in Elmoloy too. Maybe he's experienced Black Hounds or some shit. That'd be crazy. They're like mainly in England though, aren't they? They're like an England thing, so probably not. Soujuurou opened his lunchbox as he spoke. Inside the bright green cloth, three beautifully made triangular rice balls. Bro.
ショックだ。
Onigiri, would you look at that?
ショックって何が？
いや、そんなこの世のものとは思えない握り飯を見たのは初めてだ。
それどっちなんだ？
Wouldn't let culture hold powers because Alice has powers from like stories in Europe? True. The clock tower roams the world. And how does that work? I'm interested to find out what the fuck that even means. Because they did mention, I remember her mentioning in her study something about a clock tower with that project that failed. And I was like, what were they doing there? Time will tell.
褒めてるんだよ、バカ。
Soujuurou was always confounded by phrasing that could be interpreted in multiple ways. Euphemisms and subtle sarcasm were often lost on him. It was only on rare occasions like this one that he chose to confirm what was being said. Tobimaru had come to suspect that Soujuurou had a very black and white way of seeing things.
ところで、その固まった小麦粉みたいなの、美味しいのか？
Does that hard chunk of flour-looking stuff taste any good? His fucking energy bar? Soujuurou stared at the energy bar with a curious look on his face.
まずくはねえが、うまくもねえよ。まあ、試してみる分には止めねえが。人間、何事も手間暇惜しむようになっちゃおしまいだぜ。
Wait, what? People should hold back when it comes to the 3 base desires. Tobimaru quickly finished off his bar, put another one on the table, and grabbed one of Soujuurou's rice balls. Soujuurou failed to notice the rudeness of the forced exchange, and gave the proffered energy bar a try.
なんだか土を食べてるみたいだ。
違いない。遊びをなくせば人生こんなもんだって見本だな。
Out of principle, Soujuurou labored over his energy bar, cringing all the while. He was both curious of the unknown and loath to leave something unfinished.
今無理に平らげる必要はねえぞ。そいつの利点は携帯食ってところだからな。素で味気ないが、食えるうちは味が落ちないのがいいところだ。まあそっちはともかく。どうだ、少しは慣れたか？
ああ、飛丸や青崎が気を使ってくれているからね。
Tobimaru turned his eyes to the ceiling, unable to handle Soujurou's carefree smile. As absent-minded as Soujuurou might have been, his expressions were nonetheless incredibly earnest. It was like poison to someone as self-absorbed as Tobimaru.
だから青崎は来ねえんだよな。
He took a bite from the rice bowl to steer himself away from such thoughts. Though now cold, the rice had managed to maintain its freshness, startling Tobimaru.
ん？いや待て。気を使ってんのは俺だけじゃねえか。青崎なんてお前が転入した日に彼迷惑だから見張ってての一言だけだぞ。
なんでそこで君が怒るんだ？
いや、だからだな。お前が学校になれるよう陰ながら見守ってんのは俺で、青崎は生徒会室で全校生徒の弱みを集めてるだけって話だ。面倒な苦労してんのは俺だけじゃねえかって。
Tobimaru stopped himself, realizing how ridiculous he sounded. Soujuurou, rightly so, knew it was nothing to get this upset over.
まあ、いいさ。青崎に言いつけられなきゃこうなることもなかったしな。知ってるか？あいつ、どうして俺にこんな役させたと思う？
副会長だからだろ。
Tobimaru's handsome face went dark.
あのな、どうして副会長が転入生一人にかかりっきりにならなくちゃいけねえんだよ。いいぜ。機会があったら青崎本人に聞いてみな。あいつの本性がわかるからよ。
He snatched another bite of the rice ball while grumbling under his breath. There it was again. Rice grains that were just dry enough to be fresh and tender in the mouth, a morsel that betrayed its humble description, which must have been delicately molded by a master chef rather than a haphazardly clumped into a ball.
そして何よりこの塩加減、中の具から染み出した厳妙な醤油加減はどうだ。食欲をそそるどころか脳を食欲だけにするような。おお。
Why is he so like this guy might as well be a chef, man, with how he described I was gonna say he like described the full-on philosophy of a fucking energy bar too. I was like, Nasu, I get you have to explain what an energy bar is to Soujuurou, who's like clueless, but bro like wrote like 2 sentences worth of energy bar philosophy. I was like, you did not need to go that far. And then what he's saying here, just the right amount of salt, that the subtlest of soy sauce notes coming from the center, it doesn't just whet your appetite, it stimulates the desire centers of your brain. And you can tell one of his 3 desires is food. It's so funny.
飛丸、思ってることが口に出てるみたいだけど。
お。
いや、それほどのショックだったってわけだ。なあ、その字。これ具はなんだ？
It was only natural to inquire about the unexpectedly delicious bite. He had been nibbling around the edges and had not yet reached its center.
ああ、それはイナゴ。
Grasshopper?
ありえねえ!
The vice president choked on his cough. He had assumed that Soujuurou would prefer earthly ingredients instead of seafood on account of his mountain life, but he never expected the ingredient would be grasshoppers.
くそ、食う前に言えよな。信じられねえぐらいうまいと思っちまったじゃねえか。
ああ、今のは嘘だよ。
They locked eyes for a moment.
本当は鮭。 いくらなんでもイナゴはね。
おお、そうだよな。いや、安心した。いくらなんでもイナゴはねえよな。
ああ、こんな都会で身の締まったイナゴが手に入るもんか。
As curious as those words were, Tobimaru decided to let them go.
たく、どっちにしても冗談きついぜ。危うく吐き出すところだったじゃねえか。
君が青崎の悪口を言うからだ。
Oh shit! Okay, bro knew. Soujuurou closed his eyes and he continued to chew on his rice ball. Tobimaru watched what is that word? Incredulously, as Soujuurou made no attempt to hide his disapproval.
おい、今のはさすがに聞き捨てならねえぞ。俺が青崎の悪口を言ったから意趣返しをしたと、そういうことか？
Soujuurou continued chewing. The country boy's silent protest said all that needed to be said. The vice president suddenly looked like he had been struck by lightning.
なんてこった。お前、まさか青崎に惚れてんのか？
And there was a little gossip earlier with one of the school kids that said he was rejected by Aoko, right?
そうなのか？そうなんだな。おい、眠ってねえで起きろ。
Tobimaru flew out of his chair and violently shook Soujuurou by the shoulders. Soujuurou opened his eyes.
そうか。お前は1年前の惨劇を知らないんだな。知ってりゃ、そんなストレートな破滅願望を持つこともなかったろうに。
Path of destruction! Nanook?
君の言葉には誤解が含まれてるけど、それは後にする。それより、1年前の惨劇って？
Is this about him getting rejected? Tobimaru regained his composure and sat down after a moment's thought.
仕方ねえ。この手の噂をするのは好きじゃねえんだけどな。
I'm not one for gossip, he says after he said a bunch of shit about Aoko. Okay, dude. Tobimaru reassured himself that it was in Soujurou's best interest as a young man to know.
あれは青崎がまだ1年の頃の話だ。あの頃はみんな入学したばっかりで、青崎がどんな性格か誰も知らなかった。あいつ、外見は文句なしに美人だからな。そりゃ男どもは狂気乱舞したもんさ。
Little did they know that soon after they would go crazy for an entirely different reason.
4月5月はもう上を下への大騒ぎだよ。あの時ばかりは上級生も下級生もなかったな。野郎同士の牽制、共闘、果ては決闘まで。まあよくも騒いだもんさ。
なんでそんなよくわからない事態になるんだ？
そりゃ青崎は一人きり、命知らずな野郎は延べ100人ほどいたからだよ。一人一人青崎とランチしても3ヶ月かかるだろ。だからまずは男同士でつまんねえ暗闘があったのさ。まあいい。わからねえならそこは飛ばそう。所詮負け犬どもの話だしな。でな、そんなどうでもいい戦いを勝ち残った奴らは列なしで1年の女に言い寄ったわけだ。青崎はあれで、なんていうか、相手のなけなしの誠意じゃなくてあれか、勇気、そういうのを無視できずに認めちまうやつだからな。
And though she may not seem like it, she's the type who likes to put a guy down lightly, you know, because of their sincerity or courage or whatever.
言い寄ってくる相手を可能な限り丁寧に断ってた。が、中にはそれで勘違いしちまうやつもいてよ。3年のある野郎が、これは脈ありと見て、青崎に何度も言い寄ったんだよ。多分、そいつ頭がおかしかったんだ。 今にして思うとそうとしか思えん。
Incidentally, Tobimaru decided to gloss over the fact that this student was also a former student council president.
学園ばかりか。青崎の家まで押しかけたそうでな。
What the hell?
あまりにしつこいんで、青崎も堪忍袋の尾が切れたんだろう。ちょっと口にするのははばかられる方法で。
It's the second time in this stream someone's fucking been like followed around town. What the hell? Third year hitting on a first year SMH? She respects bravery? But not this guy. What's gonna happen here? Oh, nice!
そいつは自分から他校に転入希望したばかりか、三崎町からも逃げ出しちまって、青崎も1ヶ月ばかり自宅謹慎を食らった。
The creep followed her home, bro!
世に言う血の公会堂事件だ。
The bloody town hall incident?
詳しく知りたけりゃ本人はまずいな。新聞部にでも行け。あそこの部長は命知らずだから、聞けば面白がって教えてくれる。
飛丸、その具体的な表現を恋に避けてないか？
仕方ねえだろ。理事長の息子だろうがなんだろうが、怖いものは怖えし、高校ぐらいは無事卒業しとかねえとな。うちの女子の制服見るたびに規制を上げるトラウマなんて持ちたくねえよ。
Soujuurou tilted his head to the side in confusion. Tobimaru had lost him with that comment.
ああ、いい。
Bro kinda lost me too. What did he mean? The incident fucking... There's some bits he left out and the incident scared everybody so bad he freaks out every time he sees a girl in uniform? What?
それより、なんで青崎なんかがいいんだよ、宗次郎。
He tilted his head again, this time to the other side.
おい、お前、本当に青崎が好きなのか？単に胸がドキドキ言ってるだけなら、それは恋じゃなくて恐怖だってオチもあるぜ。いくらその字がぼんやりでも、理由ってもんがあるだろう。
He tilted his head even further. What Tobimaru was saying sounded off, but Soujuurou decided not to press the matter. All the more because he found many of his own emotions towards Aoko Aozaki to be incomprehensible.
そうだな、おかしい。俺はあまり彼女を知らないのにね。
That was because they had not truly spoken to each other since the day she showed him around. Every time Soujuurou tried to talk to her, she immediately got up and left. As fate would have it, they ended up working together that recent Sunday, but made only idle chatter on the way back.
けど飛丸、君は知らないだけなんだ。時々なんだが、誰かの視線を感じて振り返ってみると、いつ失敗するかを心配して見ている人がいる。飛丸の言う通り、ただ廊下で俺を見かけて単に監視していただけなのかもしれない。本当は俺のことなんて気にせず素通りしたいのかもしれない。
Damn, bro's got like a wolf-like instinct.
けど、どんな種類であれ、彼女の心配は本物だ。
That Sunday was the church work they did? Yeah, I got that part. Don't you worry. I wouldn't have got if we didn't read it, so I appreciate you telling me about the 1.5 chapters, because that would have been something we just skipped over otherwise, right? But whatever the reason, I believe her concern is genuine.
それに、ここが一番大事だと思うんだけど、実際の話、青崎のそういうところのおかげで、俺は助かっていたりするんだ。
His tone was measured and sincere. Tobimaru sighed with a tinge of regret. If not for those words, he could have introduced Soujuurou to a more suitable girl, with whom he could have lived out the rest of his school days in peace. He never went to such lengths for his other friends. Generally speaking, if it was some sort of benefit to him, he was unafraid of exploiting another. If they were of no use, he didn't bother getting involved with them. That was how Tobimaru Tsukihime operated. Soujuurou happened to be the type of person who provided no benefit to Tobimaru, yet somehow sparked in him a desire to help. It was not that friendship was completely alien to him. He just did not have many people he felt that close to. So if Soujuurou had really fallen for Aoko, it was not his place as a friend to try to change his mind.
やれやれ。結局、惚れてるやつには理由なんていらねえんだな。
そんなことはない。理由なら一つある。彼女を一目見たときに、綺麗だなって思ったぞ。
ん？
Tobimaru's shoulders slumped.
なんだ？あんだけ恥ずかしいセリフ言っといて、要は外見に惚れてますな。結局見てくれかよ、宗十郎。
綺麗なものに見とれるのはいいことじゃないのか？自分を綺麗に見せる努力をしているんだから、外見から内面を判断するのはそんなおかしな話じゃないと思う。
ん？
That sounded like sophism to Tobimaru, but he had no counterpoint to offer.
しょうがねえ。わかったよ。この話はもうやめよう。その字が誰をてめえの女にするか、俺の知ったことじゃねえし。
Now, Tobimaru was mistaken about one major point during the whole conversation. Namely, that Soujuurou was not head over heels in love with Aoko, and hoped to go steady with her. He merely liked her as a person. Nobody could have foreseen the massive calamity that would be caused by this simple misunderstanding.
だがよ、一つだけ忠告しておくぜ、宗十郎。青崎は喧嘩をした相手だろうと別に嫌うわけじゃない。逆に言えば親切にしたって別に好かれるわけでもない。いい例が俺だ。
He spoke with a pained sigh, as if opening old wounds from the past.
そうか。詳しく。
おう、昔な、あいつがあんまりに独善的だったんで、つい手を挙げかけちまったことがある。半年前の夏だ。1年もあいつと生徒会やってたもんだから、俺も女っつうより戦友って気になっててな。つい勢いで平手打ちをしようと右手を上げた。我ながら4番バッターも角也という腰のひねり。
Oh, wait, he said I actually tried to hit her? I thought that said hit
俺は
on
勝利
her.
を確信したもんさ。
Wait, that's crazy, bro. Long story short, she used to be really full of herself, and I once tried to hit her. It happened last summer, and I had already been working with the student council for a year at that point. Saw her more like a fellow soldier in the trenches than as a girl. One day I lost my temper and took a swing at her. I like to think I've got a mean right hook, and I slugged her pretty good, so I thought I won that round. Bro, what? He had a distant look in his eyes as his words trailed off. She kicked his ass.
翌日になって、こりゃ完全に敵扱いされたなと
Oh, wait.
覚悟して生徒会室に行ってみりゃ、青崎はいつも通りだった。
Oh, she didn't do anything to him. I thought that said when the next day when I came to. Bro doesn't even remember. The next day when I came to the student council room, I thought she'd be spoiling for a fight, but she was the same as always.
で、以来あいつと俺は会長と副会長で収まってる。
Damn, she didn't do anything to him? Soujuurou sighed at his story. He then said with absolute confidence,
今の話を総合すると、君は単にのろけたいのか？
Oh my god. Soujuurou looks at that and he's like, y'all are like siblings then. Clearly he had missed the entire point.
なわけあるか！今の話のどこに甘酸っぱい要素があんだよ。俺としちゃあいつを女として見なくなった決定的な事件だったんだがね。
なんだ、違うのか？
A look of disappointment flittered across Soujurou's face. Tobimaru revised his opinion. Soujuurou was something of a simpleton, but there was a quality to him that Tobimaru could not quite place.
とにかくだ。俺が言いたいのは、青崎青子の好き嫌いの基準ってのは普通じゃないってことだ。いいことをすれば好かれる、気に入らないことをすれば嫌われるってわけじゃねえんだよ。
That's the kind of princess she is. Soujuurou answered that he would keep it in mind as he looked to the clock. They had been talking for a while, and lunch was almost over.
もう君からの話はないか？
あ？初めからねえよ、そんなの。
Why had Tobimaro even brought him here in the first place? Soujuurou tilted his head in wonder, but shook it off to deal with the more pressing matters at hand.
よし。じゃあもう少し付き合ってくれ。飛び丸に聞きたいことがあったんだ。
Tobimaro sat up straight, having never seen Soujurou's face look so serious before. Soujuurou set aside his rice balls and cleared his throat.
実は昨日、こんなことがあって。
He spoke solemnly, and as carefully as possible, he recounted what had occurred the night before. Flashback time!
Shizuki-kun, いる?
Oh, maybe not. It was 10 to 12 and lunchtime was quickly coming to an end. Her face popped into Class C, as lively as ever. As if it were an everyday occurrence. Aoko Aozaki announced her presence. While Aoko wasn't part of Class C, she didn't let it bother her as she casually entered the classroom. In contrast, the baby birds who had been so noisily chirping while eating lunch quickly quieted and began to rearrange their seats.
どういう意味よ、それ。
She bristled internally before looking around the room. She could not see the male student she had come here to find. He hardly stood out, so she thought he might be hidden in a corner somewhere, but that appeared not to be the case.
有里くん、出席番号12番のしずきくんは？
Aoko kept her tone professional.
俺？しずきならさっき飛び丸殿下が連れて行ったよ。
The boy was shocked that she actually knew his name. One might think that the reason the students referred to Tobimaro Tsukihime by a royal title was because he was the chairman's son, but it was because he actually acted like royalty. In fact, the vice president was said to have taken a liking to the title.
飛び丸が？あいつしずきくんと仲いいの？
She seemed surprised. The class seemed surprised at her surprise.
いいも悪いも築地くんが男子と仲良く話してるのって今まで見たことなかったよ、私たち。あ、木の実くんはバカだから別だけど。
Poor Kinomi catching strays.
そうだよな。初めは殿下もあんまり話してなかったけど、3日もしたら楽しそうに口喧嘩してたもんな。ま、しずき相手に突っ張っても仕方ないじゃん。あいつ変だけどいいやつだし。
He's good people.
そうよね。いい人だもんね、宗十郎くん。
Having recomposed themselves, Class C started chatting again. Aoko listened for a bit before turning around and leaving the class with a later. All the Soujuurou talk finished as quickly as it had started. Lunchtime was coming to a close in the student council room. Soujuurou, having told his story, was smiling in satisfaction. Tobimaru, still sitting across from him, was frowning.
さあ、感想を聞かせてくれ。
Soujuurou told his yarn as best he could. Tobimaru fingered his brow as if he was angry or concerned.
なあ、そうのじ。お前、人をバカにできるほど器用なやつじゃねえよな。
失礼な。器用な方だぞ、俺は。
I love this character, man. His response only confirmed Tobimaru's suspicions. It had to be one of two possible conclusions. That what Soujuurou had just told him was true, or that Soujuurou was so tired that he must have been hallucinating at the time. Tobimaru sincerely hoped it was the latter.
宗十郎、率直に言って、俺はお前が気に入っている。嘘のない人間なんてのは人間じゃねえ。俺は人間嫌いだから、そんなお前さんが気に入ってたりするんだが、 そんな奴まで馬鹿げたことを言い出したら、俺は明日から何を頼りに昼飯を食えばいいんだ？
学食で食べればいいんじゃないか？
Hearing his suggestion, Tobimaru's face darkened.
わかった。はっきり言おう。それは幻覚だ。幽霊の正体見たり枯れ尾花ってやつだろうさ。それでも納得いかないってんなら、いい精神科を紹介してやる。
Okay, so he said he saw a ghost last night. Was this wasn't Did we witness this? I can't remember because he was this when he worked really late at night and then was going home. Is that when he saw a ghost? I can't remember how that scene happened. Or if that was even the same scene that they're talking about here.
それが君の感想か。よし。
Okay, this is separate from the
ならいいんだ。
point 5. Gotcha. As bitter as Tobimaru's words might have sounded to most, Soujuurou swallowed them whole.
そりゃ俺だって神隠しの類だと思ったよ。けど、都会じゃもしかしてそれもありなのかもしれないだろう。確かめたかったのはそこなんだ。
Satisfied, Soujuurou finished off his last rice ball and neatly folded the cloth.
おい、すると何か？
ちょっと待って。
お前は都会の人間は口から火を吹いたり、腕が伸びたりするのが普通だと思ったのか？
What? You didn't actually think it was normal for people in the city to breathe fire or extend their arms like they're made of rubber? Did bro see Luffy? What the fuck?
まあ普通じゃないけど、特別でもないんじゃないかと思ったんだ。ここは山にないものが溢れている。何でもありの場所だ。だからそれぐらいやってのける人だってもしかしているのかなと。
That his face was as serious as it was made Tobimaru realize just how big a culture shock Soujuurou must have been experiencing. Like me with the fucking high school. Living up in the mountains with no electricity, in a place where the night sky was as it always had been, where humans were just one more organism in nature's garden, it makes sense that those conditions would create a boy like him. The idea of children growing up so pure was an appealing one, but maybe it was natural to forgo civilization when your population was so small. Or perhaps it was so simple a world that excessive knowledge was deemed irrelevant. It was precisely because city life offered him so much that was impossible up till now that he had come to the conclusion that anything was possible here.
安心しろ。確かにこっちにはたちの悪い奴らばっかりだけどな。そんな魔法使いみたいな奴はいねえよ。
Does he know? Can I get a does he know in chat? Relax, the city might have its share of shady guys, but none of them are magicians in disguise. Does he know?
そうだといいんだけど。
I hope you're right. But Soujuurou seemed unsure, and on Tobimaru's part, there were things to Soujurou's story that he found hard to swallow. Whether true or not, the incident Soujuurou had described was disturbing.
まあ、事の真偽というか、どんな間違いでそう見えたかは置いておいてだ。結果だけ見れば、うちの生徒が夜の公園で人を殺したってことになる。しかも双方控えめに表現しても普通じゃねえ。
Whoa. If what you're saying is true, if we assume what you're saying has actually happened, it would ultimately mean that one of our school's students killed someone in the park last night, and that neither of the parties involved were normal. As a newcomer to the town, Soujuurou assumed that everyone his age was a student at the school. For better or worse, he was right.
一人は火炎放射器を持って、もう一人は、まあなんだ、なぎなたでも持ち出したのか、刃物らしきものが何メートルも伸びたときた。
Naginata is a type of sword, right? It's not a katana because katanas are a certain length. Naginatas are a certain length, right? One of them was equipped with a flamethrower while the other had a naginata, or at least a bladed weapon resembling one that was a good few feet in length. Wait, bro saw a Holy Grail War. Wait a second, is there a Holy Grail War in this town? Wait, he actually just saw two servants fighting. Like Shiro Emiya at the start of Fate's Day Night. He saw two servants fighting and he was like, yeah, this is just normal around here, right? That's what it sounds like. Soujuurou bobbed his head up and down as he listened to the disbelief in Tobimaru's voice, hearing it repeated by someone else. He could see how someone might think he was taking them for a ride.
正気を疑うな。尋常じゃないぞ、その話。
宗十郎、お前、実は俺をからかってんだろ。
Naginata is like a spear or a sword with a polearm as a handle. Okay.
いや、全く。けどまあ、都会にはそんな人間はいないんだろ？なら飛び丸の言う通り、夢でも見てたんだ。ここのところアルバイトと試験が重なって辛くて。
Winter break was just around the corner and the end of term exams were but a week away. Both were proving formidable opponents for Soujuurou.
俺は基本ができてないから、人の倍程度の勉強じゃ追いつけない。ほら、勉強ばかりしているとノイローゼをするんだろ？
そりゃするんじゃなくてなるものだが、まあ、何にせよ、やりすぎ飲みすぎはよくねえわな。
減らしてはいるんだけどね。年末ってアルバイトを休む人も多くて、その代行も頼まれがちだし。
He shrugged helplessly. It was obvious from his words that he had been busy. Even if he was not going crazy, lack of sleep could have caused him to daydream, even if this all did go down in the middle of the night.
なんだか大変そうだな、宗十郎。
ああ、実はかなり参ってる。
Soujuurou nodded with a pained look in his face. What was strange, however, was that he did not look the least bit tired.
泣き言言わねえのは感心するけどな。お前、新郎は顔に出ないたちか？ん？
そりゃ、新郎はどこも痛まないからね。
As he answered, Soujuurou looked up at the clock on the wall. Lunchtime was almost over.
飛び丸、時間だ。
ああ、もうそんなに経ったか。気にせず先に行ってていいぜ。俺は。
Soujuurou watched as Tobimaru made a gesture that seemed to lament the life of a student council member. His eyes looked as though they were looking at a piece of art and not understanding its value.
授業をサボれる身分っていうのは羨ましいな。そういうの、飛び丸が嫌いな手抜きじゃないのか？
そりゃ誤解も甚だしい。俺の欠席は手抜きじゃねえ。特権ってやつだと言ったろ。
The vice president angrily defended himself and stood up. The transfer student merely gazed at him, unfazed.
おいおい、あれだけ説明したのに全然分かってなかったのか？しょうがねえ。まず座れ。いいか、その字。常人を上回る英気と幸運を兼ね備えながら、座することなく精進してきた俺でも、ここを卒業しちまえば裸一貫になっちまうんだぞ。ひでえ話だ。てめえの家柄を活用できんのはあと1年ちょいだけなんだぜ。これの一体どこが羨ましいってんだ。普通一生続くはずの親の七光ってやつが、俺の場合はたった3年間しかねえんだからな。となりゃ有効なうちに使っておかなきゃもったいなくておちおち眠ってもいられねえ。ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。何が嫌かって、バカどもとガン首並べて金勘定するのが嫌だ。たく、嫉妬渦巻く大人の世界じゃ、俺のオブラートみたいな心なんてパックリ飲まれて溶けちまうこと受け合いだろうさ。
While he must have been joking, Soujuurou took his tone to be completely sincere. He listened as he envied Tobimaru's ability to be so open about his feelings. From his frame of reference, there was nothing he could do but take Tobimaru for his word. When...
あら、そんな権利なんて留年すればいくらでも引き伸ばせるのに。なんなら協力してあげましょうか？この...
The door to the student council room flew open, washing away Soujurou's half-hearted responses to his friend. This frosty statement destroyed the warm atmosphere of the room. And it also marked the abrupt end of Tobimaru Tsukiji's reign there.
いや、いい。自分の夢は自分の力だけで叶えようと常々思ってるんだ。
そ？なら今みたいな恥ずかしいこと力説しないでね。廊下にまで聞こえてたわよ、副会長さん。
Not missing a beat, Aoko Aozaki stepped inside the room. Her dark hair was slightly disheveled, as if she had been running. Her gaze missed the sitting Soujuurou entirely and was focused completely on the ranting vice president.
頑張れ、飛び丸。
Soujuurou quietly got up and headed back to the classroom.
割と薄情なんだな、お前。
Tobimaru grumbled in front of Aoko.
だって時間がない。
だから、そういうのが薄情とだな。
He cut himself off. Aoko briefly shifted her gaze to Soujuurou.
時間がないのは私も同じよ。あなたにはいつも振り回される。
Not a complaint. It was her honest opinion.
なんだ？要件は宗十郎かよ。
安心なさい。あなたにもあるから。
Her eyes shimmered with a murderous glee. It was slightly different from the more sullen gaze to which Tobimaru had grown accustomed to. For whatever reason, Aoko's mood seemed worse than usual.
しずきくん、あなた、走るのと泳ぐの、どっちが好き？
Aoko asked abruptly. Soujuurou frowned a little before saying he was fine with either one.
ダメよ、一つにして。
泳ぐ方かな。けど、どうして？
あなたがまだどこの部にも所属してないから。
A quick reply? One that left no room for Soujuurou to object.
うちの校則読んだわよね。生徒はただ一人の例外もなく、部活動に参加しなくてはならない。正直どうかと思う校則だけど、決まりは決まりだから。
そんな無茶な。悪いけど、そこまでの暇はないんだ。
でしょうね。
An equally terse response. She was typically to the point, but Tobimaru got the impression that she was expressly trying to keep her interaction with Soujuurou short. They started to stare at each other in silence. Tobimaru stood breathlessly silent on the sidelines until Soujuurou broke the impasse.
青崎は分かってると思ってた。あ、いや違う。きっと分かっているんだな。うん。だから、そこが強いんだろうね。
Soujuurou stood up from his seat. He walked past Aoko and into the hallway.
それ、明日からでいいんだろ？
しずきくんがいいならね。
He did his best to force a smile before leaving the student council room. While watching the events play out, Tobimaru found himself deeply impressed with Soujuurou. He could tell from Aoko's behavior that she was trying to get a rise out of Soujuurou. Soujuurou, on the other hand, didn't react. Heedlessly of what Aoko was doing, he simply went on his way. To Tobimaru, it was hard to believe that Soujuurou had not taken offense. From his point of view, Soujurou's poker face had been the performance of a lifetime.
いや、でも何が強いんだろうな、会長。
He looked at Aoko, curiously. Aoko stood completely still, staring at the wall.
青崎？
Aoko showed no response.
おい、会長。青崎。青子女子。おい、聞いてんのかよ、青崎青子。
さいはね、青を呼ぶな。
Her fury echoed across the student council room. It was a beautiful sound that could be heard in the hallway and made Tobimaru's rant from earlier pale in comparison.
やかましい。うるせえのはてめえも同じだ。
Perhaps her shouting was still ringing in his ears, or he was just the type to answer a shout with a shout. but he shot back reflexively.
そんなんだから男の一人もできねえんだよお前は。ほら目覚めたか？
別にあなたの声は聞こえてた。煩わしかったから無視してただけよ。黙らせるの面倒だし。
てめえな、俺はカカなんかかおい。
コミュニケーションが成立しない点で言えばあっちのがまだ上品よね。
ほう、その心は？
Oh, owl means blue? Interesting. Okay.
お互い何を言ってるかわからない。意味のない会話なら仰せみたいなものでしょ。
Based on that statement, Aoko must have been under the assumption that dating was the act of two lovers whispering nonsense to each other.
問題はお前にとって意味のある会話ってのがどの程度の価値かってことだが、まあいいか。いつになくきついじゃねえか青崎。
ちょっとね、今愛嬌振りまける状況じゃないのよ。
不思議だ。この2年間で青崎の愛嬌なんてものは見たことがないんだが。
飛び丸のいない時に振りまいてたの。
そうかよ。やっぱりあの時のこと恨んでるんだろう、生徒会長さんはよ。
It was only one thing Tobimaru could be talking about. The incident that occurred in the student council room that past summer.
ずいぶんと昔の話じゃないそれ。そんなどうでもいいことに容量を使っちゃもったいないわよ。ただでさえ脳の覚醒部分が少ないのに。
As the conversation wore on, Aoko's murderous aura began to fade, and her sharp gaze gave way to a calmer demeanor rarely seen from her. It was quite possible that nobody besides Tobimaru had ever seen this side of her at school before.
ご忠告どうも。俺だってあんなことは忘れてよ。たださっきその字がバカなこと言いやがるからつい思い出しちまったんだよ。くそ、考えてみりゃ場所まで一緒じゃねえか。
Despite his ranting, his face betrayed a touch of nostalgia. Aoko, on the other hand, was scowling.
ちょっと待って。あの話、彼にしたの？
おう、俺がてめえになんで会長になんか立候補したのよ。あんたは副会長って顔でしょ、どう見ても。なんて挑発されて生涯最高の月をしたところまでな。
Aoko let out a sigh, as if relieved that Tobimaru had not told Soujuurou the rest of the story. Even she wasn't sure why.
あれは確かにびっくりするぐらいいい月だった。思わず体が反応しちゃったものね。ところで、私そんなこと言ったっけ？
言った。しかも俺が保健室に運ばれたのをこれ幸いと強引に副会長にしやがった。
Ah. So she did fuck him up. Since that day, Tobimaru had served as the vice president to the person who usurped the role from him.
いいけどな。俺に会長職は合わねえって分かったし、副会長の方が性に合ってやがる。会長なんてやってたら危うく親父みたいな野郎になってただろうしよ。
プライド高い分できることは全部やるからね、飛び丸は。会長職に先進するあまり気がついたら優等生になってたあんたも見たかったけど。
やめてくれ、ゾッとしねえ。猫かぶるのはお前だけで十分だ。
Tobimaru shooed Aoko away like an annoying pest. It was a typical example of the crude verbal abuse they exchanged on a daily basis, with a witness that only two longtime foes could manage.
で、なんでそんな話したのよ。
は？
半年前のここの事件をなんで彼に話したのよ。
ああ、そっちか。いや、あいつがバカなこと口走ったからなんだが。
He stopped himself before he said anything more. He knew better than to let slip the fact that Soujuurou had a thing for Aoko. Everyone knew guys didn't sell each other out like that, even if it was all in truth a misunderstanding.
それよりさっきのはないんじゃねえのか、青崎。お前、宗十郎に恨みでもあんの
？7日以上前の恨みを引きずるほど私はお姫様じゃないつもりだけど。
He wanted to retort that she was more like a queen than a princess. But he'd come to know her too well over the past couple years to dig himself into a hole like that.
恨みはないね。それにしちゃ恋に喧嘩売ってただろ。なんでだ。確かに調子の狂うやつだが、あいつほどいいやつはいねえだろうに。おい待て。なんだその足元のシロアリを見るかのような態度は。
別にあんたまでそのセリフを言うのかって心底から見避け果てただけよ。まあいっか。いいやつ、いい人、結構じゃない？喧嘩を売る相手としちゃ上等だわ。誰も憎んであげないなら私ぐらいそうしないとね。
What? She said casually, having regained her composure.
しないとねって、お前。
Tobimaro could not follow her reasoning at all. Tobimaro was used to Aoko's erratic trains of thought, but hating Soujuurou for no reason seemed needlessly cruel. His friend's naive and innocent face came to mind, and then he blurted,
けど、宗十郎は青崎が好きなんだぜ。それでも嫌いなのか？
Oh! Caught! His vow of silence had lasted not even 2 minutes. Tobimaro failed the bro code.
いや、今のはな、青崎。
He tried to take it back, but it was too late. She had heard his words loud and clear. All he could hope for now was that she could take it well.
そりゃそうでしょ。好き嫌いは誰にもあるし。けどこればかりはね。彼が私と仲良くしたいって言っても、私は嫌いなんだから仕方ない。
Oh, she's clueless. Stone, cold, Aoko. Tobimaro found himself filled with indignation at how detached Aoko was being.
いや、そんなお友達感覚の話じゃなくてだな。
Wait, you're gonna clear it up?
そういう好き嫌いじゃなくて、その字は本気でお前に惚れてるって言ったんだよ。
He shouted, his face the embodiment of sincerity. Aoko gave him a blank stare. It was the face of someone who had lost their wallet hours earlier and was only just realizing it now. The first instant of doubt that ushers in reality of the situation. But an instant is all it was.
で?
She answered coolly, as if she had no idea why it should matter to her at all.
出ときたか。鬼でもなけりゃ悪魔だな。お前って女は。よかろう。聞こえなかったのならもう一度言ってやる。
Tobimaro gave up any pretense of masculine solidarity. Beautiful wording choice there, Nasu. Tobimaro gave up any pretense of masculine solidarity and fired back hard.
いいわよ、そんなの。つまらないもの。
She ruthlessly cut him off. Thinking of the boys who still harbored unrequited love for Aoko, Tobimaro tried hard to come up with a name befitting of a demoness in front of him.
なるほどね。それでさっきの話に結びつくわけだ。へえ、柄にもなく友達思いじゃない？殿下。ってことは、聞くも無残、語るも無情っていう私の噂話、教えてあげたんでしょ
？She laughed as a fiendish smile adorned her face. Smug. Tobimaro repented to God, whoever and whenever he or she might be, for ever bringing up Aoko's love life.
飛び丸にしちゃ正しい判断ね。褒めてあげるから、どんな話をしたのか聞きたいな、私。
She was smiling, but Tobimaru wished she'd at least try to hide the bloodlust.
代表作とここでの事件を2つばかり。
Aoko nodded with satisfaction as she listened to Tobimaru's hesitant answer.
こういう時、噂話って便利よね。うるさいのを追っ払ってくれるから。でも、そんな話を考えなしで広めたら大変だから、これからは気をつけてね。
Had this been in writing, the chillingly sweet tone of her words could have been signed with a heart. Whether angry or happy, Aozaki spoke in a disturbingly cute manner when she was in a heightened emotional state. Tobimaru took note of this new discovery, aware that it did nothing to get him out of this situation.
ああ、俺も命は惜しいからな。口はもう滑らねえよ。けどよ、青崎。本気で宗十郎が嫌いなのか?
He knew that it was a topic he would be better off avoiding, but he tried to ask anyway. The bonds between men at times shine more beautifully than a pearl.
まあ、好きじゃないから嫌いっていうわけじゃないけど、私が彼のことを嫌う理由は自分でもわからない。だからダメなのね、きっと。
Perhaps to placate Tobimaru, Aoko paused in contemplation before she answered. Giving it a moment without immediately blurting out a response meant that not even he could complain.
そうか。ま、そういうことならしょうがねえか。何しろ、綺麗さっぱり感情論だ。お互い理由もなく好きと嫌いじゃ、手を貸す隙間もねえわけだし。
Thinking that would be the end of it, Tobimaru looked up towards the ceiling and silently apologized to Soujuurou. However, his final sentence appeared to have piqued Aoko's interest.
待って。今の、どういう意味?
Her fox cheer had vanished. Failing to pick up on this, Tobimaru answered nonchalantly.
いや、あいつもさ、青崎に惚れた理由がわからないなんて言いやがってよ。ああ、違ったか。理由なんてないなんて意味だったかな。
Tobimaru was still in disbelief that Soujuurou had been charmed by Aoko's appearance, so he purposely left that part out. Missed, who's the girl in JJK that has the genes that really likes the one guy that is in the world with the old person right now? I forgot all their fucking names. The girl with the genes that's like the one that like recently graduated in JJK, and she's like super strong. With the long blonde hair. Who's that character? Yuki? Yuki, the genes? She's in the opening and they have the fucking ass shot where it's like scrolling up and she's got the long blonde hair with the jeans. That's how I'm remembering her right now. Yuki, is that her name? Is that the blonde girl? This is the girl that a lot of Fate fans compare her to. The visual novel we're experiencing is like her story. Yuki Tsukomo, one of the 4 special grades, yeah. I've seen a lot of JJK fans compare Yuki to Aoko. Tobimaru was still in disbelief that Soujuurou had been charmed by Aoko's appearance, so he purposely left that part out.
理由はないですって。
ああ、なんで。俺がいくらお前の噂話をしても無駄だった。天津さえなんて言ってたかな。そうそう。理由はどうあれ、青崎の心配は本物なんだとか、自分はそれで助かってるとか、俺なんかには言えないセリフだったのは確かだね。
Oh no.
どうにも。
Her outwardly scornful appearance has had no effect on him.
はっきりしてんのは、他の野郎どもと違って、噂を聞いても手を引く素振りなんざみじんもなかったってことだけ。
Tobimaru finally noticed the shift in Aoko's demeanor. She was scowling at the wall. She glared at it in silence like it was her worst enemy, and this continued for several minutes.
何それ。さっきといいそれといい、どこかで聞いたようなことばっかり。
Look at her sprite. So great was her ire that the gnashing of her teeth was audible. The irritation seethed until it reached the point that Aoko forgot Tobimaru was even in the room. Tobimaru looked heavenward for forgiveness, sensing that he'd brought further calamity down on Soujurou's head.
少しわかったわ。なんであいつが気に食わないのか。
Tobimaru looked away as if to indicate that he'd rather not know, but Aoko ignored him and began to grumble venomously.
あいつ、私が嫌いなやつと言動が似てるのよ。誰彼構わずいい人扱いされるところとか、妙にふわふわしてるところとか、いちいち私の勘に触るところとか。
Glancing idly up at the clock, Tobimaru thought that last part sounded like misplaced anger. And that was that. 1 o'clock had come and gone.
わかった。もういい。この話をした俺が悪かった。で、俺に用ってのはなんだよ。言っとくけど、もう授業始まってるぜ。
I love that the animation is just adding another layer of her and just fucking going ham on the pathing. It was funny.
え？授業って、なんで？いつ？
いや、さっきその字が出てってから、青崎がギラーンって壁に睨んでた時にチャイムが鳴ったんだよ。いいのか、生徒会長。5次元目ばっくれて。
いいわけないでしょ。なんで黙ってんのよ、あんたは。
It's the most Rin sounding she's sounded this whole fucking thing so far. There was a hint of Rin in there for sure. She looked like she was on the verge of tears as she shouted and pulled at his necktie. Tobimaru raised his hands in mock surrender, a gesture reserved only for the true victor.
蚊の方がエレガントなんて言いやがった仕返しだ。思い知るがいい。男の純情を踏みにじったり焼き殺したりするエリート悪魔め。
相変わらず細かく根に持つ男。言動には言動で返しなさいよね、卑怯者。
She tightened his necktie around his neck with a yank. The vice president smiled a thuggish grin, as if the reaction made the victor that much sweeter.
お前の古典が破滅に向かっているのは周知の事実。そして A 組の5次元目は言うまでもない。藤代のばあさん。青崎のこと嫌ってるしな。
Fujisho had one of the longest tenures at the school, so it was only natural she would be in charge of teaching the classics.
さあ、こんなところで俺のネクタイを引っ張る余裕があるのなら、急いで自分の教室に立ち返るがいい。情けだ。別に止めはしねえよ。
くそ、あんたなんかにはめられるなんて。このまま死んでしまえ。
Fucking Takeuchi fucking face sprite there. The classic fucking teeth. The shark teeth, yes. And even the Neko arc like style fucking eyes. She choked him even harder with his necktie. As Aoko put words into actions and mercilessly strangled Tobimaru, he saw his life flash before his eyes.
いや、待て待て、本当に死んじまうだろうが。今ならまだ間に合う。10分過ぎたら遅刻から欠席扱いだぞ。
Aoko glanced at the clock. It was still only 7 past 1. Her route was from the student council room on the 2nd floor to Class A classroom on the 3rd floor. If she ran, she might be able to make it.
命拾ったわね、飛び丸。
Aoko clicked her tongue disappointedly. What disturbed Tobimaru was that it didn't sound like an empty threat.
あと放課後、ここにいて。頼みたいことがあるのは本当なんだから。
She was halfway out of the room before she even finished her sentence. Finally, All alone, Tobimaru closed the open door, locked it, and slumped into a chair.
たく。ああしてる分には楽しいやつなんだけどよ。青崎は。
He leaned back in the creaky folding chair and let out a sigh. The weather outside was beautiful, but the sunlight waned early in the winter. Before long, daylight would fade, and the unheated student council room would grow colder and colder. All of the good equipment, like the heater, had ended up in the main office, so he had no choice but to settle in for a chilly afternoon.
こんな天気が続けばいいんだがね。天気予報じゃ、また雲行き怪しいって話だが。
I was gonna mention it, in another, or earlier when they mentioned the school not having heating, or they tried to save on electricity. And it reminded me of, Shiro Emiya fixing he was fixing a heater in the student council room in Fate Stay Night, wasn't he, at the beginning? Kind of reminds me of that. I'm sure it's a reference, if anything, or a slight nod. After his somewhat suggestive monologue, Tobimaru's mind drifted. He idly wondered to himself whether Soujuurou was an overcast day or a clear day sort of guy, but no answers came. The school day is over. Soujuurou headed straight to his job. While the school had approved his job at the Chinese restaurant and fish market in Misaki's shopping district, there was other work he hadn't mentioned to them. And it was not because he knew that they would complain at him working too many, but rather because of the illicit nature of one job in particular. Today, his workplace was a pachinko parlor in front of Yashirogi Station. Soujuurou changed out of his school uniform and into a black fox tuxedo uniform, then began cleaning the storefront. Yashirogi was the jewel of Misaki City, a busy place with a vast assortment of commercial centers and shopping arcades. Where there were people in mass, there were products made in mass. Fox is faux, and it means fake? Strange fake? A romantic might describe it as a place of joy. A realist would note the free enterprise. And a cynic would point out all the garbage. Local authorities had attempted to beautify Yashirogi, but there was one basic tenet of society they could not overcome. This establishment was the embodiment of that rule. Businesses such as this attracted the dregs of society, and as such, the front of the parlor had been cleaned several times a day. Soujuurou stood outside the winter cold, sweeping used-up cigarette butts, picking up discarded flyers, and tossing empty cans into the trash. Something about it must have reminded him of mountain life, because he cheerfully finished the job with ease. After making sure the storefront was acceptably clean, he returned to the inside of the parlor, where it was nice and warm. Blinding lights, deafening sounds, and the oppressive odor of tobacco assaulted him as he passed through the parlor on his way to the office.
店長、外回りの掃除終わりました。
はい、ご苦労様。それでいいかな。2階の40番台のお客さんの様子見てきてくれない？どうも懐に飲んでそうなんだよね。
His boss was a good-natured man who used to work a desk job. The reason he employed someone like Soujuurou, even though he was clearly a student, was not because he admired him for working his way through school. It was because of all the other employees were scary and intimidating, and he wanted at least one employee who was not.
いいんですか？トイレの掃除まだですけど。
いいのいいの。なんかね、カメラの死角にいるんでいまいち確証取れないの。そうちゃん、今のところ的中率 100% でしょ。様子見てきてくれないかな。
Hearing that, Soujuurou put away his cleaning equipment and headed upstairs. It was a typical large-scale pachinko parlor with 2 floors. What is that, a casino? What is this? It prided itself on being a local establishment that was satisfied with taking the locals' money little by little without resorting to no more than exploitative means. But regardless of the parlor's intentions, its customers were not so scrupulous. It's a gambling place? Okay, so that what he meant by cheating, she might be cheating in one of these games. It's a casino, but with a specific game where it's a ball that drops? Okay. Among them were casual players, professional gamblers, and cheaters looking to profit by exploiting whatever loopholes they could find. Of particular prevalence was a device developed in the mid-80s that could disrupt the machine's circuitry from the outside and make it much easier to get what was called a 777 jackpot. As much as the parlor wanted to deny these cheaters entry, it needed to present hard evidence of cheating, or risk losing customers, particularly in the service industry. Innocent until proven guilty was not a rule taken lightly. As a result, they could only punish the customers they caught in the act. Such cheaters were known as gotoshi, a slice of society which Soujuurou knew nothing about. What he did know was that they were inconveniencing his employer and violating the rules. He went upstairs. The radio had a game machine sound on the 2nd floor that was quieter than a cacophony downstairs. There were hundreds of game machines on the ground floor and over 80 on the 2nd. While there were some empty seats here and there, it was a solid evening turnout. The machine mentioned by his boss was in the center aisle. Soujuurou nonchalantly leaned back against the wall and watched the customer hit the jackpot over and over again. Oh shit, I recognize that sprite. Hold up. The second he saw her, his gut told him that she was not cheating. He still was not sure what made someone a master swindler, but if it meant that they were special, this woman certainly fit that description. It was almost as if he could feel the luck emanating from her. As the customer looked on, she silently turned the handle again and again. She appeared older than Soujuurou. She wore a green, form-fitting one-piece dress, a pair of stockings that covered her legs. Her slender legs were gracefully crossed, and her elegance suited a painting better than a casino. Her dark, reddish hair was cut short in a bob, perfectly framing her stylish spectacles and crimson lips. Truth be told, something was off about this picturesque beauty ringing the jackpot over and over again. 4 boxes worth of pachinko balls sat at her feet, and her winning streak showed no signs of abating. She looked bored as her slender, porcelain fingers lifted a long cigarette to her lips. Just as that thought crossed his mind, her gaze turned towards the wall, and Soujuurou. Oh! Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He reflexively covered his mouth to keep from shrieking. Oh, this is the woman he saw supposedly kill someone? Acting on pure instinct, Soujuurou took off running. He headed straight downstairs, desperate not to be on the same floor as her. He would have to run straight out the door, but for his obligations to his job.
店長、早退します。それと、2階の人は問題ないです。
He tried to keep his composure as he spoke, jamming his school uniform into a paper bag as he ran out the parlor. Cloudy weather brought the shadow of night over Yashirogi as he ran through the shopping arcade towards the station. He shot up the long staircase like an arrow, quickly pulling his train pass from his wallet and passed through the ticket gate. The ticket gate was crowded with people standing around, walking and talking. The station attendant by the automatic ticket machine had an unpleasant look on his face. There was now a familiar, comforting hustle and bustle around him. Just another day in the city. Nothing like what he witnessed the night before. He could finally breathe again. The momentary rush of relief brought him to an abrupt stop. He nervously turned around. There was no way that dangerous individual could be behind him. Oh, but he's got like a 6th sense, right? Why are you turning around then, Soujuurou? He couldn't think of a good reason for why he'd fled so desperately. As far as he could remember, he hadn't even seen the threat's face long enough to form an opinion about her. Soujuurou gave himself a good slap on the cheek to pull himself together and quickly made his way down to the platform. Unfortunately, the next train was 10 minutes away, and panicking would do him no favors, so he quietly found an empty seat and sat down. Yams says, I don't know what's going on, but the writing has me absorbed. Yams, this is Nasu. Like, when I talk about my expectations for writing and dialogue being, like, up here, it's because of this man's writing. It's fucking amazing. He took another deep breath. He was surrounded by people waiting for the next train, just like he was, and no sign of anyone pursuing him. His head finally cleared up, and he assured himself that he was overthinking things, though he was surprised at how heavy his shoulders felt.
疲れてるのは分かってる。自分の体のことだし。
Soujuurou sighed at his greater than expected fatigue. He had certainly struggled since coming down from the mountains, but in retrospect, it could have been worse. Physically, he was probably holding up fine. He was much less confident in his mental state. The city and the mountains could not have been more different. He had been slow to recognize the differences and adapt. Acclimation was simple enough. Humans were nothing if not adaptable. Even without any effort, one would learn to adjust over time. Recognizing the challenges had been the hard part.
そりゃ、とにかく難しいことだらけだし。
Soujuurou grumbled a complaint he'd never uttered before. To be honest, he was still afraid to wander around town. There were so many things city people took for granted that Soujuurou had yet to grasp. It was little wonder that this never-ending chain of surprises would wear on him.
そっか。疲れてるのは体じゃないのか。だから、あんな幻を見る。
He muttered to himself, and then shook his head. That which exists, exists. Such was the way of all things. Tobimaru had called it a hallucination, but Soujuurou knew what he saw was real. The city was a magical kingdom compared to the mountains. If there were real magicians secretly living here, that should have been no surprise at all. The thought alone made his legs tremble. It took him a moment longer to realize that they were quivering out of fear. He had feared the unnatural ever since he encountered a wild bear on the mountain path as a child.
いや、あれはこんなもんじゃなかったっけ。なりふり構わず泣き叫んだもんな、あの時は。
Soujuurou smiled a little as he recalled his traumatic childhood memory. Anyone would have fainted at the sudden appearance of a growling beast that towered over 6 feet tall. The monster in the movie that Soujuurou saw not 2 days ago was the equivalent of a cuddly stuffed animal when compared to the wild mountain creatures. He was reminded that he'd faced far worse before, and his ordeal now was something he could endure.
そうだよな。今の問題は、ちらっと聞こえた最後のセリフか。捕まえて始末するっていうのはどうなんだ。
I don't think, well, I guess we didn't hear him tell the story to the student body vice president, but he heard someone utter at the end of the experience to say catch and eliminate. What's that supposed to mean? At face value, the meaning was obvious, but the implications were simply too frightening to contemplate seriously. Perhaps he had misheard the words, or perhaps the speaker had misspoke.
都会のルール。誰かがきっと罰しに来る。
The law of the city means someone will deal out punishment eventually. Even as he said it, the idea didn't quite feel real. It was hard to imagine that it applied to him. Soujuurou breathed in and closed his eyes. His vision dimmed, putting the illuminated cityscape out of sight and out of mind. For now, he resolved to put the last night's events behind him. When he opened his eyes, his breathing had calmed.
それでさ、 青崎を殴りつけようとして結局どうなったんだ?
The question suddenly popped into Sojuro's head. He decided he would ask him next time, and stood up from his chair. A long streak of light blazed by, announcing the arrival of the next train. That's the end of chapter 2. It's like that every day. Chapter 2, all scenarios read. Ooh, we get a different main menu too. Or I guess this is the end of the chapter actually. All right, so we're going to save that and we're going to end the stream there, chat. That's a good stopping point. End of chapter 2. This is really good so far. I mean, Nasu's writing is impeccable, but the art, who's the artist? I'm sorry, I need to get their name right. I keep forgetting the artist's name. The artist and the background art and the sprites are fucking phenomenal. Koyama, yes, Koyama, beautiful art. Nasu's story writing with Koyama's art, beautiful, and then how the sprites like interchange too, because like I'm so used to FGO, right? So I've never really experienced like the sprites like moving around as they do, and some of the cool different animation effects that they have is not like something that typically happens in FGO, though they have gotten better with it over the years. Like the Lost Belt art definitely has a lot more of that in CGs than the earlier chapters do. But yeah, I like this a lot. It's fun, more like an interactable anime. Yeah, very cool. But yeah, that's all my thoughts for now. It's very interesting. I didn't say like who I recognized the sprite that he saw in the casino immediately. That's Aoko's older sister. I forgot her name. What's her name? Chat, you guys can tell me because I already know it. But she appears. I know her from not only like Aoko Aozaki, right? I know her from not only FGOs, like she's on a bunch of FGO CEs, but she's also at the end of the Lord Elmaloy anime. I think it was a movie, wasn't it? Because they have, I think there's like one season of the Lord Elmaloy case files, but then there's like a movie that's like an hour long. It's like one episode. And she's at the end of that and appears, and that's when I found out that she was a mage hunter from the oh, she's also in Garden of Sinners. That's right, because she helps out with the doesn't she has like a doll shop or something like that, and that's why wasn't she also in Heaven's Feel? She's at like the end of Heaven's Feel because she has that like doll shop and they put Shiro's soul inside the doll, right? At the end of Heaven's Feel, if I remember correctly. That's her. Lord Elmaloy in Garden of Sinners. Yeah, she shows up at the end of animations are still crazy. This is yeah, I can't believe this came out in 2011. It's beautiful. What was I gonna mention? Oh, she's like a mage hunter or something like that. What's the name for that? They like literally take a mage's brain and like put it in. They cut up a mage and they like put it in different like little things to be tested. I forgot what that's called, but what's her name? Doesn't the girl that has a thing for Kukolin also have that job description, if I'm not mistaken? They're like mage hunters. I forgot what they're called. That work for the clock tower. They like hunt mages that have gone rogue. Not gonna lie, I don't know a ton about Elmaloy's interactions with Aoko and Toko because Aoko mentions him in her story for mode for Melty Blood. Oh. I don't Aoko I never saw it, at least because I'm anime only. I never saw Aoko in there, but her older sister shows up at the end of the currently animated case files, which was at the like end of a movie, I believe. She shows up there and she's like hunting a mage that they're looking for, if I'm not mistaken. I forgot what they're called. They're called something specifically. What's the sequel of Fate Stay Night called? Because what's her name is in there. Bazette, yeah, that's her name. Bazette has that occupation too, doesn't she? Yes, that's what I was looking for. she's an enforcer for the sealing designation. That's what it was, because I remember they mentioned a sealing designation in El Malloy, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And I had to look it up, and I was like, holy shit, this shit sounds metal as fuck. The enforcers for the sealing designation. The sealing designation as a concept sounded crazy to me. It's a high-level edict in the Fate series universe handled by the Mages Association to forcibly secure mages with exceptionally rare abilities, unique magic circuits, or special knowledge. While formerly considered a great honor, it is functionally a lifelong imprisonment aimed at preventing their unique craft from dying out, often involving extracting and preserving their magical organs. It's pretty fucked up. So there's like lots of mages that run away because they know what's going to happen to them. And the enforcers are literally sent to go like literally harvest their organs for science, essentially. It's pretty fucked. And Aoko's older sister is part of that. And she just appeared. That's why fucking Soujuurou literally got one glimpse at her and freaked out and ran. I don't blame him. Yeah, you should definitely read Fate Stay Night and Hollow Ataraxia if ever. I eventually I will get to it, surely. I own both of them. I bought both of them on Steam. Tsukihime is the only one that's not on Steam, but I do own it for PlayStation, so we can read it on PlayStation if anything. Shiro got a sealing designation too? Fuck. My goat. No. All right. Anyways, chat, that's going to have to do it. If you're watching on YouTube, leave a big fat thumbs up. I'm enjoying it a lot so far. I hope I get a decent sized YouTube audience for this, because the Fate and Type Moon stuff I definitely enjoy a lot, and it doesn't get nearly the viewership that some of the Hoyo stuff I've been doing lately does. And so if you're enjoying it and you want to see more, leave a thumbs up for sure. It helps me out a lot. It lets me know that I have an audience for this. And leave a comment down below if you would like to support the channel in a free way, because any kind of interaction with the YouTube video and channel in general helps me out. So if you want to leave a thumbs up and you want to leave a comment but can't think of one, you can leave the comment. Soujuurou, my goat. Soujuurou, my goat. All right, thanks so much for watching, everybody. Like I said, leave a thumbs up, leave a comment down below. Let me know what you guys think of Mahoyo so far, Witch on the Holy Night. It's pretty good. We're going to be streaming definitely a lot more frequently, because I am trying to finish this story before actually experiencing the FGO collab, which is coming out in about 2 weeks. So we'll definitely be streaming a little bit more often on the weekday morning, so look forward to that. But yeah, thanks so much for everybody hanging out. Love y'all, and I will catch you all in the next stream. But until then, have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye. Love y'all. Bye, YouTube.